Also to answer the question, the self-healing started in Yuri's Revenge. In base game, you needed to send infantry into the hospital
Oh, okay.
for healing.
I couldn't remember the difference between Red Alert 2, because generally I only played Red Alert 2 for the campaign, and I played Yuri's Revenge for literally everything else.
The self-healing is so good, especially if you combine self-healing with Rocketeers. Oh, self-healing Rocketeers!
Yep, I know. It's fucking cancer. Which is what I thought I was going to be doing, but I didn't.
This is why I like that one change they made in a certain mod where the American helicopter
Tisms,
gets
down.
Rocketeer self-healing.
Lord of Opossums, donating $2 to say, "Hi, Kyle, how are you today? I'm doing good. How are you?" He's like, look at him squeals like a little cat.
He's a possum.
Alright.
He's a pussy possum.
That's true. He is. Now, today we'll be talking about tabletop stuff. Now, this is a work in prototype, work in progress. Words are difficult today because I've been busy with too many things and not enough progress, and I'm angry. So, we'll be talking about a couple things. So, firstly, we're going to open up the stat block. Fairbear's here. Hanse will be joining us a little later. Depends on how much stuff. We're going to make some progress on the tabletop stuff, but just get basically some feedback on it, because honestly I want you guys to be involved in the development process earlier, or not involved, but what's the word, aware of it. Like, we'll listen to feedback, but that doesn't mean we're gonna do it. And I need to stress that because in the past there are certain individuals who are like, oh, I'm gonna help, and it's like, oh, that's nice, but they're like, here's this thing you should do, and I'm open to suggestions, and it's like,
that was when the person
don't name names, but
no, I'm not saying names, but
I know, just
when
making
the person
sure.
took personal offense to you not going for their suggestion.
Yeah, and it's like, well, it wasn't personal offense. It's like, oh, I'm open to suggestions on this idea, and it's like, no, this is mine. This is how this works. So I'm establishing this right off the bat. I am the creative director, and you are the chat. You sit down and obey me. Now that I've put you in your place, you bottom chat, bottom feeders, like, just bullying. Alright, now that I've more or less gotten that joke out of the way, we're going to talk about this. Now, this is sort of like the prototyping section of the stat block, and here's an early draft of the card by Hanse, because Hanse did most of the work on basically fine-tuning this. But here's more or less the idea of the stat block, and what we're trying to figure out is how the mechanics behind the block works. Well, not figure out, but the layout. Like, what kind of calculations need to go into effect, things like that. You know, you've got different weapon types and stuff like that, different stats. Like, here's an idea we had about the individual stats, more so on the prototype side, which is the left hand. It's things like health, morale, armor, defense skill, shield, melee attack, ranged attack, and movement. Now, it's been a while since I've touched this doc, so I've got to refresh myself as well, because believe it or not, developing 2 games at the same time requires a lot of brain power. But now we'll switch back.
Weren't we in this?
What?
Weren't we in this document just last week?
We were, but remember, I lost my job, and everything's been hell for me the last few days.
He lost his job and his memory.
Well, when you have this much shit on my plate, good luck remembering. Now, back to the other doc, Terrestria at War. Now, we're going to go through this doc together. This is a prototype doc, so it's very much susceptible to change, but you guys will be given this same document, because this is the core rule set, and the core rule set's set to be free anyway, so it's like, whatever. So that's not a big deal. But this is obviously susceptible to change. So we're going to talk about initiative. So we kind of started laying this out in the order of how it happens in terms of phaseology. Wait, I'm open to suggestion in reference to another IP is the ultimate form of entitlement. Anyways, chat, I'm open to suggestions on my less novelization. Just look at Zach being sassy. Among the Simpson mods, Manta Ray, it's time for you to join in the simpery. Gibbs to Kibs. No, I'm kidding. Alright, so back to the rule. Alright, so basically the only external resources that are required right now is rulers and D6s. Other than that, there's not much else. I want to keep to the D6 system because it's common. What was that?
Oh yeah, no, the D6 is the dice. Never mind.
Yeah. Turd. Initiative D6, I mean, dude, my brain's still in report mode, so it's going to take a while for me to warm up. Initiative D6, roll off the highest wins. So the idea behind this is just, it's like, okay, the highest roller can determine, like, who goes first. Nothing fancy here. Now this is where things get a little bit unique in terms of tabletop stuff. This is highly susceptible to experimentation because I've never seen something implement this, and if anyone has references or ideas that systems that have done this, I don't care and I don't want to see them. So that's that. Generally, when I work on my stuff, I generally try not to look at other people's stuff. So this is the system I'm a little skeptical about, and we're gonna try testing this, and it's probably gonna be a bit messy at the start, and it might or might not work, because on paper it sounds awesome. On paper it sounds really cool, because we're exploring an aspect of combat that normally doesn't get explored in a lot of video games at things. Now this is a tabletop game, so bear that in mind, and my knowledge when it comes to tabletop board games is about non-existent. So. Skirmish deployment. Players alternate deploying their skirmish units until they have deployed all their skirmishers. They will not deploy their armies yet until the skirmishing phase is over. And I added the word phase there, so don't worry about that. The idea behind this simply is I want the players to jockey for positioning and key ground on the battlefield, because I think in an open field battle, generally speaking, armies in history would skirmish. They would skirmish with each other to try to position themselves in better, favorable positions to actually be able to attack the enemy and basically defeat them. And like getting hills or getting, key locations like the edge of a forest or something like that. And I want to simulate that in the battlescape as well. So how we're going to kind of have that work is we have an army arrival roll, and this determines how long it takes for the army to arrive. You are late, Crazy Templar. You will be beaten later. You say, okay. So, army arrival roll, the idea behind this is a dice roll to determine how long it takes for a player's army to arrive on scene. Now, as it stands now, once an army arrives on scene, you must deploy it. I'm going to worry about tinkering with that later, but as it stands now, you deploy your stuff. So, army arrives on scene, you deploy, and then, so the other player will roll a d6 as well, and that determines how many turns it takes for your army to arrive. So right now, we've set it to 2 rounds of the skirmishing phase, which is actually really short, mostly because I want to try gentle balancing at first to see how this works. So we're going to see...
They'll probably want to set out what... Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
There, I need to fix something for audibility. Where you also probably want to set apart what's the maximum stuff you can gain out of skirmish phase, so which would decide how important that one is.
Because that's the goal with the skirmishing. We want it to definitely be like a huge indicator of like, okay, they've seized some ground here, so that changes like favorability towards that player. But I don't want it to be one of those situations where I won the skirmishing phase, and then the second half of the game, the actual battle, is just the punishment phase for the person who lost. So that is going to be the big trick there, is figuring out that. What if the initiative rolls is a tie? It actually says what happens if it's a tie. They continue to re-roll until a victor can be declared. So you'll be re-rolling to oblivion. So have fun. Statistically speaking, eventually you will have a player that wins. But that is how it works. If it's a tie, you re-roll, as it says at the top of the screen, actually, until the player can go first. So that solves that quandary. Would be interesting if we didn't have a solution to that in the test build. So the 2 players just stare at each other awkwardly like, oh, you can't go. Neither can I. But that's the idea behind army arrival. And that's kind of the idea behind skirmishing. Certain units will be skirmished typed of units. I'll answer that. Possums, as raises his hand, I have a question. You can ask a question. I don't know why you didn't just ask that with a super, you little monkey.
Because he wants to give you money.
I know, but you can just at me with the question. I need shareholders, and then they can give amazing feedback that never ruins the game. See, I'm trying... No, I don't... Like, I want to avoid investors as much as possible, because investors means that the creative vision begins to absolutely crumble and fall apart. And that's why you guys are my best hope at maintaining crowdsourcing.
Fine. But the donation usually is not connected with stuff.
I basically just started Vulcan. Like, we're literally... We just referenced the stat block as, like, this exists, and that's about it. Because there's a lot more work that needs to go into the stat block before I'm totally ready for it. But this is like, oh, committenses, which I misspelled the word committense. And if you know what committense is, it's a fucking Roman thing. They're not. There's no such thing as committenses in this universe. I wrote that there as like that's a name placeholder. And then the unit cost, you know, penetration, max range, optimal range, damage. We'll see about this. I don't know if that'll work. Then we'll see about ammo types, depending on how ammo works. Precursor units will have ammo to balance that, because I could already see that being easily cheesable. Lower's hand, I forgot. You were saving that joke, weren't you? Like, this is something you thought about in advance, didn't you? Possums. You did. Don't lie to me. And thank you for the $2. How much do I have to super to get investor status? There's no such thing as investor status. But if you super $10,000, well, you never have to pay for anything. I'll say that much.
Yes, give 10,000 bucks and you get the game for free.
It'll take you a while to get your money's worth in terms of
and
like,
you know what?
stuff.
For 10,000 bucks, we even do shipping for free. You just probably do it digitally.
It's not technically free at that point because it's worked into the costs. We're not gonna lie to people, Fair. Now, back on subject. Army arrives, blah 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 blah. I already talked about that. Exceptions, the unit's designated reserve can be called upon to join later. That's just an idea. A full round repeats until victor can be declared, so it's over and over again. Now there's other scenarios that we'll be working on. Like, I already have a scenario in working for how sieges work, or big battles. In the case of the Battle of Broken Storms, it's actually multi-battle phased. So if you wanted to do like a siege battle or something like that, you can't do it in one battle. That's not how sieges work historically, and that's not how they work in Terrestria War. It's actually a series of multi-battles that basically give like favor or different things and benefits to the other player, which I'm not going to talk about any of the mechanics about right now, because that's spoilers for the actual lore video. Because those mechanics are actually slated to be tested in the Battle of Estios, which will be released as an expansion thing to this prototype. Expansion, update, whatever, to see how bigger scenarios work. I feel very proud of that joke. Worked all night on it. Also, Possums Man is dedicated. Thank you for the donation. So the battle begins. This is pretty bog standard, and we need to start working on shifting ourselves apart here. But we will start with a simple system. We have general orders, and general orders is basically like specific orders that general units or heroes or whatever can give out. This needs more work applied to it already. The next thing is the skirmish thing, which basically talks about more or less different stuff there, but I'm gonna gloss over down here to the other things. So let's see, where did I put the equation thing? Oh, there, it's at the bottom. I was like I feel like it's mixed up. That's because I rearranged this. All right, so combat, which is actually what I wanted to get to right off the bat with the stat block. So it's a simple system. A, which is the aggressor, D is the defender. So it works this way. The player has to succeed a hit roll, and then the defender gets defense saves. So that's basically factoring for the defense skill, which is where did it break that down? Oh, it's not on the stat card yet, is it? No, there it is. I keep forgetting the green is where all the other stats are. My eyes don't work. But yeah, so that would be their defense skill. So they have like a defense 5 or whatever. Those are placeholder numbers, but they'd be basically rolling their defense skill. They need to roll a success in order to be defending. And if that fails, then the attacker rolls one more time to score hits on their armor, basically penetrating hits. There's different weapons that give better penetration values and stuff like that. That's going to be worked in later, but I'm a little bit hesitant about the armor system, because in the video game, here's the tricky part. The video game is actually a lot more complicated than this combat system already, purely on the whole armor calculations. Because in the video game adaptation, there are 3 different damage types, I think, off the top of my head, in terms of melee weapons. There's piercing, there's blunt, and then there's slashing. That's the 3 that I can remember right now. because we don't have the video game doc open. Those 3 different damage types do different values against different armor, like chainmail. Slashing, if I remember right, yeah, is not good against chainmail, but piercing, like a spear attack, or piercing does better against chainmail, and then blunt does better against plate or something like that. And there's different damage types counter different armor types. They have better... Now, you can still use those attacks, but you could get through them. And in the video game adaptation, there's different ways to handle your weapons. So changing your weapon ability, so like, I forget, I'm terrible with names, but basically where you grab the blade and you bonk somebody with it, that actually transitions that weapon into blunt damage versus it being slashing or piercing, which means it gets a greater penetration value. However, it's still not going to be as good as something like a Warhammer or something like that. That's the one thing I'm skeptical about, because that's a lot more calculations, and that's going to make the flow of play slow down. I don't know if that can translate into the tabletop, and maybe you guys are more experienced with that. We'll see. We'll do field trials and tests on that. So, who knows? So are some units restricted from skirmishing phase? Yes, they are. Because you're new. Don't be shy in asking questions, by the way. And at the Bickering bunch for the actual proper questions, because I'll try to read those ones without you having to donate for them, because I want you guys to be like, yeah, a pay to win thing. So are some units restricted from skirmishing? You'd be assigned. No, not any unit can be assigned to skirmishing. Right now, as it's listed, it'll be on their stat block. So I still need to finish designing the skirmishing units. Like, one unit I have set to work on, that I'm going to give you spoilers for, is the Astrian Rangers. They are a skirmishing unit. The Rangers are skirmishers, so they can actually be deployed in the skirmishing phase. But just because they're a skirmisher doesn't mean you have to deploy them in the skirmishing phase. Skirmishing units that have the skirmisher special ability get other bonuses as well. Like, they can move faster as well, as they get more actions and stuff like that. So they make them more agile on the battlefield. Because I want the skirmisher units to have the agility to actually skirmish even when the main army arrives. Rather than be like, I got stuck in melee, I'm dead. Just being shitty units. So my goal with them is agility, mostly, for the skirmisher types. Again, it'll vary as we start adding more types of skirmisher units. But right now, the first slated skirmisher unit to be added is the Rangers. They will be included in the Battle of Broken Storms release pack thing that we're working on. So that'll be one of the units in the test, actually. Which I am working on the Nefir Cord skirmishers as well. If you're familiar with the Spearbeaks, I'm a little skeptical about making the Spearbeaks skirmishers. Those who have access to the Chamber of Squeakers know what I'm talking about. Those of you who don't are probably like, what the fuck is a Spearbeak? It is a cavalry unit that the Nefir have, that they're not horses, they're like Spearbeaks, kind of like the loon. You know, it stabs with its beak. They are slated to be a skirmisher type unit. But I'm a little skeptical because of how nasty they are. They might have to be balanced a little better. We'll see. Eventually, would there be a module for massive 6-player battles? Easily. Easily peasily. So, how the Phaseology works, I didn't really cover it too much. But generally speaking, and this is it, by the way. This is all the progress I've more or less made. Because I don't want to use the other doc I had, because I didn't really like how that one turned out, so I'm just going to stick with this one. Yeah, so how it works Phaseology is, let's say I win in the initiative phase, and I'm like, Fairman, you go first. So Fairman, in the order of combat, it would be Fairman moves a unit, he resolves that unit's turn, so all that unit stuff is resolved, and all its actions are spent. Then, I get to go. It isn't one player does all their moves and one player does all their moves. It's alternating. So the Phaseology would be as follows based on, initiative. So it'd be like, if there was 4 people, it'd be like, Fairman goes, then I go, then Hanse goes, then Bubbles goes. And it would keep alternating until all units are spent.
Yeah, I think we had something like, as an idea, that light units get to move first and then the heavier units get moved later.
We had an idea for that.
An initiative or something like that.
I put a pin in that idea.
See, the thing is, yes, it makes it a little bit more complicated because you need to keep track
Yep.
of what's moved and what not. But the advantage is it's no longer that sometimes a game can be over deciding on who gets the first turn, because there are certain tabletops, especially Warhammer, where if you, for example, have an artillery heavy roster and you get the first turn, you can sometimes wipe half of the enemy's army before he even got a turn. So having the switched thing is a little bit better to move.
Well, we're also going to be playing with lethality. Like, when it comes to artillery units, lethality needs to be experimented with, because in other...
Artillery was just an example, but...
Yep. Like, riflemen, for instance, because there are musket-based weapons, or muskets. Kinda. They're fucking atrocious in terms of lethality. In terms of, if they hit, they kill, but they they just mostly made...
Reliability. Lethality is good, but reliability is a problem.
Reliability is a problem. That's what counterbalances the black powder weapons in this universe, which there are a few of, and they're expensive to use. They're better against our other targets, but still.
Like Grenadiers probably.
But the light, medium, and heavy system is still on... I do need to clarify that is not really fully a thing yet, because we transitioned to skirmishing. So we're gonna have units with different abilities to move at different rates, but at the same time, I don't want to overbloat the system.
An initiative system would probably be a little bit easier, because that way people can go, okay, this guy has a unit.
That's how it's working. Like, for instance, you mentioned earlier that the whole thing. Remember, were you there when we did this document?
Pretty sure I was.
Okay, so you remember the reason why we did alternating turns for every unit, right?
Pretty sure I was one of the people that brought this one up. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just making sure. You can't alpha strike in a system like that.
Yep. Can't.
Because the other player can react each turn.
Yep.
That's why.
Oh, he's just focusing my let's say my artillery in the back. Okay, let's just move these guys in there and intercept or something like that.
Yeah. And I'm back on topic. So. We are somewhere in the whole thing where I don't know where I am anymore. Let's see. Alright, so here we have some meaty things, but let's make sure we do. Yeah, shields counter ranged right now. Shields don't do anything to actual, what you call it? They don't stack.
Melee?
They don't stack yet because I don't want them to be fucking nasty in terms of balance. Because shielded units could stack very high, and that would be absurd.
I don't remember what we went for with shields and range. Does it affect...
shields affects range.
Or is it flat out?
They affect ranged weapons. Certain ranged weapons can actually debuff certain shield units, depending on if they fuck with shields. Or if they're like black powder weapons, they can go through certain shields, because they have a penetration value. They go pew right through that shield. If it's like a wicker basket shield, yeah, they're fucking dead. That's not gonna stop a bullet. In that case, a giant, like, ball.
Wooden shield probably would do a better job, but that depends on... Yeah, with those weapons probably would.
It's gonna be a bit nasty. What I miss? Lots of stuff, Ragnarok. You'll be punished later. Okay. Biggest Brainus has become a sulfur miner. Thank you for the support. You are going to be helping quite a bit here.
Bingus.
Black 1917 says squeak, Breed Kibs, hi Fairman, hi Possums. And then Possum says for $2, hi Black. Basically early handguns and arquebuses. Yeah, basically. Very primitive firearms. They do have like crafted like handguns. They're extraordinarily rare. I need to stress that because in one of the promotional pieces for our characters, one has like 3 of them, and there's actually a big thing behind why he has 3 of those, and why that's not really a thing that most people have those things, because those are extremely rare.
I mean, back then, why someone would have multiple of those is so you can have multiple shots before you have to reload. So, and that makes sense.
In his case, it's part of his character story, but I don't want to talk about that. There are siege battles. Is there mining? Supply attrition? Is there mining? Oh, okay. Mining is in like mining to destroy walls. Yeah, we'll get to that. A lot more work needs to be done on the siege battles, but when Hanse gets here, maybe we can even tinker with the prototyping of it. But I'd kind of want to not focus on that right yet. Eventually, would it be okay? I just had to scroll up because I missed that question. Even though you didn't at the Bickering bunch, monkey. That's what you're supposed to do. Here, let me show you how it's done, chat. You little stupid potatoes. Look at that, like that. See, at and then type in the, and like we're the only person that pops up at the moment. Unless somebody else gets the name in it. Try it, chat. I need to make sure you know how to do it.
And then we have someone naming themselves a Bickering bitch.
And on Twitch you can do it too. Well, just ban them. See how they're like that? No, our turn draw like in bolt action. I don't know what bolt action is. No wait, no I do. Never mind. That's the World War II game, right? It's like the World War II fantasy game with like werewolves or something, and zombies.
Oh.
So like, let me explain. I have no idea other than that existing what you're talking about. I have never played bolt action. I just know it exists. Has some interesting things idea wise. In terms of, but I'm speaking about art. I have no idea about gameplay, and I'm not very interested in learning about it. I need to focus on mine. The musket would be like 60 to 75 caliber. That's a squeak rate. It's 90 billion. It's like, that's preposterous. Is it a musket anymore? No. Is it a
that's more of a fucking ship cannon there.
It's a grand cannon. So do you understand? Do they understand gunpowder? Very, 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 very few people do. Very few people do. It's kind of like Iron Tech was during the Republic era, where it was very specific smiths made it, and they were like legendary weapons, and then Kanar showed up and basically made it almost common knowledge. And then those smiths were very mad.
My monopoly.
Musqueakrits. There art a delay between thine messages appearing and thou speaking. Yes, there is. And you will be punished for it. He's like, what? This is absurd. How can I constantly be punished for existing? Watch me. But yes, in regards to other tabletops, I'll reiterate again what I said in the beginning. I don't really know how other tabletops work, and I also really don't care how they work, if that makes sense. And not to be mean to the tabletops or anything like that, but I'm trying to keep this separate, and so I'm trying not to be inspired by anything, because I kind of want to develop this actually inspired by the game rather than the other way around. In fact, the closest inspiration I think we have would be by proxy, the video game, which was slightly inspired by Total War, so that would be like the closest. But even then, that transitioning into a tabletop would probably be the most boring thing ever, because that'd be weird. But because you'd have to do so many calculations. And that's what we have to balance here. The calculations. The Bickering bunch. Can I call...
We don't want the
I don't know.
We don't want the Warhammer problem where 3 turns take 5 hours.
Yes, that is a concern, but it also depends on army size. It also depends on players. This will be down to testing. By the way, when we start testing, whether it's this week or next week, the goal is to try to get it into testing this week, though. If you can, try to set timers when you guys play with each other. That sounds very sexual. Try to set timers. You know what I mean.
I'm fucking gay.
Try to set timers, and then we'll try to figure out an average play time. And like, okay, let's say it takes an hour to complete a game, or maybe 2 hours, or 3 hours, whatever, right? Was those 3 hours actually fun? That's the most important question of all, actually. Like, what took 3 hours to play, but was it fun? And if it was like, yeah, it was super awesome, awesome. If it was, no, it was fucking boring, then we need to fix that. Then we're gonna commit suicide. 40k games take forever. I played a 40k. I played a few 40k games with Arch, and I thought it was the worst tabletop game I'd ever played in my entire life. Like, I was so fucking bored. Oh my god! By the time it gets to my turn, like I've already lost interest. I'm like, dude, I kind of want to play something else.
To be fair, you do have a big ADHD though.
It's not about ADHD. When a player's turn takes fucking an hour or 40 minutes, you've been sitting there doing nothing for 40 fucking minutes, and you don't get to do anything half the time, except just take the damage, which is exactly what I wanted to avoid with our game. So we have things like reactions, and these are different commands you can issue based on whether you have an officer. Now, your officer will have to succeed a leadership test. I'm not sure if I'm going to call it the leadership test, but that's just the word I'm using now, all of a sudden. But they'll have to succeed that test, and if they fail that test, then they don't succeed.
Didn't we go with it with an officer? They automatically pass those.
Oh yeah. If they have an officer, I got that backwards. Thank you. I'm not even looking at the.
Officer.
I'm looking at chat. I'm not looking at the fucking doc. But yeah, so if your officer dies, you lose the ability to. Well, no, you don't lose the ability because technically it's considered that every regiment would have like a regiment. Little squad will have its own little dude. Like they'd have a non-commissioned officer of some sort. Like there'd be a sergeant in the case of if the officer
or someone else that's gonna try to take charge.
Yep, and the person that takes charge has to succeed a leadership-y test, and that's when it's difficult because if they have an officer, they just succeed it, but it does use up stuff. So it's like you get the ability to brace, you get countercharge, and ranged volley. Ranged volley is actually one of the abilities that certain units get, not all units. I don't remember the red text being here. I was very tired when we worked on this. Brace unit. Yep, okay. 40k only goes by quickly if both players know their armies well. Okay. What army did you use, Kibs? I don't care, and I don't remember. I actively try to forget. They're gonna steal your game and universe due to Disney copyright. I don't know what that means. Gang, which is better, bolt action or crossfire? I don't know what that is either. I don't know what any of these stupid things are. I played like 2 tabletop games and I was like, they're all bad. So I was like, I'm gonna make it better. Well, that's what I thought I could do. Hopefully if I succeed at that. So we expecting head-hunting samurai with guns? No. Glad be live, or I'll hurt you. That is...
Alright, okay.
Alright, we're caught up. Chat is no longer useful. Be gone, chat. Now, where were we? Army book.
Find everyone, yes.
These are notes mostly at the bottom, but I'm trying to re-jog my army book, unit stats, blocks, print off cards. Oh yeah, okay, that's just how that works. Lower section. Yep. That already made it into that doc. That technically could probably be erased, actually, except for that. That note is important. This is specifically a note about how I just wanted to make sure that the stat cards are print-offable. So let's say we make an army book. I don't want you to have to flip through pages just to look at the units, because that's stupid. That's retarded. Like, no. We're going to have, each unit will have a card that'll come with them. They'll be in the book as well, but there'll be a card for a cheat sheet, because having to flip back and forth through books from when I tried testing it was like, what a waste of fucking time. What a terrible design. So we're going to try to avoid that with cheat sheets. Is each mini single dude or a squad? Does each mini act individually or in units? It depends on the model in question. Certain monster units and stuff, or big monsters or heroes, can act independently. But by and large, units must move in regiments, because in this regiments, it's not the word. We'll call them cohorts. That'll just be easier for me to use for now. Little blocks of broskies, okay? They move in blocks of broskies. That's it. If generally unit gets depleted, they start taking penalties and stuff like that. I kind of want to be careful about maneuvering. Oh god, maneuvering. So I hate most games. God damn. I'm just such a pessimist, help me. So most games are awful, and when it comes to movement, it's just horrible, and I hate it, and I hate how everything gets stuck on everything, and everything's just a bitch in the ass to move. Like, god damn it, chat. It pisses me off. But, so I had some ideas about different maneuvering orders. So these are units orders you can give. So we're going to go up here. Where's the movement start? So combat move is just the distance. Rapid advance is like a sprint, and it burns up your other actions. Holding is just like not moving. You get bonuses for stuff in that case, because you should. The unit should be able to do formation abilities. Now, certain units will have access to certain formations. That'll be on their card, because the officers and the training they have. So they'll be able to do cool formations, because formations is an important part of warfare. If the unit is capable of formation fighting. Units that do not have formation fighting are going to work very differently. I have no idea how those are going to work yet, because we haven't even implemented them yet. Because we have pikemen, and we have heavy sword infantry right now. We're working on... Like, I need to get more militia units ready, because I need them for the Battle of Broken Storms, and I also need the slaves ready, because they do not get formation fighting. They actually do not operate on square blocks. Oh, Gallus donates 140 Zars to say, got paid, have muns. Well, thank you very much. Long shot, but could there be special units based on the Bickering Bunch crew? Would love to have an armored-clad Aerith leading a war band. Keep up the good work, Chief. Well, that's something that I could probably get made on the side, but right now, I want to focus on the main stuff. Because Easter eggs
and... It would be a lawbreaker.
Well, yeah, it would be a lore break, but that's not actually what I'm talking about. It's not something that's pressing. I want to focus on the main army stuff first, because any sort of like Easter egg art or stuff like that can be made later, but there is so much shit that needs to be made now that's important, so it has to take precedence.
Good call. I see that a lot with indies, that the way they just focus on the small things and just...
Well, it's like, we're going to finish the game before we ever go back into the game and put Easter eggs in the older levels. Because I do not want to waste time on Easter eggs or stupid references and shit at all, because the game is massive, just like the Tabletop project is also. I want these things to be focused. We have limited resources, so we do not have time to waste. Is each mini a single dude? Read that. The Bickering bunch, it didn't tag me for some reason. So is your sergeant going to have different stats or just the leadership? We'll figure that out down the road. Right now we have an officer, we have a spear... Stupid. We have an officer, we have a musician, we have a base soldier. We have no sergeant unit yet, or sergeant model. Right now it's sort of just assumed that one of the models is a sergeant, without actually naming them or whatever. Or like a second in command. Mostly because I don't really want to dedicate too much resources to that, because getting one of these things made is actually very expensive. So, let me show you something. You'll be able to see production. Oh, Roberto, you're being a little bit sexy today. What are you wearing? Robert's maybe going to do something sexy for you guys. I know that sounds really weird, and you're all probably cringing and vomiting. I'm just going to confirm with Roberto before doing that. What does the musician do? At the moment, absolutely nothing. But I do want him to do something when I'm ready for him. So, okay. I'm going to segue a little quickly, because I can already... If I was you, I'd be asking the question like, wait, if officers and musicians do stuff, can I target them? Because that's a good question. One of you is thinking it, maybe all of you are. So, the answer is, the officers can only be targeted by special units that have the ability, like headhunters or something like that. Or something like of that nature, who have like a special ability for targeting officers, or when an officer is challenged to a duel by another enemy officer. They can duel each other, and then they roll their base officer stats to try to snipe each other down, basically. The reason for this, real quickly, is to prevent your army just from being like randomly your just officer keeps dying. Because realistically in battle, yeah, sure, they would randomly die, but generally the little soldier broskies aren't going to focus on the guy who's big, tough, and scary, because the big, tough, and scary veteran dude is going to kick their ass. Generally. So when it comes to unit casualties in battle, how it works right now is that the player who's losing designates which models he loses. Now that means he can choose to lose his officer if he wants to. I'm not going to say no, you can't. You can do whatever the hell you want. But it might come at there might be repercussions. And I might say no in the rules if there's like a berserk trait or something. Because otherwise that could be cheesable, and that would be cringe. We can't have cheating. Reap.
Not even cheating if it's in the rules.
When doth Kibble simp a Kickstarter? No plans for Kickstarter. I'm going to put that off as long as humanly possible. Mostly because I've made a mental thing in myself that I want a lot. I want a lot of things, really. And honestly, I don't think that even if we were as successful as we could be, that the Kickstarter would be high enough to reach what I would actually ideally want. So I'm going to try crowdsourcing like we're doing now, with you guys donating and you guys being members and stuff like that. That's going to be my best bet for making it so that we get the complete vision. We get all of the assets and everything I've ever wanted to have in the game, as well as the tabletop. We get everything. By the way, the tabletop's production cost is actually very small, if anyone's curious. Because there was somebody who asked the other day, is like, wait, is the tabletop like a lot of money? Like, how much does it cost? It's like $160, like, per month of additional costs. It's literally nothing. That's just the miniature stuff, because we actually can use the art from the game, the video game, to actually act as concept art for the tabletop. So production costs are actually extremely low due to clever management of art resources. You're welcome, chat. I, Master Kibs, knows all. God, I'm so good at my job. Chat, you need to praise me more. Alright, so back. I've managed to save us so much money, it's not even funny. Also while spending so much. Double-edged sword and all. Look, I haven't been touched. Okay, we're not reading that one. During a duel, every unit in the area has to gather in a circle around them. Yeah, they just start cheering like, yeah. That's so comical, though. No, they still fight each other.
I probably would also make this based on the culture. There are probably cultures that would accept a duel, and then there are probably cultures that will just say, yeah, no, fuck that.
I could see like a scenario where like there's like a siege or something, and it's like a Troy siege like level stuff. Because some of the cultures, yes, some of them would actually do like a duel, and they'd be like they'd send forth their champions to fight.
Yeah, and then there are probably some of the more pragmatic ones that just go, yeah, no, we're not gonna do duels because
we're gonna lose like a fucking top-notch officer.
I'm trying to think about a culture that would be a prime example for either.
I mean, the Astrians probably wouldn't. They're not super into whole killing their generals, though. If you look at their history, it's the opposite.
Or depending on the house.
Now, back on topic, because we're getting sidetracked a little bit. How would the fundraiser need? Oh, how would the fundraiser need? How much would the fundraiser need? How much would the fundraiser need? Yeah. I don't even have the calculations ready for that.
A lot.
Like, I'd need to actually, to give you a proper number, I need to do calculations and run times and stuff like that. And I do not have any of that. I'm too busy working to look at that. That's what he asked me, was me. I have the calculations for, like, monthly stuff. Can't read? Well, maybe you should type better. Now, for frugality... No, we don't have an estimation. Frugality is a virtue. They say that sometimes.
It depends.
It'll make it a business to cheese the system. The thing is, people are going to cheese the system. It's just our job to make sure the game's fun. Because generally speaking, the priority is on the fun aspect of the game. It's not meant to be like a mega super duper esports game. Because
we wouldn't want to do the thing that a lot of modern devs, but yeah, we make our game actively less fun because some people can cheese it other way.
Yep. Every faction has like an idea behind it, but I kind of want to focus on the fun aspect. Like, there will be fun stuff to do in this game. Is it possible to be super sweaty and try hard? Yes. But here's how you avoid that. You just don't play with people like that. Problem solved. You just play with people that want to have fun.
Even if he's your best friend. If he's your best friend, but he's just an unbearable cunt in these kinds of games. Well,
Fairman, we don't need to tiz him out over one little side tangent. Just how detailed would the tabletop be? Would terrain be a factor? Yes and no. Like, it's not going to be like, this is a grass tile. This is a dry grass tile. Dry grass has... It's like, no. No. No, that's just boring. That's just too much. There will be things like there'll be forest designated areas, or lightly forested areas, and they will have different bonuses for doing stuff there, as well as different things that can happen there. Just like if you're moving in certain areas, like if you're on a wall tile, yes, there'll be bonuses for being on a wall tile. Kibs back bake sale for games. Dabmons win. Worrying about that later. No bake sale. Back to work. But it's an idea. Now, am I caught up on the supers? Yes, I believe so. Good. Drinking sickness. Any valuable questions? I don't think I see any that I missed. No, Kibs, my first point. Okay, hold on. Gotta back up. Trying to catch these quick. No, Kibs, my first point will be movement because... I like how you spell because. Beckos. That's hard to do. I do not care about the rest. First, how will movement work? Then look at what's next. Cigar bar, I kinda know. You should just type that again. Just so I make sure I know what you're talking about. During a duel, okay, if you lose trumpeter, you could have trouble sending orders. Well, it depends on how orders are conveyed. There is actually an idea on the dev team on you could have to convey orders with certain things. But here's the thing. That sounds great on paper, but let me give you an example of that being put into practice and being absolutely fucking awful. Command and Conquer, you know this, Fairman. The first Command and Conquer, And the original version had delays on your orders. Remember that? And you know what people thought of that? They fucking hated it. They fucking hated it. Because, like, if you had to do, like, okay, I want to give an order for a unit to do that, people don't want to deal with the headache of it just not doing what you tell it. It's like, just fucking do what I tell you. Like, I'm skeptical about pain mechanics, which are mechanics I call pain mechanics, that basically make the game miserable to play, or can add to tilt very quickly. We want to avoid absolutely being, what's the word, overly cuntish to the player for no reason. The players got to be able to use their wits and stuff to, you know, win. They already got enough stuff on their plate. I don't need to start implementing mechanics that make the game miserable. Will urban warfare and siegecraft be a thing? Yep. It already is, actually. Slated to be. How 3D do you want the boards to be? Is there a height bonus? Maybe. I'm not going to stack too many bonuses because, again, you got to be gentle about these things. The more stuff you start stacking and tacking on, the more bloated the system's going to get and the more fucking tumorous the whole thing's going to become. We need to be slow and gentle about implementation. But it's definitely an idea to consider once we enter that section of the video game. Because. I know, because is great, Garbwire. That's fucking wonderful. You're just a because to me. Alright. Actually, somebody did offer, Deus in our community offered to actually make us maps. That's actually fucking awesome. I might employ his usage in exchange for free stuff, because I don't have a lot of money. Sadness. Okay, you know what? Roberto is very generous, chat, and you should be grateful. You should grovel for forgiveness. I don't know why you're groveling for forgiveness again, but you gotta do it because the narrative says you should do it.
You like seeing people grovel.
Not really. I just find the idea funny.
But it entertains you. In other words, you could say you like it.
Bear. You're being what we call German.
And you being what we call stupid. I don't know what we're talking about. Oh, yeah, right, groveling.
Alright, we have background music now. You can send it to Fairbear if you want to, Roberto. This is actually from our IP. And this is actually a very, very early sneak squeak. So you be grateful, chat. You little shits. Shakes my fist angrily at them. Get violent. Fun comes first. Yes, it does. Oh, that's Robert. That's of course he agrees with me. It's like, yeah, I kind of have to. It's in the contract. I'm kidding. Actually, there's no contract for agreeing. But I'll take care of that, chat, soon. But yes, this is actually the Battle of Broken Storms track that's playing in the background, so you're being spoiled. Make it a bit louder. It's background music, but I'll turn it up a little bit. Spoiling you, chat. You're being spoiled. This is like, very good. Yes, this music is actually quite awesome, and the Battle of Broken Storms is fucking amazing. So you guys are getting access to things that is spoiling you. But that's okay. Most people don't show up for the tabletop designing streams, because, yeah. This is how it is. I can switch back to screens. Beep. Oh, there we are. Fairbear. I can't... Turn yourself up. Because now I can't hear you. No.
Audio. I don't think I can put this one up unless I start talking loud, and if I start talking loud, my neighbor's gonna kill me.
Can I kill you? Let's see. I can turn you up, because sometimes you blow up my eardrums. Bear, say something now.
No.
Good little near German boy. Now. So, where were we? Movements and stuff and agility. I hate every other board game, yes. Fucking pessimism. So everything's inferior, and I hate it. You're like, kid, but you only played like 3 board games, and I hated all 3 of them. So, firstly, we'll be... Oh, make myself laugh too easy. Charging can only be done if an enemy is directly in front of a unit, so we're gonna have to start being more specific about little things like that, like tismy things. Like, okay, where can a unit brace from? Only if it's directly in front of it. If it's attacked in the rear or something like that, it's gotta get different bonuses. Because maneuverability and positioning is important in a war game, isn't it, chat? You silly willies. Reforming takes a full turn to takes a full turn and allows the unit to change its direction up to 360 degrees. I originally was like, oh, only like they have to like pivot to turn, and then I saw a game that did that, and I was like, this is ass. So I fucking fixed it by giving it a different ability that takes like a full action, but allows you to actually change without making maneuvering just pain. While reforming, the unit takes a penalty to bracing or an incoming attack. The attack will count against the new unit's direction. So if you reform right before you're charged, you'll be fine. Well, no, not right before. You have to finish reforming. Like, if you don't reform and then you get hit, you're dead. Yeah, not gonna be good. Pivots. If a unit pivots left, they don't take penalties for pivoting. That's the important part. Reforming takes penalties if they get hit, and they cannot do it when being attacked. That's actually something I should be special at. I thought I write that down, but I didn't. They cannot do that. They cannot do that. I hate that wording. Oh, the verbiage. They can't reform. A unit cannot reform.
Wasn't it regroup?
When it's no, it's reform. If it was regroup, it'd be called regrouping. A unit cannot reform if it is in combat, because that would be fucking awful, and good luck getting a unit to do that. I hate the word wheel. We're calling it pivot because it sounds cuter. Wheeling sounds like cheese. Yes, Rayford, there actually is a dual system. We did talk about that. He's like, unable to. Listen, the verbiage will be changed. We do use the word cannot. A unit unable. No. No. We're not going to argue over verbiage. Quiet, chat. I write it how I want. Verbiage will be fixed in the book later. Right now, this is the prototype book. A unit cannot reform if it is in combat. Period. End of discussion. Pivot. If a unit pivots left, use the left corner of the unit, and I need to get a visual representation of that, like you put your finger there and then you pivot the unit. Now there is square bases, by the way, that are going to be produced with the units, or not square bases, sorry, square trays or unit trays that will be produced with the units, that will come with the units. So these unit trays will allow you to move them along the border or the map without having to like worry about, you know, the individual little tards. That's way too loud. I can't hear myself think. Turning it down. Alright, so. Organize withdrawal. This one is actually something I like. A unit moves back while facing the enemy. This is something that actually happened in history, and actually happens a lot, but a lot of video games don't do it, and I'm not talking about Total War or anything. Actually, I am. But, fuck, I hate that. But yes, units can move backwards while facing the enemy, without having to turn around, because that's just something units can do. Now, it does move slower, that's important to note. The enemy does not get an attack of opportunity if they move past a hostile unit. That unit does get an attack of opportunity. So it's one of those things where they can move back. I think they have to succeed a roll, though. I'll wait for Hanse to get here to see if Hanse remembers that. You cannot use Organized Withdrawal if there's a unit enemy directly behind your unit. Yeah, because then you just bunk into it. We could just allow them to do that and see what happens. Like, whoop. Like, alright, so everyone in the unit's dead.
At least there should probably be massive penalties for trying to do so.
And before the editor murders Kibs, generally speaking, yes. That's not my problem. That's the problem of Hanse. He's gonna have to fix the verbiage. Or Bubbles. Don't worry, Bubbles will come in here and yell at me about something fucking small and tiny I didn't notice. Organize withdrawal, blah blah blah. Fall back, the unity. Unity engine. No, not the T. The unit falling back must succeed an officer. By the way, if you see fucking spelling errors, fix them, Fairman. Jesus Christ, I know you're German, but still. Succeed in an officer leadership test to withdraw from the enemy. The unit, yep, that's just to prevent it from being a free action because that's just fucking bullshit. At a rapid. Moves at a rapid. Thank you, Grammarly. You're doing what my editors don't. So, let's see. In the direction the player wishes to fall back and be a unit with rapid advance, and the enemy player must then roll a leadership test to see if their unit can react. I need my glasses. Fuck. I shouldn't have started this stream without my glasses because I leaned back in my chair and I'm like, wait, I can't see anything. Fucking Christ. Alright, whatever. If they are caught and the pursuing player gets a free round of attacks before the enemy moves. Yes, I can bonk them a bit, but they still move. If they're caught, the pursuing player gets a free round of attacks before the enemy moves. Yes. Before the enemy moves? Did I word that weirdly, Fairman? German boy! Read that!
What did you... Let's see.
The enemy player must then roll a leadership test to see if the unit can react to them retreating. Okay, enemy retreating. If they are caught... Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, or before the enemy can continue to move, but yeah, that sounds correct.
Does it sound correct? What does that imply? I don't know, but my brain is just stopped working.
If you catch them, you can attack them for free one to turn until, and then they can move before they can move again. You could also just go, okay, you then I'll just get one round of free attacks, probably better, and then now they're bound in melee again.
I know, but the only thing that's throwing me up is this line here, or that sentence before, little couple words before the enemy moves. Right,
probably shouldn't be able to move because they are bound in melee again, which probably would require another disengaged action.
So we need to put a period there. The unit is now bound in melee and needs to... is bound in melee again. In melee. To the new... There we go. Because that was the part that was throwing me for a loop. I was like, wait, what? Because now that unit's in melee, it can't move. They're bonking people like bonky, bonky, bonky. I'm just gonna wrap that up and put that over there because it's annoying me. When you pivot a unit, do you use the top corners or the bottom ones? That's what I mean by I want art for that. So we'll have proper things that will demonstrate what we mean by that. Because that's the trick. My throat. Excuse me. If you have flanking bonuses, I think you should remove them because there's no flanking bonuses at the moment. And there's ideas about flanking bonuses, but it's mostly like they get a bonus in the charge and that's it. Mostly because I don't want it to be like, the unit's being attacked on the flank, and then it's like negative on top of negative on top of negative. It's like, that's just negative stacking, and now we just have like an absurd... Like, there's already negatives from the fact that they're engaged with 2 units at the same time. Means that unit's going to be taking a high amount of attrition, statistically. So, but yeah, so if you charge a unit in its flank, there's like... my idea is that you get a bonus, but it's only for that round of combat, and then after then, the dudes are now facing that way on the flank and are now fighting. Watch military drilling videos to see how units march or move in formation, says Shadow Warrior. That's cute, but no, I need to work on this instead. Cannot be distracted by other thingies anymore. I have my data, and it's time to go with it. Pivot on the leader and then force them center. No, I don't need references. I already do. I already did. I already looked at references. Well, I'm out of the reference phase and I'm onto the makey phase. I'm not going back. Pivot on the leader and then force them to the center formation. It depends on where you put the leader though, because that's the real trick, right? Is he in the front? He's like, wait, thinking. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm thinking too, and I don't know. Box formation, turtle formation, defensive ring. Yeah, we're gonna do formations, but right now we don't have any. No. Ignoring chat. Chat's just stacking things on top of things, which is not what we want to do. So, back to focusing. Focusing. This music is incredibly, like, it's nice background music and it's fucking awesome, Robert, but it's actually incredibly distracting when it comes to talking. So I need to turn it off. But that is a sneak squeak of the upcoming Battle of Broken Storms track. Because right now it's heavy thinky times, and when heavy thinky times are in, the music goes off normally. Because otherwise I just cannot think or hear myself think or hear anyone. ADA. And generally, I actually, on the side note, you shouldn't listen to music when you're writing. Don't listen to music. Don't listen to anything when you write or when you're working on stuff, generally, because that's actually just bad form. Don't do that. But it gets, shut up. Don't do that. No, you're not sorry, Robert. You're fine. But now that it's time for me to start writing, it was fine when I was just talking, but now that it's time for me to write, music goes off, which is generally how it should be. Alright, so back when defending unit range volley, blah 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 blah. So now the real trick is we need to actually get the proper things down here. So fair fuck. Do you have tabletop sim?
I'm pretty sure I have. Let's see.
Because what we're going to do is we're actually going to boot it up now, and we're going to start attempting to do some rudimentary testing. Because the best way to see what's not working is to actually start putting it into practice. It'll also help us see what we're missing, because God only knows how much shit I'm actually missing. But my brain is not actually able to think. Chat is too much for Kibs to do at the same time. Let's see. Alright, gonna flick this on. Mostly because I have some secret things in there.
Needs re-downloading.
Go ahead and download it. It's not terribly big. I'm super hoping that it has the thing I'm trying to not let chat see actually be in there. But if it isn't there, I'll be a little bit sad. I'll be a little sad, chat. We'll turn it back on, but not when the heavy thinking starts. Because right now, heavy ass thinking is about to start, boy. Boy. No. Okay. It's been a while since I booted up Tabletop Sim, so give me a second, chat. Saved. Where's my stuff? The stuff I made.
Well,
I don't think I have it. I don't think this computer has it. I'm a bit mad now. There should be a way to do what I want again. Hold on, chat. Patience is await you. Surely. No, that's it. That's it. I'm pretty sure that's not the table, though. No, that's not the table. I'm sad. I'm a sad boy. Oh, no, wait. Oh, yes, I found it. Perfect. Ta-da! Now, I haven't worked on this shit in fucking a while because, literally work turned into hell and everything in my life has been a nightmare. But beyond that, yeah, we're here now. Yay! So when Fairbear gets here, it'll be nice. But this is more or less what I'm thinking. So units moving blocks. Now right now we don't have this is all placeholder shit. Nothing here is canon. Nothing here answers questions. It only raises questions. So that's all that matters. So here's an instance of a big unit they were thinking, but moving units in blocks, heroes. Chat, do you remember this? Chat. Robert's like, guess that means we'll need something more settled for the narrations. Listen, Robert, if you want to give yourself more work, you do you. He's like, Robert likes to work to death. It's true, he's a Roberto. Now that does something weird to the unit that I really... Oh, that's horrendous. Oh no, it's all broken. No. Okay, so pivoting things in this does not work because I set this grid on back when we were testing this a while ago, and this grid breaks fucking everything. So I gotta figure out, fair chat, how do you turn this off? We've ruined everything.
I don't know, pivot.
No, you can't.
You mean like this?
No, that's not what I mean. That's we need to turn off the snapping. Fuck, how do you do that?
Oh, that's what it. Wait, pivot. Let's see.
Modding.
No, what do you mean? This, right?
No. Because watch, if you drop a unit on these squares, it snaps them to it. See, we didn't turn that off. Now I need to fix this real quick before we turn it back on because it'll just make my life a little bit easier. Now, okay, what was the depth again? We actually have the proper numbers now. Width of 5 on a front. Depth of 4, I think. So technically speaking, if we just...
Yeah, like this, huh?
Oh, was it on the units?
Yeah, right click. And then toggles, and then grid.
Hold on, we'll do that in a second.
Probably want to select everything.
There we go. That's, I think, how it's slated to be right now. Alright, go ahead and select everything and do that for me, because I'm lazy.
Apparently I can select everything because there's a limit, but I can do that to everything over here.
We just need more space. Perfect. More space has been acquired. Hexagons of the superior game tile. Get out, Lapis. He's like, eh, look at that. Got rid of them. Is there anything like enhanced cannon shot where mages could interact with the cannon and make it specialized attack? Yes. But that's more of a special rule on top of a rule that doesn't exist yet, which means we need to make it. That's the issue with any sort of specialized questions. Like, is there a rule for, you know, spears versus shields? It's like, no. Because there isn't a rule. Because we haven't even finished the Phaseology yet, chat. One thing at a time. Well, right now we're going to do Phaseology. So, you turn it off for everything? Yeah, I assume? So now we can actually...
Everything on the left side, yes.
So I think how we want to do this, we pivot on the flank. So if it wants to pivot right, we grab the unit and we pivot like that. And we're like, boop. Fuck. But you know what I mean? Where it doesn't... Ah, damn piece of shit.
Is there an undo function?
It's fine. There is. But it reloads the table every time you do it.
Yeah.
So we don't want to do that. Listen, I just fix it like that. Perfect. So if we pivot... God, I really hate the pivoting though, because the pivoting picks it up, and then you gotta like look. So it's like, okay, what's pivoting, you know?
I think it picks it up and pivots it from where you grab it.
Yep, it does. And you click that and it flips upside down. Okay. So how you want to do is you grab the edge of that piece and you pivot like that. If it was going right. If it was going left, you grab the other side and you pivot that way.
Try pivoting from the center.
And if you reform, you'd spend an entire turn to do this. Like, other way around. But if they get attacked, they take the penalty. I'm going to ask questions that I'm going to enjoy answering. The answer is no. There is no game yet. It's just a bunch of, like, phases like that need to be made into a game. That's what we're doing right now. But that's a more serious answer. How's the game so far? Don't know. How can I find the rules? No. And more importantly, can I play? No. We're working on stuff. It's development time. No time for actually playing. We're not actually playing. It's about fucking working to death. Now make this work. Oh wait, Fairman, stop. Time to get serious. So. Oh, for fuck's sake, Fairman, please stop.
I didn't do anything.
Stop. Alright. So, first things first, I need to open up that document. Document. Google Chrome. Okay, I'm gonna move the rules off to the... I have no fucking monitor to really use for this. This is gonna be a pain in the ass, but okay. And thank you for the donation. Now, Fairbear, I'm going to pull out that so I can basically just move everything off the board, because I don't want to delete stuff, because if you delete stuff that doesn't have a copy, it ceases to exist altogether. So don't delete shit. If you
I don't even think I can delete things.
Oh, I forgot to make you have viewers and shit. Get this shit off the board, and then we'll figure out what to do. Perfect. Almost.
Boggles, turn off grid. Boop.
There. We cleaned up the table a pinch.
Boggles and no grid. Turn off grid.
Okay, so based on what we have now, we need a D6 for each player, which just phase through the fucking planet, I guess. Did you do something funky to the dice?
Not that I know.
Weird. Alright, so grab a D6, roll it. Then we determine who goes first, or who decides who goes first. Perfect! You win, Fairman.
Wow.
So, you go or I go?
You go first.
Fuck, I don't want to go first. We don't have squeamishers.
Neither do I.
Alright, so I guess we'll just fucking make shit up as we go. So, this will be the template for a pretend skirmisher unit, just as an example. I'm just going to copy that so I don't. Oop. There we go. And based on the rules, okay, so let's say, Fairbear, we'll make mirror armies. So you get 2 sets of skirmishers, like that. So you can make those are yours, or whatever. You know what I'll do? I'll open these things. Like, this is your side of the table. Perfect. 2 sets of skirmishers, 2 blocks of infantry, and then a like artillery thing. And we'll see how that works. I don't really want to deal with ranged combat, but fuck it. Might as well tackle it. It's gonna hurt my brain to do. And then we'll get 3 blocks per person. But we're gonna ditch the hero. I'm gonna say there's no heroes because I don't really want to deal with that. So you get 3 of these. Perfect. We got no fun things, but that's fine. We need to see how the phaseology works. So, Fairbear has determined that I go first, right?
Yes.
So I deploy a skirmisher thing. Now, we don't have a rule set for distance. That's one thing that I noticed now. So deployment. I mean, I already knew this actually, but I just didn't want to deal with it yet. But no, we're going to deal with it. Deployment. Okay, so we'll set a flat rule. 6 inches, inch symbol, from the side of the table. There. All right. So the ruler tool is how you can measure. We set that for 6 inches. So right about there on that square there is how far you can deploy inwards. Perfect. So if that's the case, 4 squares. And let's see. We don't have any special tile things, so it's just a test. Boop. And then bear. Fuck. I didn't mean to do that. You now get it to deploy because it alternates. Gotta fix my shit because I broke it. Perfect. You picked? Okay. And then 6 inches, which I need it. What's the quick button tool? F4. I'm not gonna remember that. Nope, too far ahead. Way too far ahead. Cheating. I think it's 3 squares. So if that's the case, then that means these guys are actually too far ahead. Perfect. How do you decide who rolls first? We did a roll-off literally just a second ago. That was how it was decided. Then the winning player can determine... The winning player can go first, or they can say that the other player goes first. They can decide.
They're learning DS. Boop.
Your turn, Fairbear. You boop them onto the battlefield. Boop them onto the battlefield. See, we should have... I feel like for this experiment, I should have made some made-up thing.
Skirmishers probably should be able to be positioned a little bit more freely.
Yeah, maybe. You know what? I'll revise. We'll make a revising for skirmishers, so skirmishers can deploy further up, because it feels a bit on the restrictive side when I look at that. So I'm gonna add an addendum there. 12. We'll double it for 12 inches for skirmishers. So you can now deploy 6 inches further.
Maybe I want to have at least some semblance of something on the map.
That's true. Objects. Components. There's perfect.
I can do that stuff.
Look. Okay, that's better.
I was more thinking of like a house, maybe some just something that gives the simulation.
Let me give you rules or Fairbear powers. Fairbear powers. Promote. There you go. I'm gonna delete this shit.
Oh,
but yeah, let's put some interesting features on this map, because this test is not gonna really prove the skirmishing phase as a valid thing without actually having something useful on the map. It's just gonna be like we walk towards each other and kill each other.
I have some. Oh boy, I have some citadel things in here, but for Oh, good God, no.
Good night, Crazy Templar. What's wrong, Fairbear?
I mean, I have some. It's not really hitting, I guess, but.
Oh, is this porn? Fairbear, no.
No, but they would.
Putting hentai in mine. Fucking tabletop. That works. Well, it's stuff from Dawn of War 2.
I think it is, yeah, but.
I recognize these buildings.
Yeah.
Well, that's not, but this is.
Yeah.
All right. The question is, the bunker.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking Christ. Fucking just stay upright, goddammit. All right. Oh god, units moving through. You know what? That's gonna be a question. What if it's a tight spot? Like, how does this unit get through there? Is it like Total War? And like, well, we're just fucking. Oh my god, no.
Oh god. I say if
Don't
it's a
shake your
skirmisher,
units.
if it's a skirmisher unit, it probably is easier for them to get through there than for a
Because this will matter for urban maps. Fuck, I didn't want to deal with urban maps now.
What the hell?
We'll do here. This test should be more of like a field battle. So get rid of the, or we'll pretend they're like mountains or something. I don't fucking know. Because I don't want to deal with urban the urban things, because that's more advanced than I'm willing to work on right now. Right now, let's just handle the basic bitch shit, because kid brain gonna turn into fucking molten lava. Alright, so. Fix my shit. Don't shake your mouse. That turns them into fucking... Okay, what could this be? You know what this could be? It could be like a farm, right? You know, this is... The sandbags are like the little picket fence.
Yeah.
What we'll do is we'll make it a little thematic. You know, I'm gonna move that. It's like a picket fence, and it goes like... You know, it curves in here for little horsies or whatever, or chickens, or cows, or whatever the hell lives here. Now we'll need to make a rule set for actually players making the maps, or the maps will have to be like made beforehand or some shit like that. Because otherwise there could be biases on this map. Like for instance, that picket
honestly,
fence is closer there.
Normally if there's a bias on a map, the player's gonna make this one out with each other.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I know there's one thing where everyone gets to play a certain amount of models. What? God, I forgot.
How do you decide who rolls first in the roll-off? It doesn't matter.
It literally doesn't matter, but who rolls first, because, well, the higher number...
Also, I'm not gonna lie, George's Rex, don't ask funny questions. Like, don't be intentionally funny. Because, like, when I'm doing worky things, I don't actually have patience for that.
Let's see, what else do I have?
I have
a forest.
We've decided that there were 5 by 5 with a depth of 4. Yep.
Ah. Could give this.
Oh wow, that's actually much more useful.
Oh no, one of the trees fell down.
Oh god, maybe we just gotta get rid of those buildings.
Oh no.
Well, okay. They fixed it. I'm gonna get rid of these bomb things. That's silly. Actually, wait. Yeah, that's better than the sandbag. Let's dump that, because that just looks weird. I kind of want it to look somewhat thematic.
Oh god, that forest is a little bit jank.
Look at the little picket fence. Alright. We got a giant-ass boulder. Like, I don't see those in Minnesota at all. We never have shit like that.
You don't have boulders?
Nope, not like this. Like, seeing a giant rock sticking on the ground would be weird. All right, we've got Fairman. That's enough. We've got some stuff on the map.
You know what? As long as the trees stand, everything's fine. How do I rotate this thing again? That.
Yes, there should be rules for creation for competitive. Yeah, that is right, New River. There will need to be a map making rule at some point. Do I want to address that now? No, not really. Am I going to? Yeah, we're gonna. Okay, so back to the Google Doc for a second. So, how the fuck do we address this? There needs to be a set amount of points for map spawn items in that case.
Honestly, that's something you probably could bother with later.
That's true, but I'm gonna write a notation for it. Competitive map. What's the word? What do you call them? Environmentals?
Map generation, map prediction. Oh, hey, it's Smashian.
Damn.
Smashian knows a few things about tabletops, if I recall right.
Smashian's a woman to me now. He's like, oh.
I mean, he is, but it's oh my god! I just look at the rock and there's a photo bucket for watermark on it. What the fuck?
There's what?
There's a watermark on the rock.
I can't even see it.
Oh, it says photo bucket.
Well, okay.
Although I decided that the green thing was out is a pond.
Okay. Let's put that in the middle of the map, huh? Instead of by.
I thought we were just gonna do this because we're doing relatively small scale.
Okay, so here, you know, if that's the case, let me draw. Oh god, how do you straight edge map? Hold on. Control Z again, line.
Oh good god.
There. We're just gonna do it this side of the map. Perfect. You get the pond, cause fuck you. Fucking.
You like water.
You know what? If I get the pond, then you get the fucking bunker.
Oh, get the pong. You get the thing that gives you cover. Wait, there's a bunker there?
The bunker is just a house, okay, for all intents and purposes.
Okay, and I can't see the bunker.
There. You can't see the bunker?
No!
Oh my god. Alright.
A lot of these objects I have, this one is from 2016. I'm surprised that they even still work.
Fair enough, fair fucking enough. Alright, you know what? The picket fence thing is just too much shit. I'm gonna get rid of that. And I'll move one piece over there so that I can recopy it if we need it.
And you know what? It's okay. It's a little forest land. I don't know if you have those in the US, but
we'll just do a simple death match because I cannot be fucked with any other rules. I just need to. We need to get through the phaseology. Round bases. This seems awful for units. Yes, it is. But you know what? I couldn't find any other base type. It just gave me a circle, and then I could put my art in there. Or by my art, I mean Sala's art that I paid for. So technically it is my art, actually. Fuck it. Mine. All this is mine. Mine! Except for these 3 models and, you know, everything else.
I locked off everything so we can't just throw it over. And I added some more trees because me.
Okay, do trees do anything mechanically? Like, we need to decide that now.
Not for these kinds of unit, probably. And I think even a normal unit would just part a little bit and pass right through them.
It probably would.
The big one in the middle probably should that's swampy.
Like that, maybe it's like dense trees or some shit. I don't fucking know. And this is a swamp. I change his fucking name.
The question is, are we going to use something like a line of sight system where you look from, can the unit even see?
No. Is the answer to that. Like, watch the stream or, like, don't waste my bandwidth.
What?
No, somebody just wanted to watch, like, me. It's like, no, there's a live stream for that reason. I'm not gonna split my bandwidth between that and fucking streaming. And to add more resource hogging. That's not worth it. Kibs, have you seen Tales of Conquest rules? No idea what that is. I also don't want to look at other rules. Units arriving in waves, light, medium, and heavy, and different. Well, that's kind of conveniently similar, but also I'm not going to look at that. With some RNG modifiers? Ooh, that sounds fucking... We have 1 in ours. Ours is basically like, okay. Oh yeah, Fairman, we need to roll for army arrival. What does that mean? Where's the
3
rule?
turns.
No, it's not 3, it's 1 round. 1 round until I arrive. 2. Alright, so army arrival for Fairman is in 2 turns, and I'm in 1 turn. Alright, so, because Fairman decided that I go first, now it's my Phaseology. We have no scorecard or stat cards for these.
Wasn't the yeah, I was about to say. Also, wasn't the you go first thing only for placing?
We need a stat card because our units have no abilities or anything. That's okay, Balpus. I forgive you. I forgive you,
Kibs, you probably shouldn't make the thing that who places first also gets to go first. It probably should either be a separate roll, or the person who gets to place first gets the second turn. But, like, oh yeah, you get to place your units first.
But
that means I get
that's adding a
first.
lot of complexity.
I guess.
Like, that's more rules to contest, like, who goes when, like, what the fuck?
If it's only a thing you do at the beginning of the battle, it's 1 roll.
Here's the thing, Fairman. Because I go first, you can react to everything I do. Ugh, fuck. It actually gives you, in my opinion, a benefit, but that's my opinion.
Yeah.
For now, we're not going to add an additional roll because that just seems like bullshit.
It does. Yeah, it does also really comes down to how much you can do on the first turn, and this with the switch thing, that's not as bad because you can move 1 unit and not all of it.
Now, Shadowboy during the bid say the target would be grappled. Let's Fairman write rules. All of the flame unit floor units are OP as hell. Well, fuck. Kib streams only top quality tier 10.
If I do the rules for the flamethrowers would be highly situational. But if you have them in the right situation, it would be a fucking nightmare for the enemy.
He generally doesn't break things when it comes to balancing. Generally, he doesn't try to because he's German.
Flamethrower in city combat, you just go, yes please, in open field you just go, It's a similar thing with tanks, but tanks are the opposite. Tank in open field, yes please, city battle you just go, no.
Okay, so now we need to open up the stat block and make stat blocks because they don't have any. Did I fucking close the stat block? God damn it, shit! What a fucking nightmare. I'm mad. Reap! Alright, back into the stat block. Alright, so we take this, right? Hanse Pansy made this. Hanse Pansy! Where's Hanse Pansy? I hope this just copies the whole thing. I'm just gonna put it down here, okay? Poof. This copied nothing. Wait a minute. Are we... How do you... What? How does this work again? See, I don't use Excel often, so I don't really remember how this works. So let's see. If I copy it, and then I paste it here... Yeah, now I can move it, right? Okay, well, actually, I'll just do this.
Oh, there's that stuff from when I did something with Jake in here.
Alright, we're gonna need 2 unit cards.
Let's say for the sake of ease that both of the units are the same.
No. Because of my brain. Because one's a skirmisher, one's not. But, I mean, we'll keep the stats the same because I don't...
How can we have not skirmish... Oh, you mean, yeah, right, for the later phases, yeah.
And they're technically swordmen, so... And this is riflemen.
Riflemen.
We'll call them.
The riflemen have a lot less armor.
Yep, we can do that. They'll lower the defense skill to,
light armor.
4, I don't know. Morale, keep it 10. Shield value, null. No shield. So none. And armor value will be, what? We'll say 3.
Yeah.
And then these guys will get an armor value of 4 because they'll be a little heavier. And then they'll get,
And if you get over the armor value, it fails then. Yes?
I just realized I fucked this up. Hold on. Reap. Alright, they have shields, so they get a shield value of 2. Which is basically their save for bullets. Actually, they're fighting bullets, so 4.
That is one agitated candle.
Now health 1. At least defense skill fine. Alright, so they got a ranged weapon. The damage, we'll leave it at 4 plus. Optimum range 5, 10. Fuck it. Leave it. Leave it. Leave it. Leave it all the same. Alright. And then this one, because the rangers, they get skirmishing. Skirmishing. Movement. Their movement needs to be better. Instead of 4 to 8. Lol, that's a date. Lol, cheat. Lamau. Stop again. Alright, so 4 out of 8. Oh, yeah. The lower number is the regular combat move. So they'll get 6 and 12. They'll be speedy boys, Fairbear.
I mean, they are light armored and stuff, so. And as skirmishers, they should also be able to move quickly.
3 plus. Actually, no, wait. They don't have a... Their primary weapon can't go into melee, so they get a dash.
I mean, they should probably still be able to bash someone with the butt of a rifle. Or something like bayonets.
Then we need to make a rule for drawing their little secondary weapons. That's true, we do need to do that. So, their thing... Their rifle is +1. It's fucking awful. Alright, so... Their sidearm would be a sword. That's 3 plus. But it's not as good as the other one. But the other one is fucking ridiculously good, so let's just lower that a bit. Perfect. New River says, Kibs, you have already answered, but how are game turns structured? For example, do you hand over the play to other player after all turn phases? Or after each phase? Or after each unit? After each unit, because fuck anything else. Literally, fuck it. Fuck all of that. Fuck that shit. I hate it. Ah, makes me mad. Because I don't want the players sitting there where you get big armies. It's like, I'm just sitting there staring at Fairman, burning hatred in my eyes, like, kill yourself.
But he kills your army.
Yes, it's to prevent alpha striking. It's also to prevent, what's the word? Boredom. Fucking boredom. Fuck. Sitting there and waiting, like, it's awful. If you do large armies, I would never want to play with a large army in tabletop. If one player does all their movements, because then you're sitting there for a fucking hour, waiting for your goddamn turn. Boring. 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 I hate that shit. Now we do need activation markers to say that this unit has moved all its actions. When we'll need like a two-sided activation, because units right now have set a AP level of 2. And because certain units use up all their AP, because units do have AP value. Something that isn't on their card, by the way. The reason for this is because everything uses 2 AP. I have set nothing to have more than 2 AP. Which is 2 action points. Certain orders use multiple action points. Like, what's the fucking word, Fairbear? Rapid Advance. Rapid Advance uses both action points to move. Meaning that unit can't do anything else. Because what you can do is you can actually spend an action point and move a unit, and then like that unit's done, and then it moves to the end of the turn order. So you can kind of hold things a little. Auto activation is normally used in squamish games over bigger war games. Well, Giggles, I tell you, bigger war games are ass. There. I've said what needed to be said, and I did the right thing. Now that I'm a fucking hero and saved mankind from extinction again. So, fair fucko bear. What the fuck did I just write down? Motherfucker, I minimized it. Or I didn't minimize it, it's buried. I can't see it anymore. Alright, so this is our character cards for our units. Well, I wish we could have these imported into the game. Maybe we'll do that later. So that will help, because otherwise constantly having to show chat this. So here we have our Astrian Rangers, which are our skirmisher units. These are their stats and shit. And this is these units. Now we'll add special abilities on the fly, mostly because this is a work in progress, and this is none of these things are staying. These are just placeholders. Mostly because I cannot be fucked to deal with it right now. So that's going off to the side. So based on that, we have a maximum movement of 6 to 12 inches. The hotkey for drawing is F2 and F4 for that little thingy. So F4 to draw. No, fuck. All right, Fair Bear. I'll let you decide, Fairman. Do you want to go first? Because I don't care. I just want to get this test thing going.
Go with you. What you said. You go first.
Okay, so in that case, I'm going to move this unit. Oh god. Whoa. Oh my god, it's around the base of the model. Whoa! I didn't know it did that. Okay, I'm making sure that it doesn't get, like, bonus. Yep, good. It doesn't count for the round factor. So I'm going to
What's the range of the weapons?
Oh god, that's a good point. I'm only going to move 6 inches. It's on the card.
Let's see.
So it's F2 and boop.
I'm trying to imagine doing this bullshit without sorry, not bullshit, but doing this stuff without a second monitor. Oh.
Okay, yeah, right now we're gonna need to import the rule stack unit cards into the game to make it easier. So I moved this unit. Oh my god, no tree! God damn it, the tree's physical.
Let me check something. Maybe I can fix that.
No, we'll factor in for the tree right now. Actually, no, that's gonna be a nightmare. Now that I think about it. Trees being racist to me, chat. I'm not super picky. I just want to see how this works. See if you can complete a game. No, is that technically? Oh, technically it's like a little bit above. Like, oh, the autism.
I thought there maybe be an option for make oh well.
Alright, Faber turn. How do I erase that thing I did?
And deploy. Can they move and shoot?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we need a new object to determine actions. Components.
Optimal range 1. What does 1 mean in terms of range?
Oh, we could make a custom card. Wait, quarters could be. Quarters would make sense. Cheat! Where's the quarters? Cheat!
What did you do? Oh no, Kibs.
Whoops. I loaded a table. Hold on, I'll fix it. Fucking goddamn it. Objects, there we go. That's where I wanted to go. I was on the wrong thing. Ooh, that might be it. Does it have like a 1 on the other side? That'd be kind of great. It doesn't. Also, my fucking eyes. Quarter's gonna be the best bet. Because it has a different side to it. Or checker, maybe.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh yeah, it does. Perfect. There, that's your activate. Oh, I can't see that one. The black one's the only one I can see. Red one? Yeah, I can see the red one. And where's my eyes? Whatever. Alright, so. For now, we're gonna try this. Fair bear. And there's yours. So, I move this unit. The crown will be full. That'll be half. Means it's held to the end of the turn. Now that means I can't... I see a potential issue already. We shall see, chat, and then we will ban chat. Like, why would you ban chat? Chat round. That's true. Chat is round. Chat.
Don't touch my...
Trevor, it's your turn. Phoebe!
Yeah. I'm trying to look. What is max range 1? 1 inch? 1 feet?
Oh yeah, we just set them to flat numbers. Here, let's change that. The max range the rifle will give it... Where's that?
I mean, if it's a boomstick, that would imply it's more something like a shotgun.
We'll give it 12 inches. For max range and an optimal of 6.
So they can basically move as fast as they can shoot.
Yep. It's just placeholders numbers for now. Obviously, I'm gonna fucking make somebody in charge of experiencing because I hate numbers.
How do I do the thing with having the... without,
Robert, I'm gonna burnt you. So what?
I can move up to 12, yes?
Yep, 12. That's rapid advance, though.
Yeah, what is it? Are the downsides? That was no shooting, right?
No actions remaining. Now, if I remember right, it's actually I can only do reactions. So even if I can hit you, I don't think I can shoot you. Because the whole thing about saving an action point is so that you can actually do the reactions to balance it. Otherwise, you could react to everything all the time.
Is there a way to, when you have those things, that you can automatically see how far you draw them?
Yeah. So, here's how I do it. Click on the ruler. F4 is the hotkey. Then once you're at the spot, like say right here, press F2, draw a line. Like boop, like that. Then you can get the eraser and erase it. Beep, like that. That's a trick I learned from Blondie.
It would be nice if there's something like, where when I pick this up, it automatically tells me, okay, you have moved it that far, but that would be too convenient.
Chat, how come we haven't won yet? Fairbear's gonna be homosexual. Now, I'm not sure, I'm still not 100% certain how I feel about the AP thing and the chip, but we'll see. I'm also not sure how I feel about it in regards to it affecting everything. Like, I'm not sure how I feel about a lot of things, to be honest with you, chat. Now, chat, how do you feel about it?
We got Grumpetons.
What?
We got Grumpetons.
What?
He's saying I'm here.
Hands, get in here. I'm gonna have you take over the playing aspect so I can look at the rules every time you guys do something. Ketchup, you're late. And now you will be impregnated. But ketchup is a wee.
Hands, and it's not my fucking fault. Someone decided to waltz in at 6:27.
Hands.
It's even better when
Fuck.
the place they were normally supposed to go already had their dinner.
A dice could be used for high AP units. That's true. Like, I'm not 100% certain. Right now it's set to only 2 AP value for everything. For balancing. Mostly because I do not want to add more complexity until we can complete a first game and be like, that was awful, or that was boring. Because my first expectation is this is going to be boring. We've got no special units. All we have is skirmishers for ranged and melee. We've got no heroes, ignoring Rhea. Then we'll add heroes to the rule set, and that'll make it more fun. Because Rhea's a caster, so that should make the Illumine interesting. We'll have to see how we convert that into the tabletop. I am not sure how that's gonna work. Yeah, these are placeholders, by the way. We'll eventually get 3D models. Fair bear? Alright, hands bear. Alright, hands bear. Hands bear! Hey! So Hands, if you open up the unit card or stat block doc, you notice I've copied 2 of the blocks at the bottom. We have 2 units on this side of the table, Hansy. These are skirmisher units, and the next turn, our army will be arriving. Fairman's army will be arriving in 2 turns.
Where did you say the unit cards were?
Stat block doc, the XL one. They're at the bottom. Astrian Rangers and Astrian Infantry. Right now everything costs 10 points because I don't care.
Sell doc at the bottom.
I hate how it's not covered in art and prettied up. Chat, avert the eyes. Eyes sting a little. It's, you know, as you do. I'm going to get a drink, though. I was like, I'm hungry, but no. We'll wait for food later. That will be too much of a distraction. Drink instead. Did you find it?
Opening up Google Drive. Because I thought you actually you pulled this stuff into the
Nope.
simulator. So I was like looking around. It's like, where the fuck are you talking about?
Right now I have no idea how you do that. New River, questions like that do nothing right now. Yes, Kibs, what tactical play is there in the game? Do I just rush everything? Or there's some nuanced mechanics? Right now, we are just testing and creating things. We are working on Phaseology. None of that matters right now. Phaseology first, then more things later. Focus one thing at a time. So, we've activated this unit here. That's the unit we've moved. This is the unit we haven't. you'll be taking over. Now this right here is designated as a swamp.
Late.
Right now it's just impassable terrain, is what we're calling it for now.
That swamp, huh?
The lake. The pond.
Whatever. That's a tiny ass lake, Fairman.
Yeah, that's why I said
It
pond.
says forest when I hover over it, but sure. I
Yes,
can say it's a swamp.
the swamp is in the middle. The one with the trees.
Listen, for all intents and purposes, they're untraversable terrain, Fairman. Like, I just cannot be fucked with remembering. One thing at a time. So, Fairbear, or Hansbear, with your unit card, you'll notice that we can move 6 inches. I'm not sure. I already feel like I want to talk about this. Yeah, let's take a pin. Fairman, stop doing that, please. Let's focus on something more important here. So, I don't like... I'm not sure I feel about the activation chips. Like, already I can sense problems here. I don't like it. I hate it. I want it to die. So, I don't know how I feel about it.
The issue is, you're going to need something to help people remember.
I know.
Which units have been, like, have and haven't moved.
Yep, but I want to discuss this again to confirm something. So, that's not the activation chips. So right now we have 2 actions per unit. Okay? This unit can move, if it moves at rapid advance, it uses both actions, which would be this side of the chip. Right now, how it's set is that if you use a half action, which is that side, they can move 6 inches, which would, you know, be about there. Or, well, no, about there. About there or so. But here's the issue. They have a half action remaining. Do we let them actually attack with that? Yes, no. Yes, we let them attack.
Depends on the weapon, I guess.
I've decided. Well, yeah, if the weapon has a reload. So, for instance, I think we'll introduce a special rule because they're black powder weapons that they have an additional reload time that other weapons would not normally have. Because they are more complicated weapons. A bow is not nearly as complicated as a rifle.
Then you're in between the crossbow.
Yep, we have a crossbow. Yeah, I think so. I'm feeling a little bit better now. So, okay. Fairbear, Hanse, what did I say again? Exactly, because I'm going to open up the document.
For which
Black powder weapons get additional.
Before that.
I want to word.
About the
If
chips.
But the chips. You think it's rather annoying slash complicated.
That's not what I said. Ah, that is what I said, but that's not what I said at the end.
You see, the part I was paying attention to, if you move 6 inches with a ranged unit, you can shoot when you move, or after you move.
Yeah, so, action points. Every unit gets 2 action points. And then every unit... Yeah, that's it. That's all I need to write. Alright, so. You can spend a half action to move... No, it's self-explanatory. I think I'm overthinking this. Put bold for sake of keeping it all conforming. Beep. Beep. Ah! No, I don't want that bolded. No! Better. Wait, why does that have that? It should have this. Unbold and that. Boop. No, it's got a separate thing, that's why it sounds like that. That's fine. It's fine, it's fine. We'll leave it like that. Perfect. Now I need to go down here, and we need to go to Rapid Advance, and then we need to write 2 AP. So, we need to start giving the orders different costs to actually perform. Combat move is 1 AP. A charge is 1 AP to allow you to get in position. We decided that from last time. Reforming is 2 AP. Pivoting is 1 AP. Organized withdrawal is 2 AP. Fallback is... No, wait. Kib-tarded. Or, well, I don't know. I don't know. How do I feel about organized withdrawal? We'll set it to 1 for now. To distinctly change up the cost. Bracing is 1 AP. Or wait, yeah, this is the part I was more mad about, or not mad about, but I'm not sure about how I feel. So, reactions happen in the in-between turns, right? So if Fairman's attacking us and our units use 2 AP, does it still get a reaction?
Probably.
Probably.
Probably not. But it depends on what they did, but that would make it really complicated.
Because that's the issue with range units. Once
I
they
guess
fire,
if
they lose their AP value.
I guess if you do something like, let's say, like in XCOM or those kinds, when you like putting them on Overwatch, then you get a reaction.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I hate that actually.
But let's say you use your thing to shoot at white guys, and then the other one can move. Would you get 2 attacks? Probably not, because reload. So what else could you do?
You know what? For now, just because I don't know how I feel about it, reactions are free. We're setting it to that. Just because I want to see how that feels. I feel like that's going to really quickly determine that I don't like that, and then I can put a nail in that and be like, yeah, I don't like
See
that.
something with a fast reload, like bows, or something that can do multiple attacks before reloading, be really good with reaction then.
Do you say boats?
Bows.
The bows. And let's say you have a unit that has 2 pistols and can make 2 shots. You just put them somewhere at a choke point or something, and they can shoot at up to 2 units that move in. Sounds kind of decent. Not necessarily bad.
Attack action like base attack or charge move on attack phase actions such as full or retreat to move on second phase. Are you just responding to things I type, or are you just being rambly Lapis? Like, look at him. Maybe we should introduce a leadership test roll, and then the officer just has higher stats, which means that they have a higher chance to succeed in a reaction. Rather than being guaranteed. Because that's the thing that I'm concerned about right now. Reactions would be in the attack phase. They'd be in the attack, but the problem is here's how this game works, right? I already see, like, I'm trying to address all the issues, which is why we're testing. Because, like I said, once it's on paper, everything sounds nice until you start testing it. So, this unit here is already the unit that started to make me upset about this whole set. This unit has only used half an action. It's moved forward 6 inches, it hasn't shot. Which means it still has an action remaining. So, what does that do? Or does it do nothing? You know?
In the most extreme case, you forfeit what you have left if you don't use it.
I think so. Does that seem right, though? Video game is one thing, chat. Making Terrestria Wars or Legend of Terrestria is easy. Terrestria Wars is, like, not my field of expertise. So it's a bit different. I'm thinking an alternative to the AP token. Okay, that's what you're saying. He says attack actions like base attack or charge move on attack phase. Actions such as full retreat move on a second move phase. I don't know if I like introducing more phases. I think that makes me upset. I feel upset and angered by this. I feel upset.
Angry Kibs is not a happy Kibs.
I feel like that's just awful. We already have enough phases, I think. But thank you for the suggestion, but I think we'll hold off on that. So you can attack 2 times with a reaction, but it's very limited? No, not really. It'd have to be a special rule for a special thing. Like, how it works for melee is they attack, and that uses 1 AP or 2 AP. They couldn't just attack and attack. Because attacking needs to be different. Like, for instance, getting into melee is a half action. Or charging. Okay. Stop. Or Hanse. Don't monkey with things.
I was about to just take them. That's what I was going to do.
Yeah, don't do that, because it actually like, some people react differently. When I'm fucking thinking and somebody's monkeying around, like, I just get mad. So, let's see. I need to focus. we need to... I don't know. I guess we'll just proceed. We'll proceed for now, and we'll see when that becomes an issue. For now, we'll just say that the AP is burned. Because we chose to move slower. But the thing is, like, we're not that far away from shooting at each other, which means next turn we could move another 6 inches and then shoot. But there'll be
not if it's 12
What's the
turns.
command to pull out the ruler?
F4.
F4.
Also, Kibs, not if it's 12 inch. Because then they're more than 18 away.
Yeah,
so
but
you're not gonna get
6
that
inches
shooting.
would be here. No, Fairbear, we're too far away to shoot at each other.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Maybe you're right. Maybe we should set an Overwatch ability. That way we can use the other AP and that solves that problem. Which makes it a full action. You have to have reactions be a skill check? That's what I just said. That's the way. You kind of skipped my previous messages, New River. There are so many. I'm thinking. Alright,
The issue I would have with the reaction being a officer role is that means that even if your unit is like in the perfect position to take Overwatch, just because of a shitty roll,
yeah, I was thinking of not
sit there.
Yeah, I was thinking of not having it be an officer test because that just sounds
Probably
awful.
want this. Everything that is while you're not in combat probably should automatically succeed, and then in combat you may want to do this
don't get me wrong,
because okay,
certain
combat is
things
chaotic.
Should have a role, but like an Overwatch in and of itself, like no, that shouldn't have a role.
Yeah.
That's why I said everything when they are directly engaged in combat, or let's say someone shoots at them, then getting orders requires a roll because at this moment it starts getting chaotic.
But the thing
Because
is,
they're under attack.
setting the so that we'll get to it when we get to the melee thing. But the melee thing already annoys me because when we get to melee issues, like then we have to set brace. So then you'd be like, oh, I declare this unit braces, which means that the other guy's just like, oh, okay, I'm not charging it. So it's like, what the fuck was the point then?
Now you probably have to commit. Then again, if he says I'm not charging, okay, so you stop your charge. Yes, okay, you guys stop the charge, but they.
Well, no, if you issued a charge,
Yeah.
if you issued a charge, they charge. They can't stop, and they already make that. A charge means the unit makes contact. We don't have like a failed charge thing right now.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying if you would allow someone to stop the charge, okay, but then your action is still gone.
The issue is at that point, it's the competitive issue of it's like, well, I want the other person to go first so they can potentially fuck up.
Which is lame, but yeah.
It just keeps putting back the actual engagement.
Well, again, if you don't want to charge someone that can brace themselves, well, then don't charge someone that can brace themselves. That's easy.
That's true. Only formation fighters can brace.
Well, maybe someone like the giants too, because they're big enough.
Units that don't have brace, so like slaves or militia, can brace, but they have to roll to succeed.
Yep, because they don't have the morale and training.
But they don't have the officer. We base it on the officer. It is the training technically in lore, because they are trained to do it. All right, let us
But
proceed.
yeah, what do you think about the idea of
Hanse, do you move this unit? You gotta deal with it.
What do you think about the idea of stuff automatically succeeding when you are out of combat, and then the moment you have
Hold on,
attack?
put a pin in that. I need to read this. So XCOM style turns then. I don't know what that means. I hate XCOM. Let me rephrase.
Modern
I do
era
hate it.
have 2 action points.
It says it is new XCOM style, 2 AP per turn, 1 AP per move. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, we mentioned XCOM and I don't really want to look into it. 1 AP attack, lots of 1 AP extra actions, some of them are turn enders. Setting up a reaction usually costs 1 AP. Warmer 30k have limited out of turn reactions, I guess. He guesses. So you can attack 2 times with reactions, but is very limited. Kind of okay, we're good. I strongly recommend XCOM style for the start. It is simple. Nah, I'm gonna avoid that. Mostly because I don't like that. Alright, so we're going to focus on what we have here, which I think is actually... I think we're on something, but we need to polish off the shit and get it going. So, you moved? Half action, I assume?
No, I moved them full.
No, I mean...
No, he's asking me.
Yeah, you gotta use chip.
Okay, so I can move another if I so choose.
Yeah, you can move.
Another 6.
You can move 6 there and then move 6 again. So you can bend around things.
Wouldn't
Otherwise,
that be
they'd be
after I made mine?
No, it's still his turn, right?
Okay.
He's gonna use it.
Well, that's another question. For example, okay, this one now have used all of his 2 actions, but what about this unit?
The unit has
Does it?
Yeah, it's true.
Yes.
I guess what we'll do is it doesn't use its other action, but we can go to the end of the turn. It's put at the end of the turn until it uses its action. So it can still move again.
They can't act. They can't act before a unit that hasn't acted yet.
Yep. So if you set up a reaction, you can set up a reaction. Alright, I need to set a rule for Overwatch, because technically we don't. And let's not call it Overwatch, because I just don't like the lingo. It's too modern. What's a more appropriate term?
Look out.
Prepared shot.
Yeah, because it needs to be flavor thematic. It's more of like a tiny thing, chat. It's not really a big deal. That goes under reactions. Prepared shot. Prepared shot. A ranged unit may prepare to fire by using one of its AP. We'll say action points. No point in abbreviating it. Action points to ready their weapons. And I just use the proper thing. Control. One AP. Okay. Did you do your stuff, Fairbear?
Oh, I was waiting for the stuff.
Alright, prepared shot is now written in the rules. See, look, chat. Well, we added a wheel. What's the penalty for delaying to the end of the turn? Yeah. I've yet to figure that out. I don't know if I want to punish the player for just playing the game, though. Just yet.
Yeah, done.
I'm not sure if I... Maybe... I think we should have it so that you have to use all AP to end a unit. Or set a reaction. You know what I mean?
I mean, if it does, you probably should say, yeah, no, this unit's gonna hold. So then
yep,
use
so
AP.
we'll say that this holds, which at the end... Yeah, okay. It's like Advanced Wars. There we go. That's the game I'm thinking of. Like Advanced Wars. The unit must be set to do a thing. So it is set to do something, which it was set to hold position. We'll say that. The unit cannot... Yeah, you know what? A unit cannot... Let's write that in the Phaseology. What would that be? Phases... you know, under action points, we'll put that there. Alright, Control B. A unit... Unit phases. Unit turns. A unit must use all of its AP. Now, if a unit is set to hold, we did actually specify that holding units can actually brace, if I remember right, as a reaction, because technically it gives them a reaction point.
They're just waiting for something to happen. And then if they get charged, that is something that's happening.
Now that means that the reaction point is free. So in that case, there is no such thing as setting it to Overwatch. Overwatch is just one of the reactions you can do. You don't have to declare a reaction. Yes. Otherwise, you're kind of fucked.
And you can only react if you have points left.
That's true. But how reactions work is if you have to do the hold thing specifically then.
Probably also gonna.
That makes more sense. Otherwise, Overwatch is just sitting there being this awkward order that just sort of doesn't adhere to the other reactions. Kibs, you can add delay action, cost 2 AP, to make 1 AP actions at the end of the turn. Yeah, kinda like that, actually. New River gets head pats. We'll try adding that to the list of orders as an experiment.
Then why not just make it one AP instead of just 2, and then you get 1 back later. That's just
Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense about what. I'm gonna redo
it's
it.
not necessary. It's maybe
Listen,
something that would
Fairman,
be...
the idea of what he's saying is what I like. I'm not gonna actually do it to the letter. I'm changing it to fit our thing, as a suggestion because I need to make it our own. All right, so delaying. You know what we call it? We'll call it dilly-dallying. Just, that's retarded. Why are you called dilly-dally?
Naseborn and Eierschaukel.
Dilly-dally. I choose to dilly-dally this turn. Ugh, cringe.
Kibs, call it Naseborn and Eierschaukel.
No, that's German.
Yeah.
Gross.
So is halt.
Get out of here.
Yeah, but Fairman, halt is an Americanized German word.
Delay.
Nope.
You know what? I think we'll call it halt because halt sounds kind of cool, actually. I like the way it.
I don't like use German. Let me use German.
Even though it's actually delay. Delay makes more sense. I'm gonna call it halt for now because it makes me happy.
Yeah, I like Naseborn and Eierschaukel because...
Stop, Behrman! Delay. Unit uses 1 AP to move to the end of the turn order. Units that delay following this unit go before it. Need to specify that. Otherwise people delay and they delay ahead of each other. So, first come, first serve. Little Carlittle says, each unit has 2 actions and 1 reaction in a round.
Oh wow, Carlos.
Hold on, let me
You're up
read.
early.
Quiet. Each unit has 2 actions and 1 reaction in a round. Each action may only have 1 reaction. Each unit may be activated 1. And that's a good idea, you little fucking Ratbian boy. Molest Carlos.
Tabletop.
Rape Carl. Okay, he's like, what are you doing here?
Funny thing is, I'm just thinking about this in terms of like an actual like AI you're playing against. Then you have like 1 unit that moves into range of like multiple of their ranged units. Then all of them waste their reaction on that 1 unit.
Like in the first XCOM.
Carlos can come in here. Carlos is part of the dev team.
I'm pretty sure he's too shy.
No, he's not. Carlos is not too shy. It's just when he makes his Carlos noises, it's going to make chat mad. And then they're going to try to kill Carlos. And I'm like, no, don't kill Carlos, he's a Ratfian. And then they stab him. Falls over dead. Ugh.
They just go A2 rat.
I'm just surprised that what he wrote there is legible.
Yes, New River, delaying does cost something. It costs you an AP. I also like the idea that every unit has 1 reaction, so it's a separate resource. But we don't want to bloat, so like we gotta make sure we don't add more. Because when we add casters, this is gonna get a lot more complicated, very quickly. Along
Probably,
with lords.
probably wanna make it so that certain actions cannot be taken as a reaction.
Or the enemy mage's spell. Then someone's like, I try to dispel your dispel. Then you're like, aha. But I dispel your dispel.
See, so you're talking about the Yu-Gi-Oh problem.
No, that's not a Yu-Gi-Oh problem.
I'm pretty sure it is.
In the actual game, it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's
Yeah.
Carlito. Yeah.
Lally. You're up early.
Hold on. How tired are you?
How tired am I? I just woke up.
You know, Raccoon told me that you're a sleepy boy all the time. Is this true? He giggles like, hee.
Well, when I
He's giving you
wakes up
shit,
already.
where it's like, he's like, I'm tired. Then he stays up till like 3 a.m. in local time. And then he wonders why he's tired.
By the way, chat, this is Carlos. He is our little concept art boy.
He's played man.
Look at me, sad, quiet, tired, sleepy.
Just
Sleepy
leave me
little rat.
alone.
You sound a bit grumpy.
He's always
waiting for
grumpy. When
He's
isn't
waiting
he
for coffee to
grumpy?
kick in.
I don't know. I've seen him talk with people and don't sound grumpy.
Good point. Now, where's the dog?
I don't know if I like that New River. I don't like the idea of you having to buy things using AP like that. I purchase a reaction point by spending 1 AP. That means that units with high AP is going to get awful.
That just sounds really damn gamey to me.
It's going to get really gamey, because Fallout 1 has this, where high AP unit. That's also why I hate high AP numbers, or stacking AP. Because Fallout 1, you can actually punch the Master to death with your fists. If I remember right. If you stack AP high enough.
I can believe that because of the perks you can get for punching or using,
you can stack so high
weapons.
that your character... Because how we have action points. Action points is set to units of time. That's what an AP is in our universe. It's a unit of time, a measurement of time that a unit can perform an action in that amount of time. By saying like you can stack AP to an absurd degree, what begins to happen is like they're literally moving faster than the speed of light.
Push for Kenshiro on the Master.
It's a bit ridiculous because the game rule set that action point is a set unit measurement of time.
Yep, so if we just say arbitrarily that, like, this phase is 15 seconds, and then you can just use your action points to buy more reactions, and it's like... So you're telling me that this one unit, just hypothetically speaking, can get 3 reactions when normal people get 1.
It's gonna be kind of like Rome Total War in the sense, like, very few units will get more. Here, I'll give you abilities. Little card, little. While you help us.
Oh, it's that guy.
Yeah, it's that guy.
Also, the documents you'll need open is the Excel doc for sure, the stat block doc. Because at the bottom, these unit cards are actually there. Otherwise, you're not going to have any idea what the units' roles are.
Where could I find that again?
Check your Google Drive shared with me. And then type in stat block. And then Terrestria at War is the other doc you'll need. Because that's the rule doc. Oh god, a bit of cold water dripped on me. What the fuck?
Yeah, I see that. And stack block. Alright.
Good night, Vulpus. My hope is that we'll have maybe something test-worthy to release to the public tonight. I'm not gonna expect it.
So, any action, first of all, I kinda have to say this, should be only cost 1 action. There shouldn't be deviations for that. Otherwise, you're gonna have a rule cloud.
Well, we're gonna have to set to different AP values, because everything has 2
No.
AP. Yes.
Yeah, well, everyone has 2 AP, but don't make actions what cost like 2 AP.
Yes, we are. Because Rapid
Why?
Advance uses it.
Then basically just make advance, move, and move.
No,
Why do you make?
Carlos.
I mean, I
Wake up.
understood rapid advance as being just 2 move orders in a row.
Yeah.
Now, don't get in the way of this. Alright, so, Fairman, it's your turn now.
Very well.
I moved all of my guys for that turn.
You did? Okay.
I'm out of actions.
Which means it's now our turn again, Hanse. I like how Hanse and I are just one. But in this case, it's your turn, Hanse. So, that means that everything is reset back to normal. Because now we've completed the first round. Now, what's happened now is army arrival has now happened. 6 inches from the board is the deployment, but honestly, whatever fits. Hanse, you can now choose to bring in the rest of the army. Fairbear, you have 1 more turn till you can deploy your army. So you won't get...
So where is,
Here.
quote unquote, our army? Is it in Fairman's little block right
Nope.
here?
Yeah, yep. It's each one of these blocks is 1 unit. But I think because it's such a small map, I think we'll only deploy 2 blocks. Just because, yeah, that's 2 blocks per side. Because the map is just too tiny. Except for this tiny little skirmish.
Sorry, I was just looking at these little guys just like hopping over the edge of the board.
Blah, 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 blah.
Oh my
That
god.
looks adorable.
We'll say that the edge of the map. Careful, don't shake your mouse. If you shake it, they will,
No, I was rotating. I accidentally used my scroll wheel. Alright, so you said 1 guy for us on our side of the board. Well, 2, but there.
That's what I was thinking. Spending an AP ought to mean that the character unit is taking an action that takes a definable amount of time. Unit with high AP are those which can move and act quickly. Yes. Because
Technically
AP
speaking.
is a measurement of time. So how long does it take a unit to move a rapid advance, which is its full movement distance, is 2 sets of AP, which means that's the allotted time, which is 30 seconds. High AP, and a unit with higher AP than that would basically mean that that unit is quintessentially acting faster because it's better trained. They're like elite. And I would never go above 3 because I think 2 is the norm, and like units that go above by a point is already like, that's pushing it.
I would say anything more than 3, it's like at that point, if it's all meant to be done at the same time.
No, because that's the problem though. AP is an action, it's a measurement of time. I'm actually against adding an additional AP number above 2. For now, it's only moving 2.
No, you misunderstand what I mean. I'm saying an entire turn is meant, from my understanding, to be a set period of time, yes?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you having more AP is you didn't just...
Yeah, that's a better way of wording it, I think.
That's what I was saying. It's like, if you're doing more than 3, at that point, you're not really human.
Yep. Go ahead and move the other unit on. But we'll have to be gentle about the numbers, because I do not want number bloat.
Okay. I have them selected.
After this test is complete, we'll start working on our first Lord, which will be just Rhea, and then we'll get her stats in. And some spells. And then the mechanics for that. I think that'll translate well, but I'm a little bit worried I don't want bloat. Because the rules of Illumine are... We'll see. We'll see how much of the game rules can actually be adapted into this. Or the video game's lore. And the real lore. 3 AP can be used for heroes? Yep, probably. I mean, we can set it for different values. Like cavalry can get more AP because they can move faster. Or skirmisher units might get more AP later. But right now we're leaving it at a flat 2 because we need to get through the system. Alright, have you done everything? Oh no, you brought in the army, now you gotta move your units. I'll move that dice because it snaps to it.
But actually, I was looking at, because of where I have the ruler, it's snapping to that one model.
So when you use all of your AP, you can't do this thing naturally. You can't do this thing with reactions and stuff anymore, right?
A what?
When you moved your unit like I did, you can't take any actions like hold naturally, or reaction shots.
The other turn's over, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, let's say he would move in my range here. At I last turn, I would have gone for a reaction, and you now move it into my thing. Would I still get a reaction? Or is it over because of the new turn? Because technically that should last until the unit is making its next turn.
Well, so here's how the game works mechanically. The round 1 is over. Like we're over round 1. That's why the army came in. Round 1 ended. We're on round 2.
Press tab, hands while you're holding them.
Oh my god, Carlittle!
That is the thing I was actually talking about.
Carlittle found a new way to do it. Arch, I'm sorry, you've been replaced.
I'm pretty sure there was something like that.
I knew there was something, I just didn't know that. I didn't
there's actually something else I'm gonna mention this. So when you right click them, toggle, there is measure distance. Where was it?
Oh.
Here it is, measure movement. For example, just it automatically does that. Then.
Excuse me. Mace window of First Lord? Maybe.
I'm reading the document. Reforms. Takes 2 AP, takes full turn to allow the unit to change its direction up to 360 degrees. So we can rotate where we already were looking at. Reforming, the unit takes a penalty to brace from incoming attacks. The attack will count against the unit new direction. A unit cannot reform if it is in combat. What's the point of this one?
That's if you get a unit and you need to turn around. So, units maneuvering, this map is actually super narrow, you don't get to see it much in play. But in order to pivot, you have to pivot with the angle. Pivot's only half. And that's only if it's an extreme degree you need to move.
You know, pivot that. Wait. So
you grab the
I
angle.
would say then. Okay, I would say reform maybe it was 180 and pivot there's 90 degrees. In that case.
We could, but that starts to restrict movement a bit. Well, not a bit, a lot of it.
No.
The issue I would have with doing it like that, let's say Fairman's unit right there that I'm getting close to. If we could, I could only limit it to 180, then it's like, well, it just feels a bit more restrictive. That's all.
All right, I'm gonna demonstrate this. 180, one direction. 180, another direction. It's 360 in reality.
Here, let me help draw what Carlos is saying. So, but you guys already know what 180 is. So, 180 is basically this over here. It's just like,
it just how he initially worded it. It sounded like no, you can only do 180 degrees of movement.
Oh my god! I wrote a B instead of an 8. Yeah, one bow. One bow. 180. Fucking fuck. No, computer, stop! Alright, I'm gonna have a fit. There we go. That's 180 degrees.
Ooh.
I mean, it's not the worst, because that means your unit is... Because that means your unit's facing this way completely, or this way.
Yeah. No, that's 90 degrees turn what you're showing there.
Well, that's the full angle. The full angle is this, all the way up. You can stop at any point.
Yeah.
Though this right here would be a pivot, so this would be the 90 right here.
Yeah.
Would be that way. That would be the pivot.
Mm-hmm.
Look, chat, we're doing big tinkies. Like, what? I don't know how to tink. It's funny. Kibs, there's one point consider in standalone games. Sides should be balanced. But if you are going to include this system in your main game, it is not so. Unit can be trained, tired, well supplied. What? Well, I don't really know what you're talking about. Yeah, I think you should be beaten for no reason. Come here. The thing is, I can't add everything into this from the video game because the video game's more complicated. We're gonna see how much of the video game can translate. Now, the video game doesn't have directionals like this because it's actually individual combat, but the warfare mode's a bit different. But in the video game, there's different armor types. Like this armor they're wearing would have a different damage nullifier to different weapons. Like swords would not be very effective on them. Nor would spears, if I remember right. I think blunt would be the more effective weapon. Certain stances would also change damage output. Because with swords, you can do piercing and slashing. God. God help mercy. Don't drop it. They'll fall. They'll fall.
They should be more or less snap.
How far over do I have to get before they go back down?
Oh, what you could do is just move them up individually. Like mark it with the pen. To switch to the pen to mark when you're doing the ruler, F2. You know, mark it. Because how I do it is like, how I do it sometimes I like, okay, it's over here, and it's like, okay, F2, and then I just make a little marker. I'll erase mine.
Well then. Is that because there's this...
Listen, New River, like, that I don't want to deal with rule bloat. Like right now, we're just gonna try to complete a round.
There's a tower that's not rendering for me. That's the issue.
Oh, you don't
Yep.
see that. All right,
I
that
thought
tower
it
doesn't
moved that
exist.
I think that's what was causing the issue with that flying into the sky.
There you
Because
go.
on my screen, it's like I should be able to move this. Like I should be able to.
I saw like a tower. Okay, is there? Yeah. Okay. Now you should be able to move over there. It should be fine. I think we made the map a little too narrow. Just looking.
It's not narrow. It's clouded with junk.
Yeah, there's too much shit. Fairman, remove this swamp on our side. This swamp on
No,
our
no,
side
no,
is
no,
too
no,
much.
no. Remove the trees. The bones are fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Trees.
There. Just a little hard to see.
Now all of them are gone.
Will pivoting at smaller angle from 90 degree be possible? Well, you can pivot at any degree. So, if, like, for instance, let me grab this here as an example. So, you want to pivot 90 degrees. You don't want to pivot 90 degrees. You're like, I want to move like a little bit. Then you do it like that. There you go. Let's say you want to pivot hard, like a full 90. So, it's like, okay, I want to pivot 90. So, 90 is like that because it's 90 degrees.
Here's my question.
Right? I think.
Do I want to just say fuck it and just charge with the skirmishers?
They got rifles. Heat. Check your ranges. You have 12. You can max shoot at 12 inches. Kerr says these black powder weapons need to be buffed.
The reason I was sitting here. Not getting all the
That's what I mean.
shots.
Well, that's what I mean, though. It's like Fairman just sat there because it's like, well, objectively, it's like that. Like, if you want the first, like, best shot, that's what
I mean, that's
you
normal
do.
in turn-based games, though. So
Yeah, that's completely
Advanced-
normal.
advanced or not advanced, there are different options, advantages.
We could also make a rule like whoever has more map control at the end of X round wins.
That is one of the reasons why, for example, if you play with
That's
objectives,
also why you want objectives.
let's say the thing in the middle
Yeah.
would have been an objective. Right now, you would have had this probably more secure than me.
Mm.
Well, it's also the issue I have of a lot of games say, like, you're the attacker, you're the offender, yet people completely disregard that.
Yeah. If you're a defender, you just want to sit there, but then you usually want to give the attacker an advantage, like you get 4 more points to buy units or something like that.
Yep. I mean, in this case, we'll say the map rule is set to. It's just deathmatch because this is just the fucking beginning. Like we need to figure out how this works. We need to complete a game and then we'll figure out to add more. Because next we're adding heroes, as well as fine tuning orders. But the next thing I want to add is heroes and artillery. We don't have any horsey stand-ins. Carlos, skid draw. No kidding.
You're horsey?
You know what's funny? This cannon, Sala was so happy when he made this cannon. He really likes this wheel he drew. He's like, I like the wheel a lot. I remember me.
It is a good wheel.
It's very wheelie.
It is a good wheel. It's a nice looking cannon in general. I like cannons.
Because next we'll add cannons and that, then we'll maybe add even monsters in.
So these guys got here this turn, so they don't get to move this turn, yeah?
No, they do get to move.
Do they have the actions?
Yep. They arrived on the map. As they arrive, you put them in just like you did in the skirmishing phase, and just like the skirmishing phase, they can move.
The size of the board anyways. Okay.
Oh wait, I just realized something. Did you do 2 turns?
No?
No.
Because I haven't moved anything.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it's alternates. That's one thing we forgot. Can we undo time a little bit? Because that should never have this scenario where you're in range like this should never have been able to happen the way it did. So actually, let's reset.
No, it should have been able to happen. It's just that I should have been able to actually do a shot by now.
Well, no.
You should.
No, that's not how that works. Because you need to move one of your units. You have to make an action.
Yep.
It's like chess, right? You have to use one piece movement, and then another person does another piece movement.
Oh, well, there's another problem. I could theoretically make a shot now, but this guy can't reach. Does it mean he doesn't get to shoot, or if one of the unit gets to reach, everyone gets to reach?
Yeah.
Or do you want to do center of mass for the unit?
Me? No kidding. Favor's like, you can't say me. You gotta tell me what. Alright, we could just say for now center of mass, but we need to write that down. And the center of mass unit can reach at 9 inches, so it will be extended.
Yeah.
So that is max range with the rifle. Because the rifle
I mean,
has...
I could always just. I mean, I can also just move.
Rifle
But I
has
can't move and
12
shoot at the same
inches.
turn, right?
So you're fine with
No, wait,
the rifle.
No, wait, I can actually move 6 and then just declare an attack immediate. I can use both of my actions at once. Right?
Yeah, we'll set that to that. Hold on, I'm just...
Doesn't.
We'll set it for that for now. Just because otherwise you just get locked in a reaction. No, I wasn't responding to you. I was talking to Carlos. Alright, what were you saying?
Let's say if I move over here now.
Bad barge.
And I could just say, you know what? Now I'm just gonna lay into that unit. Right?
Here's the question then. Ranged volley is a reaction.
Ranged volley is a reaction.
What?
Yes,
What?
ranged volley.
We have that as a rule?
It's in the reaction section.
No, that's for precursor units.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, did we not specify? Let's take a look. Back up.
Raiden.
Precursors, ranged volley. Ranged volley.
I mean, there wasn't really any reason for me to move. I'm just looking at the scenario how it.
Yeah, that's for precursor weapons. Oh no, that name is awful for that. Fuck.
Yeah,
Ranged.
that
How did we not see that?
Alright, let me go.
Here. I need to add a new rule here, and we'll call it reactive volley or something stupid. That's a placeholder name. Then I'm going to copy
Or
these
you can
rules.
just call it like dart shucking, because at least then you know it's a dart.
Well, it could be javelins. It depends on what precursor weapons that unit has access to. It could be dart based. It could be, you know, they could have little fucking javelins. Reactive volley, and then we just highlight it for consistency's sake. Our little blondie died. He was in chat for a second, trying to trigger people. Not very effectively, but he tried. He said, I succeeded. A ranged volley is not a reaction, because that would be retarded. Prepared shot is the reactive firing. So next to new orders, we have a new order called ranged volley. We don't even have the melee orders yet. We have to add them still. Ranged volley. Ranged units may fire their weapons. I don't know how else to word that. Pew, pew, pew. Technically, they all follow ADA. But wait, ranged missile is attack for hitting the target. The enemy has a shield reaction, but they don't have shields, so we don't worry about that, because shield stands in for defense skill. Then we have the penetration roll. They must succeed their... They must hit... I don't know how to word this. I'm just gonna write it this way. They must hit the target. Then they must, if the target has shields,
I'm gonna wait until you write it down, and I'm gonna propose something.
okay, that also follows ADA.
Weapons.
Because the attacker must succeed a hit roll, then the defender gets a shield block. They don't have shields, so they don't get that. Then they must get a penetration. So in this case, it's attacker rolls twice. So we don't get defensive rolls on the skirmishers' hands, because our skirmishers do not have shields equipped. We do have sidearms. We can charge hands because we do have sidearms. Swords, which is +4. I mean, it'll be about as fair. I just minimized all my windows. Fuck.
What the fuck are you doing back there?
Herman, stop it. Don't be annoying. Remember what I told you 5 seconds ago about me wanting to wring your neck? I had to open up all my goddamn windows. Holy shit! We're so busy working on rules and tisming over numbers. Gunfox, no! Gunfox donates a very generous $100. Say, here you go, Kibs. Keep up the good work. Also, if you get the work done, you wouldn't have to worry about them. Plus, you live in Canada. Also, if you get the work done, you wouldn't have to worry about them. What? What is that in regards to? At me again for the context. Plus, you live in Canada Light. Oh. Oh, you little bastard. Alright, chat, where you go? Barch is being snarky in chat. He wants to be raped. Come here, chat. Or chat. Come here, Barch.
Can he not be snarky? I don't think that's possible.
It's literally not possible.
Yeah.
Also, ignore the fact that you have a hero in all your units. That's just there. That's just a regular swordsman. We're not adding heroes until we get to the next game. Because then we're going to add the rules for heroes and magic and all that bullshit and see how that works on top of this. And then once we do that, then we'll... I'm kind of skeptical. Let's see if we can add artillery and monsters and heroes all in one go. That's a bit risky-frisky, but I'm willing to try it. We need horsies. I don't have any horsey models. I'm saying. We don't have even my spear beaks. The girl. I was like, shut the fuck up, cabbage.
God damn you.
My spear beak, Carlos. Slutimus donates say, read my post in chat. Slutimus says, destabilizing volley. When you are attempting to break down the cohesion of an attacking formation in order to gain bonus and defensive unit. That could work. Formation Breaker is a cool name for it. Maybe. You know, I'll add that as a temporary thing. And not just because you paid me. Just because you paid me. It's better than what we have, because what we have now is not the best. It's a placeholder name. What was what? Prepared shot? Or is it reactive volley? No, reactive volley is the rule for precursor units only. Which means we can call it formation breaker. Because it could break a charge. That's cool because it's got a special rule for that. Alright, let's write that down. Formation breaker.
What
What
the?
did
No, that was my fucking cat jumping on my mouse.
Fucking hell.
Oh my god. That scared the piss out of me.
My fucking
Out
arm.
of me too, because all of a sudden I just feel like this cat tail next to my leg, and he's like, "I want to jump up," jumps up on my mouse. It's a cute little fucking.
Why your mouse was on that button?
It wasn't.
If you excuse me, I'm currently getting a heart attack.
Wait, what?
It startled him. That's why.
My fucking heart is going apeshit right now. Oh, good god.
He was just sitting there, like twirling the fucking die, then all of a sudden that. At least the game does remember where everything was before the flip.
Yes, that's because it has a Control Z. All right, so what the fuck was I doing before I had a fucking heart attack? Fuck. Hold on. All right, so reactions. Formation breaker. When a defending unit being turned, you must have a ranged option to use ranged volley. That's not the name it has anymore. We'll call it charge breaker. Technically, it doesn't break formations. Well, how would it stop a charge?
No, I think what he's trying to say is basically.
It just kills units, yeah.
Oh no, it's not just that. It's like basically, it's like a unit that's charging gets bonuses, right? Basically, this is a unit with ranged options. That's like they sees it happen, and it's like, oh fuck! So they just tell everyone to shoot, in hopes that it basically disorganizes the charge, so the bonus they would get from charging is nullified, and then maybe kill some of them.
Mm. Oh yeah, the precursors would still get the ADA. So precursors still go through the ADA roll. And then there's the... How do I word that? What's the debuff? What's the buff from charging? We don't even have a buff for it. Like, I think charge is just blank, if I remember right. Is it? Or is it? Charge, 1 AP can only be done in direction. Charging gives bonus to the attacks. What bonuses?
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that was one of those.
What D system you have?
Bonuses later.
We have a D6 system.
D6 plus 1 to hit.
D6 plus 1 to hit.
Plus 1 to hit. The hit rolls.
That seems fair.
Here you go. Although...
What if they have a 5?
Well, it doesn't go more than 5.
They're like 6s. Everybody's dead. Yeah, lethality would rise too high. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't, because that's to hit the target.
Yeah, that's just saying it's like, what are your odds of
No.
That's
Never do 100% chance of doing
That's
something.
true, that's
always
true.
Must be. And why the hell are you guys doing the opposite system?
What do you mean? You want the
So
number to go
6 is-
lower? I always thought additive would be better.
So 6 is no. I mean like plus 1 to hit is in the roll to break the hit. Let me go step back to realize what you're doing. All right. So
Squints eyes at Carl.
once always hit. Roll of 1.
No.
No,
6.
it's the opposite. Okay.
6 is higher. Higher is better.
Okay.
Lower is
So
better.
what I meant by the stat, the roll to succeed to hit should be reduced by 1, so that you have to, instead of having a roll of 4, you have to roll a 3 to hit the target. That's what I meant.
The thing is,
So-
mechanically speaking, saying it like reduces the threshold, or you get a bonus by the same amount to hit, it's the same thing.
Yeah. So how you guys name the stat of performance of accuracy of a hit?
The stat right now is just actually uses the same names as ranged or melee. Ranged and melee use the exact same system at the moment. We don't have a difference between melee skill or range skill. Mostly because I just, fundamentally speaking, they're the same skill at the moment. Now we will need to separate them for the sake of ranged units being bad at melee to demonstrate that.
What is it called? Weapon skill?
If you look at their unit card, it's just based on their weapon skill. Or the primary.
Okay, then the weapon skill has +1. Then write that down.
Okay. So charging gives bonus to weapon skill.
Yeah.
Gives a 1d6
Or combat skill, something like that.
or a d6 plus 1.
No, just +1 to the stat.
Plus 1
Weapon.
to weapon skill.
That will be good enough for test values.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the pivot action. What if you only just gonna demonstrate it? Gonna grab these for demonstration. What if you want move like just a bit of movement sideways? I don't feel like that should cost an extra action point. I understand 90 degrees. I would say about 45 degrees and then it actually starts.
Yeah, 45 degrees is free, because yeah, I agree. Otherwise, like, little bit of turns, like, you turn a little bit. Well, you're gonna have to use a pivot. Like, oh, okay.
I genuinely think pivot...
Old faction protractor.
I feel like pivot action is completely... I understand, like, doing 110 degrees turn, but then it could cast action, but before that 90 degrees, it shouldn't be a thing.
Combat move, hold on. A unit can move its combat move distance, or it can turn... Oh no, it can also turn 45 degrees. What's the degree symbol? I don't know how to do it, but let's write degrees. 45 degrees.
Me.
There.
I tend to time to time accidentally do it. I forgot.
There, now we've set it. We've set that in the rules that combat move and rapid advance can turn a little bit.
Oh.
Oops, CNA, that's China or something. Do I need help coming up with ideas? No, not really. I need more so help coming up with fucking... What's the word? Not coming up with. Refining and polishing. Like squeak, 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 squeak. You know, until it's shiny. Because right now I can come up with ideas easy peasy. With friends or without friends. But my biggest concern is all the dirt that's stuck on those ideas. Oh, it's a little messy. Degree symbols Alt 016? I think you're lying to me. I don't believe you. Liar!
Yeah, it is Alt Shift A?
I want to press that and if something bad happens, I'm going to be mad. Well, he lied to me. Well, he lied to me. Oh my god, you know what I could do? Here, let me get it. Google. Degree symbol. Copy pasty. Oh no, it's not even there. Oh, there it is. Got it. Control C. Control V. Did it, bitch. Oh, it's black. Fuck. Paste. No, paste without formatting. There we go. Now we get this pure one, the white one. She's like, what are you talking about, Kib? Like, don't worry about it, chat. Nothing personal, chat. Just a little bit of racismus. I did it, Carlos. Move your fat little stubby highlighty button.
We lost Carlos.
We lost Carlito. Alright. 45 degrees have been added. Now let me go fix that 180 degrees. Fancy. No, deleted the wrong thing. Perfect. We got it. We have the degree symbol. Uh-oh, what was that? Pepper, stop that. Remember when I told you, Fairbear, not to do the thing that annoys me the most? Oh, Fairman. Alright, so, whose turn is it?
Mine.
No.
The axis you turn a unit on is based on if it's going left, it's its left unit. If it's right, it's its right unit. I didn't write that there yet, but it is. So if this unit was turning 45 degrees,
Yeah, no.
it would be based like this.
Oh, Hanse, why do you say no? I haven't made a single action
No,
yet.
Fairman, because I thought I was in the middle of an action.
You moved those, didn't you?
No, Fairman, I was talking about these.
Yeah, but why do you get 2 turns in a row?
Fairman, that's where this confusion was.
Yeah, that's where it started. So we need to reset the turn. Move those chips, or move that chip. We'll move 1 unit back because we do go first. And this was the last unit moved, so this unit goes back to wherever it was, which was 6 inches or so.
6, yeah, that's 8.
Perfect. There. Now, Fairbear's turn.
Have you
Awesome.
moved these guys yet?
Yeah, those ones moved. Or did they?
Pretty sure they didn't.
They're kind of in the same
Pretty
spot.
sure you only. I'm pretty sure you only moved these guys.
Okay, well, we're just resetting the turn. Alright, Hanse, go ahead. We're resetting it because I was confused about all the fucking weird shit that was going on. Alright, let's just go back into that fucking... always minimize the goddamn document, chat. I swear to God, I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm. Alright, let's just fucking quickly fucking do this where I fucking have a fit and scream. You know what? We'll get art for that. We'll get fucking art with like a little arrow thing, and that'll all make sense later. Right now, Kibbos just doesn't give a fuck about that. Right now, we only have 2 nations, because I only have art for enough for like a little army. Technically, Astria would not employ giants from Budanua, but don't worry about it. That's for later. Because they don't like. Firstly, they're like on a different continent even. They're just there as an example.
Are you done?
That was my movement.
Alright. How do you want to put this thing? Oh wait, I still have half turn left.
Yeah, that's true. Document, remind me, after all the edits, what is actually the thing I can do.
If you have still an action, you can shoot. Yep.
Yeah, if we can reach,
No,
but
I think
you
this
said from
movement
the
used, then...
Yeah, you
you
can
said
reach.
from
Well, no,
from
because I could
center,
have
right?
gone like the last time.
Nope, 'cause it
that-
touches your center. Your center's there.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying it's like, from what I remember, it's like this unit just got into position and it couldn't.
Fairman, that's not your unit center. You're grabbing the back right unit. It'd be any center unit. If the center is a square, then it would be any of these
I
units.
thought center unit in terms of the unit of guys. So right in the middle of all of them.
If it was right in the middle, you could still hit.
But yeah, what Hanse said, because I remember him not being able to shoot at me, but I was able to shoot at him last time.
That's really weird to measure from the center. I'd say from the center front unit. That's just gonna make it easier. So
I
it
would
has to reach
say
yours.
each individual model has a measurement of the range so that all
Oh,
units may
God.
fire at them. So, just for
And
example,
that is how Warhammer does it.
you have a range of 12. These 6 guys only could shoot. These 2 are out of distance.
No. That's gonna get messy quickly because we have different range values. We have optimal, and then we have fucking extended, like BattleTech kind of.
Oh, the
That's
issue
actually
is
the
these guys
problem.
are going to be shooting at extended anyway.
Yep.
Well, that's
Like even
the
the
one
closest
thing.
one is going to be shooting at 8.6.
It's such a minor. It's such a minor thing that like
Right.
the variation. I'm fine with it. It's fine. It's fine. I don't care. They're shooting. Let's keep the turn rolling.
So if one unit can hit, all of them can hit.
Basically, it's from the unit mass. Because in this era, it's not about squads and individuals. Like, that's the thing that you need differential Warhammer. Here's volley fire, and only volley fire. Like, that is how warfare is fighting.
So the
works.
question is, last turn, if I would have gone, because I made 2 full moves, I can't go on guard afterwards, right? So I wouldn't have gotten a reaction shot for him getting into range.
The reaction shot, is it only in that round, or does it extend into the next round? Until the
It
next
should until the unit is next turn, because in that case, let's say I move them, put them in reaction,
I have
turn
an
is
issue with
over,
that, because
and they
then it
literally...
extends into the next round, which is really
Yeah.
awkward.
It should be until their next turn they are in guard, because if that's the last unit that gets moved, there's literally no reason ever to put them into guard.
In that case, then yeah, so Hanse still moves there, but you shoot him then.
Because naturally you would just put them into guard.
Because these are
again.
rifle units, they will not be able to shoot again. They will need to
Yeah.
reload. Which you can start on your reload in advance, so you're still benefiting because your units are already going to
Yep.
be reloading ahead of time.
Yep. Because naturally you would move them then and just say always put them in guard if you can do that.
I'll need to write an addendum because they're using rifles that they have to have a special rule for reloading. But yes.
1 action for reload.
Okay, so that's one
Well-
thing that needs to be added. Fairman, go into the rule thingy and go to the reaction for basically holding fire, and add that in there, that extends into the next round until that unit is activated. Once that unit is activated, that is disabled. Because I do agree.
Reactions.
Remember, this is more of a growing and learning experience. It's not about winning. But if Fairman wins, I will kill you, Hanse. What? Fucking...
Okay, so it's under reactions. What should that one be called?
It was called, not Range Valley, it's called Prepared Shot. Barch would like Terrestria War. Why? Because it's kind of like Pike and Shot, but a little bit before Pike and Shot, so it's not Pike and Shot.
So and then I add this to prepared shot.
You
Yes.
lied to Barch, didn't you? I was like, yes. Yeah, Prepared Shot. You're in the right spot.
Prepared shot. If a unit get in range, they get to shoot at that unit. Yes. Even if it's not their turn. Wow.
Picking the minimal range from every unit base is kind of simple. Yeah, but then you have to mark the dice, and that means you're going to need multiple colored dice. Okay, you're probably going to need colored dice. How do we experiment with this? We can experiment with it because we are experimenting now, so might as well. We're not components. But Chad, I'm going to hurt you. For no reason. I don't need a reason, Chad. I can do what I want. It's my stream. It's my channel. I can do whatever I want. Alright, there's dice.
Yeah. Is that better or is that wrong?
Alright, we'll get a black dice. We'll get a red dice. We'll get a green dice.
I
We'll
just
get a blue
added.
dice. Hold on, I'm just spawning some dice.
If nobody cares about your dice.
We need different colors to keep track of different things. So,
So
optimal is going to be red. Suboptimal, or not optimal. What is it actually called? Optimal and max. Max is green
now
and optimal is red. We're going to try it because we might as well try it while we're testing.
it's getting really complicated. We have 2 different type of dice for shooting.
Yeah, that is complicated. I don't know if I like that. I think I hate that.
Just make it that if they're in optimal range they go, and if they're not in optimal range they get a -1 or 2 or something like that on the hit roll.
Yeah, do we even have rules for that
Yeah,
yet?
it seems to me that like if it's gonna be at max, that if a bullet hits, like it should still do the damage that it does.
The
But
dice
just
thing
the
would
odds of it hitting would be reduced.
the dice thing would only be useful if you, let's say, half of them have, I don't know, let's say exploding ammunition, and those are green. And even then you probably would want them separated.
So it's going to be a flat thing. Optimal range is no penalty.
Nope. No. Depending on the weapon,
And-
maybe even plus, but yeah.
Well, at the moment, we're just going to leave it. We can add special rules later. It's just getting the basic principles in place. Max range is a -1
For now, yeah.
to hit. That's specifically to hit, so they take no other penalties to any of the other calculations.
Does that
Yeah,
one get
'cause, like for a bullet from this time, like if it hits, like it's going to do this the damage it's going to do is going to be
Yeah.
roughly equivalent.
Wouldn't prepare shot then kind of negate that because they get time to aim or something like that?
Nope.
Because it's something.
Prepared shot allows you to shoot beforehand, which means you get you're getting a free action basically this turn. You're already getting a benefit.
Then I don't know if prepared shot is
Because
the
remember
right
that
name
unit's
for
still
that.
gonna have 2 actions. You can choose
Yep.
to retreat, or you can choose to start reloading.
Well, right now it would.
No, prepared shot's an apt description because it gives you the benefit of you preparing a shot.
I guess.
But adding +1, like it's already stacked.
Maybe not. Yeah. No,
Thank
the +1 probably would make.
Hold on,
face
this
of the
one's
weapon.
actually pretty up in the air for me.
Let's say someone has
Hold
something
on.
like a blunt.
+1. I'm gonna see what chat thinks.
You want this one to be based on the weapon.
Chat, look at that little poll. Do you think it should have a bonus or not? You little tards. Like, we're just different.
Again, I do think it should be based on the weapon. If you have someone with a blunderbuss in very short range, they probably should get a bonus to hit, and at long range they probably get a
That's already shown on the stats
Thing is,
though. Fairman,
that's
that's
already
already
there
accounted
in
for.
the-
Fairman!
hold on. That's
I guess.
already simulated there in its range.
Yeah, we already have that written down. It already simulates that. Fairman,
if you
to
try to
add more
change-
I
rules
know
to
that
on
they
top
have
of the rules
different
already have.
range.
Beep. Yes, but Fairman, every ranged weapon will have a different stat. The rifle has a 6 and a 12. That's unique to the rifle. If we have bows and crossbows, that'll be different.
I think
Yes.
that range is too small.
It is probably too small. But I set it short for this test. These numbers are all going out the window, by the way. I'm not keeping any of them.
I hope so.
Well, it's not about you hoping so. Like, that was what I said in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking little cartard. I'm fucking made more games than you fucking little... come here. Come here. Come.
You
Beat me.
played more of those games though.
Yes,
True.
but I know what I'm doing when it comes to balancing. Right now, we're not worrying about fucking balance, though. It's Phaseology. For the 3rd millionth time, Phaseology is the focus in today's thing. Once we have the Phaseology down, the heavy lifting is done. Then it's the number crunching. I made everything on my desk bounce when I did that. Okay. Focus is on Phaseology. Phaseology comes first, then the other bullshit comes
Alright. Perform the shooties. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
I
Kill.
will comment afterwards. And I'm
Gonna
gonna go
shoot
as
at
well.
Hanse then.
They're gonna draw me spear beaks. He's like, no, Kib, I already drew you. Got pick. It's like, more.
Yes. Pick them.
Well,
Pick
but
it.
not on stream. I don't want chat to see
Pick
it.
Yet.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, what we do is we show them the options I picked, and based on the ones I picked from, that way they can be like, but I like that one. Be like, well, too bad. That's cruel. I really should stop showing them the A, B, C, D variants and be like, no. You just get to see what the end result is. You just get-
That's
Oh, I
what
don't
I've
get
been
them
saying for a very long time.
I let them
I
see
was
some of the
very
development
something.
process because it's. I'm sure some of them appreciate it. Some of them are a bit autistic.
Where's the hit range of these guys?
It was 6 and 12.
That was the range.
Yeah.
Now what about the hits? Oh wait, we don't have listed bonuses.
We do not have listed the bonuses.
So, optimal range. So it'd be, fuck.
None of them are on optimal range, so just do the basic rules.
So max range, which means they take a penalty to hit. We'll say the penalty is a
+1.
-1.
A -1, yeah. So if they hit on.
We'll set it special. We might set weapons to be different. Well, we will. But later. It's cut off a little bit.
So they normally hit on air. Let's see, where's that?
No, I minimized it.
It's a damage. Penetration.
Listen, chat. If we can complete this game to its completion, that means that the prototype is now playable.
I can't see.
We have
I
no
can't
units
find
to work with.
I can't
Not
find my.
navigatable though.
I can't find my to-hit roll on these guys.
It's 1+. Wow, that's awful.
No, he means the target number.
Yeah, because so 1+ means as long as I don't roll a 1, I hit. Okay.
No, based on that roll, it means that you don't hit ever. Baby, we need to fix the number. It was never adjusted. The swords were, but that wasn't. That was left at a 1 because of other things. Hold on. We'll give it a.
All of them.
It's a musket. We'll give it a 3+. So you're actually going to be hitting on a 4s. 4s or no. You are a penalty, so you'll be hitting on a 5+.
Yeah. Wait, if 3 plus a penalty of 1.
Wait, 4. Math is hard for Kibs.
Honestly, I probably want to have this one based on either the weapon or.
Don't worry about the balance. Can't do simple math.
Because a good shooter can probably hit better even with a shitty musket.
Yes, we'll need to add individual skill stats later. That's something we're missing in the current build.
Maybe something like the musket can never hit better than 4 because it's so inaccurate or something like that.
Actually, no, I think adding... No. I think we'll just add weapon stats and then it's assumed based on the unit.
Yeah, that one's gonna hurt. Okay, this won't go away. 5 hit.
5 hit? They have no shields. Now you gotta roll to penetrate. What's the armor?
Do they even have?
Actually,
have
for the sake of this, they're fucking wearing just a breastplate. That bullet's going right through.
Yeah, that bullet.
It's like a 75 caliber. It's gonna go through that.
Penetration. If they have enough penetration, you can just ignore armor. Yeah.
Yep.
Then what, Carlos?
Well, the thing is,
I will talk later because I think there's gonna be a whole list.
There is technically glancing that could happen.
Yeah, but if you want to have, you have 5 hits, yes. Okay, now roll if that's a glance.
Actually, no, they should always get a defense roll because otherwise it's just that ignores the ADA, even if it's a low chance. So we'll say that it's a 1 because of the penalty to the AP. Because it is possible that they'll glance.
That it is glance on the shoulder plate or something. Yeah. Maybe not on the shoulder, on the helmet. Yeah, okay.
Or that it hits at a right angle, that it does ricochet off.
That's something I tell the people when they say, 6mm can bounce 120mm. Yeah, that's a right angle. It can bounce on everything.
It's theoretically possible for it to happen, so therefore we should factor in for that small possibility, because it does introduce the ability to defend. So, in that case, you need to roll... You need to roll, like... You don't need to roll much. Like, 1s or fails, and anything else is a success in this case. Because they are just wearing a fucking breastplate.
Wait. Once a fail, that means as long as
I be the rolling.
Yeah, you roll.
Yeah. Also, once is a fail, that means unless he throws a 1, his guys survive.
No, actually, 1 is the survive roll.
Yeah, because he said
what I said. Whatever, my words don't matter. Required for it.
Yeah, none of them.
No. Okay, what happens when they lose 5 guys? That's over 50%. You don't have
didn't I have to roll for a wound?
Oh yeah. No wait. No, he would only do that if he had a shield. Really
right.
Fucked up. That's a shield roll. That's a shield.
That was a shield roll.
They have no shields, so they don't get a shield. So the defender in this case doesn't get. This would be AA. ADA doesn't apply to units that don't have shields. It's just AA.
Sometimes if you get shot, it's a first volley. Sometimes there isn't much you can do.
His heavy infantry will get
This is Hanse's turn?
Yeah.
This was the Hanse's turn?
No, that was my turn. I shot, hit him 5 times.
No, technically it was my turn because I moved up.
Oh yeah.
He reacted.
That was a reaction, so yeah. So I feel like, just a personal reason and as well how time would flow in the combat, I would say if it's a reaction firing at each other, the persons whose turn it was, honestly both of them shoot as they were before the shooting, while they Basically, all of the units shoot who are alive before even the volley happens, as in, it's a counterfire.
Wait, so you mean they both shoot at the same time?
Yes.
No, oh, yeah, but basically what he means, Fairman, is that I would still shoot with all of these guys at full strength, and then basically we both do damage to each other at the same time.
Then
Because otherwise, here's the thing: what happens with the defenders have this kind of a choice, it becomes a game very defensive.
Yep.
And
yeah.
In that
But
case,
then
he would never attack.
Which is
Just
what I
to
was
put
kind of
this
getting
one
at
into
earlier.
a-
When
You
it's like,
still get your bonus of having to reload.
Just to put this one on a bit more of a logic thing. So basically, the guys that sit there, okay, we're now keeping watch, have a steady aim, get to shoot at the same time as the guys that literally run in there.
Yeah,
and
no,
to
hold
steady
on,
the
fair
same
enough.
aim.
you're
both-
focusing on
both
the
of-
wrong thing.
No, you're both. He's got a point, but I wasn't done speaking. Right. So I think that the guys still die, but he does get a reaction and fire.
Yeah,
That's what I was getting at. It's like the thing is, if that happens, Fairman, then why would you ever want to attack?
Yeah, no, if they get to react, that is fine. But if they're at both same time, I would say in a situation like this.
I will also gonna mention this. I feel like spending an action point to do certain reactions kinda would slow down a game or make this kind of problem, as you just mentioned. I feel like shooting back should be just a regular reaction. You just don't have a chance of firing in your next turn because you're reloading.
Yep.
So that would solve that problem. Do I really want to shoot right now?
Maybe there's a better target later, but at this point, yeah.
Yeah. So holding actions to do a reaction better, I feel like that will just drag the game slower.
The thing is, with 5 guys gone in that thing, that means 3 guys will get to shoot back.
Yep.
Well, that's how previously rules written, yeah, but
I think we need to adjust lethality because the lethality is very high.
Well,
lethality is incredibly high.
I mean, that was
this
also
is-
pretty good
keep in mind,
roll.
This is a small skirmishing.
The rolls are pretty good. Like we'll do a larger scenario to see it better implicate, but we need to finish. So go ahead. We'll continue.
Plus, if you get hit by a musket, normally that would probably take you out.
Yes, these are high-powered units, and we haven't factored in for cost of these units.
Lethality is all fine, honestly, personally. It's just that the lethality happens in your own turn
The thing to okay, you
Bef-
just highlight and press R.
by reaction, what I feel like is the problem.
Yep, I'm thinking the reaction. See, my problem with the hold fire or thing in shooting is that it does just sort of like Fairman just feels like he's sitting there camping, and that we're just getting fucked because of it. That's one
This
thing
is why
that I
normally
see
you play
problem.
objectives in a situation.
I don't know, but for now we're gonna roll with it. And of course they should have a benefit because they are in a defensive position. Defensive positions should have their bonuses, and this is their bonus. Strategically, we do not want to take that away. Otherwise, what's the point of fucking?
And I think maybe have something like you can make suppressing fire, so they lose that bonus. But
Now, for now, we are not going to implement the morale system because I just don't want to think about that right now. So units fight to the death for the sake of my
because-
autism.
because with a morale system, probably if there's only
These
3
units
guys
are
left,
dead. All right,
if there's only 3 guys left, they
Hanse
probably would
Pansy,
ponder us getting out
return
of there.
fire.
I already did.
Oh, you did? Where?
Yeah, that's what these rolls are.
These are the rolls?
Yeah.
No. Only 3 guys return fire.
I thought that's what we were discussing is that you whether or not the full unit.
The
That's-
full unit wouldn't be able to get in
Also.
position to shoot because they used because they were already in a prepared position to fire, so they get a bonus.
That's what I meant. When it would be a little bit stupid that the guys that run in there still have to aim, spot the enemy, kick it to the same reaction at the same time
Yep.
as the guys that already.
That's
run
one of the
over there.
benefits of that order.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, what
Well,
was
that's
the rule?
one hit. One hit.
136.
It hits on 3+. There's no penalty, is
No,
there?
4 plus.
Oh yeah, because he's same
He
penalty.
has the
Yep.
same unit. Yeah, he has the same penalty.
All right, then you got to roll to penetrate.
Does he? With
Yeah.
that armor?
You didn't roll to penetrate?
He
You
did.
Oh,
Yeah,
did.
did.
he had to as you had to as well. Yeah, so
oh yeah.
yeah, he's still got to do it too.
Just don't roll one.
No, I was close.
He killed one.
be more angry one guy is dead. Probably should take from the back.
Yeah, you can take whichever one. Doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. As long as you remove a unit from the reg.
And next turn, I'm just gonna charge the 3 guys. Just.
I mean, that wouldn't be smart.
No, not necessarily. That would work.
No, Fairman. There's an entire unit back here.
Yeah, but if they can get into range,
on
that's the
that.
question.
You need to reload as well, Fairman.
Yes, but I can just run away.
That's why he's charging, because he's shot.
Yeah.
He's shot.
Yeah, I shot, and if I charge, can kill with can kill with 3 guys. I should be able to move out of.
It takes
out
a
of
full
range
2
from
AP
these
to
guys.
reload. Well, for the sake of this gun, I'm gonna write a special rule on it. Special rule under special
Because
abilities.
the thing is, like, a
Two-turn
musket
reload.
should take, especially in this time
Well, no,
period.
2 APs to reload, which is a full turn.
Because we're not using stuff that's like trapdoor or anything like loading mechanism like that.
Yep.
So it should take a decent bit to reload. So, like, yeah, Fairman, you can run, but then that unit is basically just going to continuously run if you keep doing
Yeah,
it.
but the next rest of the army comes in, so theoretically you can just charge, kill these guys, fall back behind the other troops, and then reload. Yeah, they lose a turn, but they took out a complete unit.
Let Fairman try his strategy. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Let's bring up another topic. Let's say you have a unit of these guys which have less movement because they're medium infantry, and these are light.
Now, one thing that sucks with the skirmishing thing already is there's little that actually was benefited from skirmishing. Well, no, there is, but it's subtle, I guess.
You probably want to make it so that it's not just 1 or 3 turns. It's, let's say, 2 turns plus the roll.
Yep, that's what the point of this test is. I think we'll extend the amount it takes from this because I think the army's coming a little quick still. So we'll extend skirmishing by I think double, and we'll see how that feels.
Or just make it a roll that is based on the objective. Let's say some missions have only 1 turn of skirmishing, others have maybe even 3. Something like that.
Ragnarok says it makes sense that both forces fire. The attacking force would walk up and fire. The defending force would simultaneously fire. What?
That doesn't make sense. The defending force is in a position, they're literally sitting there, being on the lookout.
Hold on. Yeah, they also agreed on the prepared shot thing. Actually, the poll isn't going to guarantee whether or not we do this, but I'm curious to see what chat thinks. So, prepared position fires first. Because I feel like the point of the prepared fire volleys feels like it's, I don't know, maybe not poll. It feels.
You need to
hold on, quiet, Fairman. I'm thinking out loud. Like, I feel like the pull thing is that it doesn't feel like it has value if you take that away, because like, why do it then?
Yeah,
or no,
exactly.
you still do
I mean,
get
yeah,
value.
You get the bonus to hit.
But
That would
I
be
look
the
at it.
only reason.
I look at that a little bit like, okay, these guys basically, maybe not an ambush, but got the drop on the guys that walked in there. So it would just not make sense for them to get a reaction at the same time.
No, quiet. They don't get the drop because they know they're there.
Yeah.
There is no drop. He can see you.
Yeah, fair.
I guess
with
I
this
guess
setup, it's
you're-
like both units know they're there.
Yeah, I guess you're right, but it's still
What
one guy just. It's the thing that is. Imagine
Fairman-
you have
Fairman,
have
quiet. Fairman, quiet.
Herman, how I see this is spike and shot, period. And there's an officer who's holding his sword saying, "Hold it!"
Yeah.
Hold
And then
on.
officer is gone.
Because the thing is, from Hanse's point of view, like I'm looking at it from this side now, like why the fuck would you ever attack? Ever? Because you already get a bonus, actually, Fairman. And that you know what that bonus is? That was a free action to do that.
Yep.
So we accidentally, we weren't paying attention. We gave you double bonus. We gave you 2 bonuses which stacked. God damn it!
But especially if it's pike and shot, the whole idea of them being able to move and shoot at the same time as the guys that already are in
Fairman,
position.
stop.
Shut.
I'm trying to think, and I don't need any more words. I just need to think for a second. Yeah, because I think chat's kind of tied on it too, but like from a gameplay standpoint, I think that they should both fire, while still being alive, because you still get the bonus of 2 AP. You will have 2 AP. Hanse does not. So
That's
that
why I
means
was
you
saying,
can reload
like,
before Hanse.
And that's why I was saying, it's like, even though it's a bit gamified, like both units effectively shooting at full strength.
Because, like, the way I think about it, chat, is this way, okay? Here, I'll draw it out a little bit. So, Hanse comes in, you know, they shoot, he shoots, but now Hanse is out of stuff. He can't do anything else. Fairman can spend his turn and reload. You can reload this turn or retreat. Like, he has 2 AP for free still. I feel like we've stacked it double.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, sure, he fired first, but if he fired first, now Hanse is at 2 negatives. Hanse has lost his AP, so
he lost more units in his action than in the reaction.
So there's 2 negatives. He doesn't get to shoot at all until he gets to return fire after he's lost his guys. He's used up all his action points, and Fairman's benefits are he gets 2 free reload, or he gets 2 action points to reload. He gets to shoot first and kill their dudes. Like, it's
I mean, I guess you could say
2
that
positives
shooting...
versus 2 negatives, so the disparity here is much greater than it would be otherwise.
You could make it so that after shooting an not Overwatch, in a prepared shot that uses 1 AP, then that would lower the advantage a little bit.
Like, most people are leaning towards prepared shot, but I think prepared shot seems like it right now. It seems like it has a little bit too much.
I'm fine with prepared shot. It's just the thing of they also do the damage first. I feel like that with how we're doing it right now feels a bit much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think damage should be done at the same turn, because it just feels like.
I mean, they are skirmishes. They're probably
the way I see combat happening now in the game based on this is I see just players turtling in corners unless there's objectives, and that's cute for objectives, but that means anyone who doesn't play objective is actually.
It turns into a world of floaty boats where everyone just fucking sits there.
The thing is also, just thinking, this guy's a skirmishers, right?
Yeah.
As skirmishers, they're probably not really gonna do the whole file and rank thing. So with them, I could actually see. Yes, they get to shoot at the same time, while an actual line infantry, if that's what's called, they probably shouldn't get, because they just need to march in the whole
Restart the
formation.
vote. People are saying want to change it to both at the same time. I'm leaning actually on both at the same time, and there's only 18 votes, and a couple people said they've already changed their mind on it. So I'm not surprised that it would flip to both fire.
The damage is applied simultaneously.
The damage
Here's
needs to
like my opinion.
The damage should happen at the same time.
Yeah, because my opinion is, if he wants to have a ready firing position, or just use his prepared shot, that's fine, because he's getting a bonus to the actual roll
to hit.
And then damage, that should be done at the same time.
For the sake of argument, we're saying that every action, or not every action, every turn, a full round is like a total of like 30 seconds.
You know what? Also, you could do if you go for they go at the same time.
Because he moved and then shot.
They go at the same time. Then I say the guys probably that are not in the prepared position should at least get what's it called?
I'll hold a duplicate vote just because I'm curious to see now that people kind of know about it if they've changed their mind, or if people don't.
Because Hanse, I didn't get a bonus on my shot. So the at least thing is that either prepared shot should give a bonus, or you, as someone that just had this guy walk in, should get a minus.
No, Fairman, I thought you had an easier chance to hit.
No, I don't think I only got.
You did.
Yeah, because that's what you're supposed to have. With the prepared shot.
We have no bonuses for prepared shot at
that.
Not right now. It was just it was an idea for later. There is no bonus for shooting.
Situation like this, the guys that walk in, because they kind of have to do a bit of a snapshot, get a negative modifier.
Right, there's the new poll.
They get to shoot at the same site, but not at the same quality.
That's what I was saying. It's like the people who are in their prepared shots are there.
Yeah.
It's easier for them to hit. And
Yeah,
then the
that's
ones
what
that
I
are
mean,
attack-
they
And then
should-
the ones that are attacking, they just have to hit their normal target number.
Yep, that's something I would be fine with, because it means the guys that's standing there that get an advantage as they should. Because shooting from the move, basically like hip firing, that shouldn't be as accurate as guy that just sits there in a prepared position. So I'm fine with both get to shoot at the same time. Is the prepared shot gets an advantage, or the other guys get a disadvantage?
So what we
Probably
could
better
do
because
is we could give, okay, so prepared, let's talk about this. Prepared shot should get a bonus, right? First bonus is they get more AP. That's 1 point. They can get a bonus to hit, maybe. So that gives them 2 bonuses, and that's like the bonuses, maybe. Because that gives it +2 for investing that AP into prepared shot the other turn. That's 2 bonuses if you get to use. That's pretty good.
that is something I can actually live with, because my idea here is, okay, they both spotted at the same time, but because the other guys just walked in, they didn't have the time to aim properly, so they can't aim as well as the other guys.
Because the bonuses here are a little less volatile. Because the negative, that removes 1 negative off of Hanse by doing that. So that it's only, the disparity between the two is not as painful. Because that was way too painful.
I would see with doing it the way we did before, it would basically be get as many skirmishing units as you can to basically get in those prepared positions first.
Basically,
honestly,
prepared positions just pow.
Yeah.
Like,
honestly, with a proper skirmisher unit, this is what I meant. If you have someone, because those are skirmishers, they usually lose formation and they don't do the thing where the officer says go fire. I say those guys maybe even should be able to just get a bonus in a situation like this. Against the line infantry, let's say a line infantry, let's say 3 rows of musketmen that just march up and need for the officer to order and coordinate this, they probably shouldn't be able to get a reaction fire.
Hanse, can you add this to the doc, by the way? Just
you know what I'm coming. Well, you know what I'm coming from, right?
No, I wasn't really paying attention. Sorry, I was more so thinking about the something else about this.
Yeah, I just said maybe make it so that skirmishers get the reaction, but something like a line infantry against skirmishers do not get the reaction, because the skirmishers usually are a lot more quicker in reacting than proper formation of musketeers.
Skirmishers get other bonuses. Like they can be deployed early in the battle. You don't have to deploy them, by the way. You can hold on to them. You can. They also are going to get more movement. Like their movement stats, I'm going to buff them up later so that they can move more than other units.
No, I'm talking about this specific situation.
Oh, what about this one?
Let's say these guys that were marked in here, Hanse's guys, would be a proper line infantry, not skirmishers. They probably shouldn't get that reaction shot, because they are just pike and shot. They are just the whole house works. The officer needs to order them to fire. They need to get in position. They need to coordinate first. Probably wouldn't work that fast. With skirmishers, yeah. Also, that's good. Also, that would give skirmishers an advantage for.
Oh, you're saying to make it like an exclusively a skirmisher unit only?
Yes. So the skirmishers can return fire because they are quick and fast around. That also would mean skirmishers are very good for countering this kind of put your line infantry in here and then put them on Overwatch or prepared shot.
Line infantry are currently so in disadvantage that I don't see why would you take anything else than this.
Also, keep in mind, at least remembering my
line infantry would have more firepower.
No, keep in mind, powder units to that scale aren't really a thing.
Yeah.
Not even the block powder units are scale of thing or not. I'm thinking looking at the unit stats just in general, how you are.
Well, the stats need to be rebalanced.
Wait, let me finish what I'm going to. For example, the melee units are slower than the skirmishers, and the skirmisher units can outreach always the units who are melee units. So the problem is that they cannot even catch up with the skirmishers shooting.
Well, there's other ways we can implement balance. Like we can institute actual ammo. Like how many shot is a unit carrying? 6, 10?
Well, that will be taking 6 turns, so no, that's not a problem.
Yeah, no,
And,
that would actually take 12 turns because of the reload
well,
rule. The battle's over by then.
I'm gonna point this out because it's very hypothetical. A lot of things is being done, and you have no idea of balance of this game, but you're not even sure about the fundamentals of the principles of the game being how it will be played. I would suggest make it simple as possible. Every action costing
Carlos,
the
be
same.
quiet. Because you're rambling about something I have no idea. No, zip.
Exactly.
No,
I'm
Carlos.
rumbling about things which I.
Carlos.
I'm gonna go off. What
Yes,
do you think?
please. Be gone. Alright, so. Carlittle is distracted and delusional. We will yell at him later. But no, that's not the issue when it comes to range units. There are no issues with that. Because the thing about skirmishers, they're going to get bogged down. Where do you have to go, Fairman, once you lose ground?
Back, usually.
Yeah.
Fall back to friendly lines.
But how long could you hypothetically hold out? Because Carlos's whole thing is like, oh, they're range units. They'll just range out down forever and ever and ever. It's like, no, that's not going to be an issue. Because otherwise that'd be an issue in every tabletop. You'd have the same problem in Total War.
I mean, there is a reason why melee fallen out of style once ranged and gunpowder weapons became more prevalent, because it was just not really feasible anymore. So, yes, of course they should have an advantage. And what he said, yeah, why take line infantry? Line infantry probably would have the advantage that they are significantly more powerful than skirmishers. Because skirmishers probably would have a disadvantage if they get attacked in melee, they probably would get their ass handed to them. They also don't have a heavy equipment. So let's say the line infantry equivalent of them would probably have heavier armor, or maybe even flat out better guns. That let's say the line infantry has higher range. Or something like that. Yeah, that's more of a general balancing problem.
Yes, Carlos was bringing up valid points, but the way Carlos was doing it was out of line.
Out of line.
Yep, so I had to yell at him about that. The problem is, when it comes to things, you need to do it a certain way. So we're gonna move past that.
And he needs to get his guys back he lost.
Yep. So we're gonna redo the calculations based on that. But before I got a chance to respond, you actually have a limited amount of skirmishers you can call in. You can't call in that many. Based on your army point value.
Something like that. Maybe for certain factions, but yeah.
Well, there's two factors that Carlos didn't quite account for. Number one is unit cost. Number two is the fact that you can only have a limited amount of skirmishers. You can't just call in unlimited skirmishers. You can have like 4 or maybe 6, depending on the value size.
Personally, I say make it so that you probably shouldn't make it a unit limit with skirmishers. You should just make it so if the person wants to have a lot of skirmishers, fine. But then he has to deal with some of the downsides. For example, you could say skirmishers can hold objectives. Let's say a skirmisher unit is on an objective and a normal unit. The skirmisher unit cannot hold the objective. It can only hold objectives from other skirmisher units or something like that.
Yep.
So they can't contest against a proper line infantry because there's just not enough of them. That means skirmisher against skirmisher is even, but the moment they get outclassed for anything objective based by normal units. But well, that's saying they are just skirmishers. If they can take an objective because it's not contested, that should be totally fine. But if there's a proper line infantry like that squad over here, these guys are on, let's say this is the forest in the middle is a mission objective that's to behold. If these guys sit on there, these 8 guys shouldn't be able to just contest that. There's just not enough of them. Against other skirmishes, that's fine.
Yep. We need to rebalance their stats because again, they're too accurate and they do too much damage.
Yep.
So we're gonna redo the damage calculations with new balances. Because the problem is people are jumping to like, oh, we need to change this, when I've said several fucking times before that the numbers are subject to change and the numbers are actually affecting everything here. What's the major issue here is we had way too much lethality here. These weapons are lethal.
I mean, that was also a pretty good roll on my end.
They also don't hit very well. So they actually are going to be getting a 2+ to hit actually, in exchange for that, because optimal gives a +1.
Let me just make on the last roll that I was on a 4. I would have hit, right?
Yep.
Let me just make a roll, because remember there's also an RNG. You can't just take one example, because in this case only
Well,
3,
hold on.
4 would have.
We're also like we gotta factor in 2 other things too, because stacking can occur here, because you have a unit that is at optimal range that gets a +1. That's not okay. We need to remove that. That's too much bonuses for too much. We made a mistake there. Max range is a penalty. That's fine.
Wouldn't that bonus called against the penalty? So basically, they wouldn't get either a bonus.
Optimal ranges do not get bonuses. Optimal range means they just hit at their weapon skill. That is the bonus.
Yeah, no, I mean the prepared shot bonus.
Prepared shot still gets the +1, so in this case it's a +3. But the reason why I removed the other one is because that would be another +1, which would stack it to like +5.
Yeah. And which is not an optimal range.
Considering how the damage on that worked, fucking absurd.
Another thing I wrote, let's say they're not at optimal range, they got -1.
Also, penetration. We need to actually adjust the penetration value, because the penetration value is wrong. 1 was too egregious, but they are gunpowder weapons, so we'll give it a 2. 2 plus, or 2, which means that you need to succeed on a 2 plus, or not 2 plus, 3 plus. There.
Penetration.
With those new factors into place, I think we've fixed the gunpowder weapon problem.
So if the musket hits the guy in his light armor, he would penetrate the armor on a 3 plus. Yes?
Say again?
So if the skirmisher hits the other skirmisher with a musket, the armor would get penetrated on a 1 and a 2, yes?
Say it one more time. I don't know why, but that's just not, my brain's not registering that.
If the musket, the skirmisher hits the other skirmisher,
yeah,
their armor would be penetrated on a 1 and a 2.
The way we've been doing it.
No,
it wouldn't be. No, it wouldn't be penetrated. It wouldn't be penetrated on a 1 and a 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and with these guys who have heavier armor, it would be on a 3 plus, 4 plus, because these guys do wear armor. Yeah?
They also have a shield, so we gotta be careful.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we'll give them. I mean. We'll give them. Where's their
Remember
armor?
what they're up against. They're shooting at people that have basically no armor. That would be one downside for skirmishers. They don't
Remember,
have much
the
armor,
penetration. Okay, so like, look at here. I'll pull it up for chat, because chat's. We're like, what are you talking about? So, little chat, sit down. Okay.
I say make it so that the armor penetration gets removed from the armor value. Let's say they have an armor value of 4 plus. You have 4 penetration. That means they have no armor value.
Hold on. So penetration is how much their bonus is to penetration. That's a bonus, because the armor is actually down here. Armor value 3. So penetration bonus of the rifle is, let's say, 2, which would bring the armor down to 1. That's a bit fucking steep, though. Most ranged weapons aren't going to get much of penetration, but...
Yeah, but then again, that is a musket. They have good penetration.
I think our mistake was giving everyone access to muskets, because these things, balance-wise, should be like 40 points or something.
Well, the thing is, this is meant to be...
But it is a test. It is a test. We're just trying to... see, we shouldn't be doing balancing, because the focus is Phaseology, but at the same time, I feel like tweaking this will make make more sense.
Yeah. But yeah, again, don't forget that these guys are... What is the armor they're wearing? Is it just like a gambithon, or is it proper metal, or is it just leather armor? Because leather armor is just... I'm not gonna dig it, because it can be quite robust, but against a musket...
Keep in mind...
Because if those are one of the lightest armored units in the game, for example, it should be totally fine if, they get hit by muskets, one of the strongest hitting weapons in the game, they don't get to roll against that. That would be totally fine, because there is a bit of a power difference. It's like saying, oh yeah, if the infantryman gets hit by the cannon, yeah, he should still have a chance of not getting wounded by it, because it would be unfair if you don't get a reaction. No, it's a fucking cannon hitting that squishy infantryman. If you get hit by that, you have a problem. And if you want to say, yeah, but theoretically, through a fluke of luck, you could theoretically not get wounded. Yeah, but if you want to roll for that, I don't know. A 1 in 6 chance of surviving getting hit by a fucking cannon shot. That's pretty good odds, honestly. And again, these guys have practically no armor. Shouldn't have.
I'm kind of just gonna ignore most of what you said, mostly because I'm mostly focusing on the numbers here. But because I feel like lethality should be high when they hit. But I think the problem is how easy they hit.
That is something I could see, because that was quite accurate. For a crossbow, that was probably fine. For a musket.
Also, damage is wrong, which should be 2 hit. I think that's what's confusing here.
Then again, if you want a musket to have a shitty hit roll, why would I ever take them unless they actually do have that lethality?
Because of the damage they deal.
Exactly. Then you need to make it so that the lethality is the musket does hit. It's basically just almost a guaranteed hit on anything that isn't extremely heavily armored or protected.
Yep.
Because why would I take muskets?
We need to tweak it a little bit, because it was a bit much. But penetration's good. They get 2, and I'm gonna actually take Carlos's adjustment changes here, because I think they're better.
Maybe
I like how I press the check mark and it just removes them. So it's 18 and I think 10. Basically, the range units were shooting at just too short.
With optimal, 18 was max.
Without having made any rolls and did some maths on that stuff.
Okay,
I say it was a musket.
Hold on, too much stuff. Kibs can only do Kibs can only do 2 things at a time. Max range, optimal range, max range. So, fires optimal, no penalty. And max range is gonna always be a -1 penalty. That's just gonna be how that works. Because setting different variables for that's just too much, I think. Just way too much stuff.
Based on the weapon, let's say that there are some weapons.
No, I think that's too much right now. Like, that's just the penalty, because we already factor in the weapon's differentials based on the ranges they have. Factoring in additional penalties based on the weapon is just too much. Way too much, because if it's still at a penalty for the suboptimal, it's still the same penalty. That doesn't change. The to hit is how it factors in the weapon's accuracy. To hit factors in the weapon's accuracy. The ranges factor in for the weapon's ranges. And the penalty is just the range penalty for suboptimal firing. Accuracy doesn't mean much when you're firing to blocks. That's true and also not true. It's true for the fact of, yeah, it doesn't mean much, but at the same time you have to factor in the fact that weapons aren't very accurate. In case of these rifles, or they're not rifles, sorry, these holes with gunpowder in it that shoot little balls out, these little muskets, these things bounce around. These aren't rifle barrels. They just fling out the end and they sort of whip up into the sky or whip up into the ground.
Well, accuracy, but if it hits, it hurts a lot.
Yes. They're
It's
huge
one
balls.
thing that I think the base game of Holdfast gets down, even though I sometimes despise it.
Holdfast nails that down pretty accurately. Like, it's these bullets or these balls, like, these things are not accurate, and that's the one mistake we're having here, because they are not that accurate.
Maybe make it so that these things are never able to hit on anything better than on a 5.
Because after not only just playing games with musket-based units, like, sure, 80 dudes fire, 4 dudes hit.
You heard what I said, right?
I was more so elaborating on my point. Go ahead.
Of course you didn't hear. I said maybe make it so that the musket with that lethality just never hits on anything better than on a 5. Because even if you're a good shot, if the weapon is that volatile, just can't hit better on a 5. Yes.
That's a bit more punishing, I think. Maybe we'll be like a 3, like...
If you wanted it to be like that, then you can say the base, like, optimal range to hit value is 4+. Which means if you wanted to use a or at max,
On long range, yeah.
you would need to do a 5+.
Yeah.
We'll say
Yeah, that sounds
we'll
good.
say that the base
Which
rifle
means
is
if you wanted to do, hypothetically, a prepared shot, then at max range, at best, you would be having to hit at a 4+.
Yep. At close range, it would be 3.
I guess if
Yeah.
you wanted to let them get that extra 8 inches, sure.
Also, Jackie, we don't have 75 yards. We have to translate into inches, so it has to be gamified.
I mean, there was a reason blunderbusses became a thing.
Yep, we're using the word rifle inaccurately. They are actually just muskets. Like, they are just little cannons that fire.
Black powder muskets.
They fire, and the ball sort of goes where the gods will.
I want blunderbusses.
Because right now, we do not have that level of accuracy on guns. Because they are not rifles. And that's something...
Rifling
something-
bullet is literally just a ball.
Something we've said as a mistake. We know in-house that that's that way. I just keep saying the word rifle when I should be saying musket. But names are hard. But yes, it's important to make that distinction because there's no way in hell those are rifles.
If they were, then they would be able to actually shoot across this entire field.
I'm curious.
Be right back and refill my water.
Yeah, no, those are wrong. The wrong numbers, Georges Rex. That's not its accuracy. It's lethal up to 100 yards. Accurately lethal at 100 yards, and can be lethal at 175 yards. But you're supposed to fire a musket 25 to 50 yards from a target. Yeah, damn it, cheat. Matchlocks, 98% accurate at 30 meters. God damn, they want you to get snuggly. That's fucking retarded. Snuggly, chat. There we go. Alright, enough about muskets and bullshit. So, for now, it's 3+. We shouldn't be dabbling in balance. Really, really shouldn't be. We shouldn't have gone down this tangent. That was our mistake. We'll have to get better at it. Balance comes later. Phaseology comes first. We need to finish this fucking round. Lazier Soda has become a self-miner. Thank you for the support. Really appreciate it, buddy. Alright, where'd Hanse go? He went to go get a drink, didn't he?
Yes, you did, yes.
Alright, we'll redo the damage rolls and shit like that.
Oh my god, you shitty rolls.
So how's chat's day going? Going good?
They don't seem to be very talkative.
No, not right now. We've been spurging out about
punishing
numbers. Probably fucking boring to listen to. I wouldn't even blame them.
See, the spurging out part is probably the more entertaining
We'll
one.
stream some of the rule sessions, but I don't think we'll do much. I think that's probably a risk.
Maybe
we'll
a little
have to
bit too early to start streaming.
That's
Yes.
not necessarily too early. I want them to be involved and see it, but I also don't want pressure. Tomorrow's a vacation, says Lapfish. Well, lucky you, vacation boy. On the job and working.
Vacations.
Oh, are you now?
What time is it? Fuck it. Can't be asked.
Jackie Boy wishes to elaborate further and say, I want to say that musket accuracy is determined by whether or not the shot hits a man-sized target, not the same as precision, which is one level higher over accuracy. Ah, guntisms. I could say so much, but what is the point of telling you how to make your game? Good. Well, you can suggest things, but bear in mind they're suggestions, and I'm gonna kind of do what my gut tells me, because that's how it works. But I appreciate it. You kept me company on my wall, and for that I thank you. On my wall.
I'm going to assume that's a typo and that it was auto-corrected into the wall. Oh, I meant to say walk.
Cannonballs glancing on helmets. I saw that Lampus post that earlier.
The thing is, potentially I could see that, but then it needs to be an angle, and it probably would still, still snap the neck of the fleshy bits underneath it.
It wouldn't glance at that point. That's not how glances work.
The issue is, it has enough momentum.
In mass.
The thing it's going to be hitting, relatively speaking, is not sturdy enough
to break your neck.
That. Yes.
It'll just blow your head off.
Otherwise, a helmet may actually be fine, because the thing that's more likely to give in is the fleshy bits.
It would deform rather than break, or like you said, the flesh will give a little bit first.
You would still be out of the fight. That's the thing.
You'd be fucking dead.
Yeah. No, I'm saying even in best case, you would be out of the fight. Either way, the end result for this game, which would be the same.
Wow, well, at least you're happy, Zwaz. Alright, back on topic. So, go ahead and do your damage rolls, both of you. But it doesn't matter which. Actually, no, Fairman, go first, because you're technically... The prepared shot will trigger first, then your retaliatory fire will trigger.
On a 4, right?
You would need a 4, yes.
Yeah, and you would need a 5 then.
And how much action points did you use up, by the way?
Hanse?
Yeah. Just half?
Moving up,
1.
I used 1.
Yep, so you could. Okay, because I was thinking maybe a full action was like, wait a minute, if we're bickering
No, they
over
definitely probably shouldn't, because they just sprinted over there. Then
yeah, full action no, but a half action yes, because it should. Yep.
Same result as last time. 5 hits. So next would be
the penetration. You have a 2 bonus to armor of 3, which is 1.
Yeah. So just no ones.
Jesus
all
Christ.
goes through.
Damn, they're lethal. Even with
that is a musket against.
I know.
Literally no armor.
They're close. Like I think that's fine. But I think what we'll do is we'll punish the reload time. Maybe make
one
it
turn
take
reload.
1 turn, maybe 2 turns.
If they start, no, you are. I guess.
He's like, that's cruel, Kib. That's cruel.
No, 1 full turn.
We have 1 full round is
that
the
means
punishment.
let's say I move them back with half my movement and then reload. Next turn they would be able to shoot, but they only would have 1 action because it takes 2 full actions always, or something like that, or 3 actions. Yeah, maybe not full on 2.
Oh no, we lost him.
Yeah, because if you go 3 actions, because you do have 2 actions, that means they get theoretically to shoot in the next in the turn after. If you spend 1 full turn moving, and the turn after you could theoretically do an action, including shooting, but you can't move at all. That makes it a little bit more flexible.
Thinking.
Because remember, since we have multiple AP, just make it 3 AP. That seems. Because you can just say, okay, I'm gonna reload, and then maybe just gonna move them back on, so it's done afterward.
Make it cost 3 AP to reload?
Yeah, I think that sounds better than just 2 full turns.
Okay, we'll try that. Because it's a little bit more punishing. Because I was thinking of making the crossbows almost 3 AP. Or 2.
Yeah.
Because crossbows are a bit more complicated.
Crossbow is relatively fast to reload, depending on if it's a light or a heavy one. So a crossbow probably could get away with a 1 turn, and a bow also depends on the type of bow, I guess. If it's one of those really heavy longbows, the reloading isn't really something fast. You grip behind you, then the thing is loaded. Bow has a fire rate. That's definitely a thing.
Actually, the thing is, Lapis, you can comment on a lot here. It's just when it comes to commenting, like when we're doing the rule testing thing, like we're gonna go with the testing, I guess is what I probably should say.
While Hanse is away, let's just compare the stats. Let's see, what would be the advantage the crossbow has over the bow? Because range probably is roughly the same. I had armor penetration. Yeah, crossbow definitely has armor penetration. But the bows also are not that bad against armor, depending on the bow.
It also depends on the bow, like longbow, for instance.
Yeah, but longbow has good armor penetration.
But we'll balance it out in unit cost and other things like that, and specialist units. Like, for example, House Lanium has the longbow, House Vala does not.
Yeah.
Just like the Nefir Cord doesn't. Like certain factions have specialist units. Like the Astrian Empire gets the Celestial Templar, which is fucking one of the most. Like, in my opinion, that's going to be a broken-ass unit. That's
that would be one thing. Longbow units, higher fire rate, but probably would be more expensive point-wise, because training someone in the use of a crossbow, fucking easy. Bow is hard. So it would be a unit that has... what's the word? In the medieval time, I know, because bowmen were relatively... quote-unquote rare, but when crossbows came out, you just gave the crossbow to a peasant. Okay, you do this maintains its arm, and then you shoot roughly at the enemy. Pong. With a bow, there's a lot more skill involved.
Bows can't do reaction shots.
Yeah, probably, because you need to aim them.
Because they'd have to be holding their arms there for like a half a minute.
Yep. Exactly, but what Jackie says, crossbows are cheaper and need less training. They're probably not cheaper to make, but it's just the training. You can easily arm 100 peasants with crossbows and have them ready for combat in a week, but with bows, if you want them to hit, they need a lot more training with a bow.
That's why the musket thing is also something that made armies bigger, because they could just give people these sticks and be like, alright, it's a spear, if they get close, bonk them with it. And here's how you reload: stand in a line and shoot. Then obviously,
it's one of the reasons why spear levies were very popular, because spear is relatively easy to use.
Stop talking over me. It got more complicated when certain units, had better formation training, like fucking British troops, because they got better at perfecting the line.
Or in the antiques, the Romans, they had very good formation training.
That line is floating, and that's fucking weird.
Really good Grumblers back.
Bows can't fire quickly, so they should have a reaction thought. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I think George's Rex should be punished anyways.
It's probably something that would be balanced more in the meta place via cost and availability.
We'll figure out balance though. Balance is another question altogether, which again I've said 1,000 times, and I'll keep repeating it over and over again. Right now we're focusing on Phaseology, and right now I'm pretty happy with the Phaseology at the moment. I think we've got a good thing here.
Green boy back.
Bows are specialized, unlike crossbows. That's true. They're specialist infantry, so maybe they should be able to do reaction shots. Yeah, probably. I mean, this is more speculatory bullshit here, chat. We have no crossbows yet. I mean, we can pretend they have crossbows, but in the picture they have little matchlocks. There's a little rope action.
That is another thing for balance. You want to...
It's not matchlocks.
There's a little match, though.
Wasn't that a Sala thing?
What?
Wasn't that a Sala thing?
I told Sala.
No guns.
I told Sala to put them matchlocks, because they are matchlocks. They're very early primitive guns.
Before you said they were muskets.
I keep saying lots of things, and I keep being wrong. About my own stupid shit. Oh, fuck.
Oh my god, I just realized something.
Today's not my day.
If you look around the little models, and if you look at the front and from the back side, they do something you wouldn't be able to have in real life.
All I'll say is this: after tonight, Kibs will finally stop being super stressed out, because it'll finally be over, I think.
I mean, not yeah, you know what I mean.
Now, Fairbeard, you have your kills dice?
I killed 5 of his guys now. Hanse.
Okay. Hands, copy, make some of your own dice. That way, we'll keep them separate for the sake of easy. Or, well, you know what we could do? We could still remove 5 of them. Actually, no, Hanse is the one who removes them.
Yeah, Hanse, you have dice.
So are we actually going to have it so that the reaction
You
kills
still
units
shoot.
first?
Nope, you still shoot.
Yeah, you got your dice.
We're doing it because it was way too punishing, like to the point where attacking is literally pointless.
You hit on a 5.
It'll almost be as bad as when we played that last RP session where attacking was just fucking nightmarish.
Hanse makes 2 hits.
Gotta hope the weekend never comes. I don't want it to be a Sunday. I don't want to ever fight a dungeon ever again.
That was a bit bullshit that the guy was just almost one-shotting you from without even seeing you.
Yeah, like...
Oh no, that came down to Arch wanting to have his special rules about they were on top of the wall so you can't see them. Despite the fact magic clearly says you need line of sight.
And you would still... if he wants to see you...
No, let's not talk about it. It'll just put me in a really sour mood like it did last time.
Bang.
Alright.
2.
That's 2 dead guys.
There we go. See, that's better.
5.
Now I feel happy. Now I feel like everybody's dying and there's lots of dead
I lost
bodies.
I lost one more guy than last time.
No, it's not necessarily about you losing one more guy. It's the ability that he actually gets the ability to fight.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that's the outcome.
Yeah, because like this is the reason, or that I was actually like more annoyed with is like, okay, so he kills my guys first. Now, don't get me wrong. Realistically, yes, my fighting capacity would be reduced by that. But in a game of a game like this, it's like, why would you ever want to attack them?
Yep, everything would turn into just sitting there.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, so
like I said, it would basically turn into fucking floaty boats, where it's like, just sit there, let the enemy come to you.
The
It's
thing
like,
is,
so do
Lapis,
nothing.
the reason why I was mad about last session had nothing to do with about us attacking a wall and being hard. It had everything to do with being one-shotted, and it had everything to do with the fact that these demons that are fucking kill party members like with ease are like just fucking not worth it. Like everything.
see, I don't.
And to be honest, I don't want to talk about the RP outside of the RP. To be honest with you, like people come into the Discord sometimes like, "Want to talk about the RP?" and I'm like, "No, I really don't." There was a time when I sort of did, but that time has passed.
Oh, there's things I could say to that, but I'm not, because you
It's
said you
just
didn't
not.
want to talk about it.
It's just, we'll just drop it there.
Right, so now it will be my turn, yes?
Yes. And do remember that they did shoot, so...
Yeah. Okay, these are 8 away, so either I could just start reloading, or I'm just gonna mop these guys up. So if I say I want to move in and beat the snot out of these 3 guys, can do
What
that,
is
right?
their charge distance?
Yeah, that's a thing. Wait, that block. Isn't the charge system probably same with movement? Because I still have full movement and action on these guys. So they would be able to get at least make contact with a full move.
Who?
My guys, if I say I want to charge the 3 survivors.
What's your... Wait, have we established what the charge distance is?
No, but considering I have all of my actions, I could just... and how much
Yeah,
does
you
the
could
charge
move.
take?
But remember, you'll need to do a
Yeah.
pivot, actually, because the angle.
I thought skirmishers don't need to pivot.
Oh, don't they? Fuck. Did we write that
Normally
down?
skirmishers...
Hold on, did we write that
No.
down? Because if we didn't, we need to write that down. Check.
I don't think we wrote this one down, but for me skirmishers...
No, I know.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
said...
yeah, I know, let me see.
Actually, you know what we
Organize.
should do? We should be more specific. They should be able to pivot as a free action for 90 degrees. No. They should be able to turn, their movement turn should be bigger. That's what it should be. Fuck, where did it go,
Can you-
cheat?
Can you actually do this? Let's see.
Try not to be mad. Alright, so
Alright,
let's see.
you can't do this.
Angle, percent, ranges, degrees, fucking, where is this? Initiative, ranges. This needs to be reorganized because it's already a mess again. God damn it. Happens every fucking time. Get mad, where is it? It's on a combat move. I remembered. Skirmishers can go 90 degrees. Okay, capiche?
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, just thinking for skirmishes in general, skirmishes usually don't move in a formation, right? So theoretically, you should probably be allowed to have them kind of like this, so they don't need to be in a block formation. They would be able to.
I can't see, hold on. I'm writing into the rules. Fuck. Alright, where? What?
I'm over here.
Where are you?
Let's say that should be probably a valid thing for skirmishers, because they are not, unless I'm misremembering, that skirmishers were not operating
Skirmishers
as
were
line
not
infantry.
block formation, they were
Yep.
spread out.
So they would probably be able, because they don't need
Skirmishers
to
get
stay
circle
in
bases. They don't get square bases.
Yep. So they don't need to be in formation. So they're probably turning. They can just turn on the spot, because they don't have to be in formation.
They don't have to be. Could be kind of loose, but generally try to keep them together for the sake of.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's say you could do something like they have to be 2 inches from the next model of the thing to keep some basic cohesion.
Wide.
It's a ballpark number.
1 inch.
1 inch, yes. They have to be close enough to each other.
And then we do have to factor in the ranges of individuals, though, because that can get cheesy quickly now.
Yeah.
See the problem?
I mean, with skirmishers, you could always say, okay, for firing, we assume they just all go as close to each other as possible, and then they just go back into the thing.
Goodbye,
You can always
Mandarin.
abstract the stuff.
I don't know
Goodbye.
why he's saying he won't happen again. I don't know what he's talking about. But have a good night. It's like saying Scorpion is a crossbow. God damn it, chat. What are you rambling about, you little chat tards? You be beaten again? Yeah. Oh god, they are.
Yeah, no, that is, if I recall, was a big advantage skirmishers had, so you probably want to have this represented.
Probably. But I'm
So basically, I
probably
wouldn't have to use these guys as that. I probably could have just set them.
Oof, I don't know if I like
There.
that.
What?
I don't know. Maybe like. I mean, realistically, we're not gonna have musketmen like we have them now, because I don't
Yeah.
think musketmen will be
The
skirmishers.
skirmishers probably
No,
would be
matchlocks,
more.
wait! Matchlocks, they're fucking matchlocks. Here, let me just change their fucking unit card weapon to say matchlock, so I stop fucking saying that. It's an important distinction to make, because otherwise people are like, but muskets, and it's like, oh fuck. Yes, butt muskets. Butt muskets.
Butt musket. Don't put it in your butt. Let's make some weird farts.
I'm getting very stressed out all of a sudden, and I don't know why. But now that my stress levels are rising, we need to continue the next turn.
Yep, that's why I said I was thinking, because there isn't.
Oh, it's your turn.
Yeah, because even if he moves, he can't do a full move and shoot at my guys, right?
What's those ranges?
Yeah, but
For
that's why I
10
look
and
with.
18, then yes, I could.
Yeah,
shoot.
because that means I could just go with them into melee with these guys, hoping I can.
Well, he can't shoot at
Kill
you
them.
right now because he doesn't have a reaction set up with this guy.
Yeah. I mean, in general, let's say I go into melee. I want to go in melee and want to try to kill these guys with them.
Yeah, you can go to melee.
Yeah. So, and I'm just looking. Would these guys be able to shoot me when I go to melee? Because that's another thing. Can you shoot
Not
in
when
melee?
you go into melee. I mean, odds are these two guys might be dead.
Probably, if you know, with skirmish, that's probably a lot harder to shoot into melee. But if it's line infantry and you, let's say, are on the side or behind, you should be able to shoot into melee, because.
I mean, the thing is, if your unit models are reachable, but it's like on the
Yeah.
edge. So we'll see.
But yeah, no, did we look
Now
at
we
the
need to
charge
set up some
distance
sort
these
of
guys have?
rules.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll
Because-
say that the charge can be their rapid advance number.
Yeah, because for melee charge, well, you just sprint at the enemy anyway. Might as well have maximum.
Now they get a
movement
bonus
distance.
plus 1. Yep. Because they're sprinting. Like it's a
Yeah.
sprint. Like that distance isn't that massive. I also hated how in other tabletop games, like that Warhammer piece of shit game I hate so much, fuck. You have to roll to charge. So it's like, oh, I
Yeah.
failed, so I charge. It's like, we're gonna charge, and they like walk 2
What I
squares
liked-
forward. Like,
What I
fuck.
liked in that game is that you could move.
I hate that
You
game.
could make a 12-inch. What the number was? A 12-inch move with the infantry, and if an enemy is in range, you can get another 6-inch for the charge. And there's bullcrap. The charge, they shouldn't be able to move further just because there's an enemy in range. Because if that's the thing, I should be able to move them the additional 6-inch all the time by just ordering them to sprint. Which that doesn't really make sense. Unless there's some very specific rules in place. But yeah, no, they're not in melee.
Bearman,
It's charged into
too much
these guys.
rambling. My brain keeps turning off. God damn it.
It's related to this though.
I know. Squealy retracted his message, but you know where it doesn't retract? In fucking stream wraps. What that little fucking cat bastard say?
Probably something gay.
Wow, Squealy.
Have sure Kibs is only make. What the fuck, really?
Literally not out of spite. I've always wanted to make a war game. But the one problem is that I never had anybody who could help me with it. Because we didn't have 3 models.
I'm looking at this redacted message, and that one was just gobbledygook.
Yeah, well,
Have sure Kibs is only make.
You fucked up.
Yeah.
He's being a little G-dub simp.
Let's see, so and it's charged.
But no, it isn't about that. Like, if you've ever played the Warhammer Tabletop, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And most of the people I've talked to are like, yeah, it's awful. Because, like, some of the rules are like, why would you do that? Like, charging. Why is it that when a unit charges, I have to roll to succeed? What the fuck? I have to roll to succeed. Like, it's like, dude, the unit's like, fucking... They're fucking like 2 inches in front of me. Like, let's say they're like 3 inches in front of me. It's like, alright, you gotta roll. And it's like, alright, we failed. So you move 1 inch forward. So it's like, what? Like, you're telling me that the entire fucking unit mass just like, they take a step forward and they're like, they just stand around like...
In one of the rule books that it's supposed to be terrain and other stuff.
That's fucking stupid. That's so stupid.
And enemy suppressing fire, so it's what a weird thing.
That's fucking stupid too, because they're not getting shot at that turn. Ah! I hate that so much.
Anyways, we got a kerfuffle over here.
There's actually some really cool Napoleonic War tabletop game thingy that I looked at the other
Did
day.
you actually roll?
I'm looking what exactly I need to roll.
Oh god, they all look the same. Fuck.
Yeah.
Keep the angles
If
different.
you're
That'll...
using their sidearms, it's a 3+ to hit.
Probably. It says to hit primary, side.
Primary for the
Range.
Rangers is their matchlock.
Yeah. So they're gonna club these guys over the head, yes. Okay, that's
The roll for
6
charge
dice.
was not before 8th edition. See, that's what people told me, because, like, the older editions always sounded so much fun.
Oh wait, Kip.
But Barch only
Kip-
made me play stupid 8th.
Yeah, you said I get a +1 for charge, right?
To
That
hit.
means I get a 2+.
Now, technically, only
I
the
will
models
say it's
touching at the
fucking
base will actually
weird that-
fight.
I will say
That's
it's
one thing we
fucking
haven't
weird
written
that
down. But these...
these
Hold on. Because only these 3 units hit. Not the guys in the back. They can't hit.
Yeah, but because they're not line infantry, you could just assume that they just...
No.
No,
Overall,
Fairman,
okay.
Unit
Fairman,
mass.
you have to keep in mind their actual movement.
Alright, so the positioning would... right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, they were here.
Because you used
No, that isn't specified in the rules, so I apologize to you for that because that is actually my bad.
Yeah. Because what you said with the movement, I probably would have been able to move this guy a little bit and get maybe not the last guy that was furthest away, but I would be able to get at least two more guys.
The thing is with that.
No, you
that
can't.
really
That's
depends on the
impassable
work.
terrain. You said yourself.
But the other thing,
Small.
Fairman, is that really depends on whether or not it's 8 inches or 12 inches. For the because if it's 8
I mean,
inches,
they were.
if it was 8 inches, then only these first 3 would be able to do it. Because these
Let's
other
see,
ones would have to go farther than 8.
They were roughly on these positions. Let us see. This guy would have been barely able to reach. This guy.
Well, keep in mind, like,
Yeah.
you can only have one unit, like here.
Now there
Like,
is
you
a
can have
special
multiple.
rule that I didn't write either, which I'm adding. Pike units, which we don't have any, can actually hit further. Just like the giants will actually be able to hit further too, because their club things actually hit multiple people.
This guy probably would also be able to hit. So yeah, one person probably wouldn't have been able to get in range if we make the charge thing based on movement. So I would get 4 guys in contact.
I don't remember if we actually...
Fuck, I
decided
minimized the
if that was
document again.
if that's your single or your double move. Because if you take a turn to get up, then it seems like you should, like, your charge should only be 8 inches and not 12.
Fuck. Did that again.
Which is why I was saying, like, I think only 3 of yours, even if you were saying, like, you could move them around, would actually be able to get engaged. Because the other ones would take a farther distance than 8 inches.
Maybe, yeah. Thing is a charge.
Because Fairman, like, I was just barely out of
Yep,
or
that's
in optimal range, which means for you to move up would take 8 inches. So if units were farther away, then they wouldn't be able to move.
Yeah, that's why I
move and
looked. They were roughly on the grid. That's why I made some measurements per model. So this guy would have been able to reach barely with 12, because these guys have 12 movement, not 8. The guys with 8 are these in the back. Or did I mislook at this? Let's see.
Fairman, you're looking at their max if you double moved.
Yes.
Their
The thing is,
their
it
single
does-
movement is 6.
The thing is, how does a charge work? Can I make the charge with both my actions? Because technically a charge is not something that complicated. Once you get contact, you're in contact.
Well, no, like we need to make sure that you don't cheese it and wrap your units around because it's just. Jeez.
Then this is why I said I looked. They were roughly.
You
on
charge
this
your max
grid,
distance, so that's good. Like that's it. They maintain. Here's how it is. They maintain the shape that they're in. And if you want to change their shape, you gotta reform.
Yeah,
Problemo solved.
because that would have
In which
mean-
case, 3 would be able to attack because that's the formation they were in
Yeah.
before the charge.
Yeah, but see, that is a situation where if I knew that, then I probably would have not made this shot.
Well, Fairman,
But
you can't
for the sake of
cheese
it-
the game.
for the sake
Fairman,
of
we're
it.
doing this just to test the ship.
Yes,
doesn't
that's why I
matter.
said for the sake of it.
Fairman.
Yes. Let me just put what?
You're
I just agreed.
You're over. No, that's fine. The one guy wrapping around is fine. Like that's believable.
Yeah.
Like I'll accept that because that's not absurd. But like wrapping around here is a bit much.
Yeah, no. This is why I said I made the thing, and yeah, it makes sense for that guy. But the other two, one of them is stretching it already. Let's see. Okay. Then I get 4 rolls. Do I just remove one of those, or do I roll all over again?
Now, chat, what do you think about the whole unit wrap around? Like, how do you guys feel about it? Because that's actually I think that this should actually happen. I'm actually okay with this. In fact,
Again, this is
I think
skirmishes,
that's
I don't have.
Yep, but let me finish my point. Like, I think this is actually good because units without formations need to get benefits. Formation units, we need to look into what benefits a formation gets adversely to a unit that doesn't get formations. You know?
I say a formation unit probably. If a formation unit charges a skirmisher unit, that probably would be very devastating for the skirmishers.
I think the
skirmishers can only
formation
hit-
units get bonuses based on formation.
Yep. Like the formation unit can, because they enemies under the formation, so that means they can't just stop the formation. Let's say they get bonus attacks. The second row also gets to attack them or something like that. While the skirmishers.
When it comes to second
can
rolls
only-
attacking, I think what we'll do is like that's for like pike infantry.
The thing is, would formation like this, if they charge someone and they go in melee, would they still keep the formation? And how would they keep it against skirmishers?
Generally, they would keep it until they make contact with the enemy.
Ragnarok says that the unit should keep shape. I think they should more or less keep shape. That's why I think it should like, how it should work in my mind is like, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Let's copy and these units here so I can make them pretend thing. Okay, so we'll need to specify this in the rule doc, and we'll have art that goes along with it. So let's say we have these guys here, right? Let's come over here. Alright, so these dudes are charging this group. So they charge like this. They maintain the unit shape, but they pack in. So for instance, like, if they maintain the shape and made contact with this unit, that'd be awkward. Because like, oh, it's a weird, like, gap. So how it would kind of work is you'd move the unit here, then you'd move it, but you'd have to move units based on like 2 inches or something like that. So we have like a rule. So it's like, okay, 2 inches, so it's like, oh, we can almost reach, maybe like that. And then the next turn of fighting, they get that.
In the next turn, the rest would get into full contact because they try to...
Here's the one thing I would bring up. If people are using trays, and even trays for their skirmish
these
points,
units don't get trays. Like, skirmishers won't get trays. Well, that's not true. I talked to the art boys about creating a circular tray for the skirmisher unit so you can move them around easier. But when it comes to melee, you take them out of the tray. It just helps with movement.
That's the whole situation we have right now. It's something that would only apply. Something that only applies for skirmishers, not for normal units, because normal units have this formation thing. Skirmishers would be different because they have special formation things going on for them. But yes, definitely need to find something that skirmishers getting charged in melee get a disadvantage. The advantage probably would be that if, let's say, these medium infantry tries to charge the skirmisher probably would have a big advantage than trying to avoid them. For example, doing a fallback move or something.
Maybe. Actually, no, they don't get bonuses to fall back because I don't want them to. They already have movement benefits.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That is a bonus because they have higher movement and they maybe get.
Yeah, but during the fallback, the enemy unit can still attack them. Opportunity of attack.
Or something, but that's probably something we can just try to iron out when we get in the situation.
Now, we do need to balance out ranged units in terms of, like, okay, how they can be agile. Because one issue in this test that I can already see is the fact that, well, we have a lot of ranged units, but we don't really have balanced for the stat things, but we'll figure that out later.
Something I could see potentially is just shooting these guys and then just run away before they can charge in melee.
Also, these guys get a lot more bonuses to being shot at, even by muskets, because they have shields. Yep. They also have better armor.
It's just, let's say I could theoretically, maybe not with muskets because of the long reload.
Matchlock.
But let's say I have, let's say matchlock. Yeah.
Now hold on.
Let's say.
Put a pin up just a second, because I also want to get back to chat when we do these a little bit. David says, is it interesting to watch the wet clay get molded into shape? Yeah, you can see us fucking. It's. Let me describe it. Like, generally, the reason why I don't do too many streams like this is because these sessions can be very heavy in terms of thinking, and a lot of times things can, get stuck, agitation, things like that. So generally we normally don't do it. Streaming it adds a lot of extra pressure, because not only are you trying to stream it, but now it's less about being entertaining and it's more about like working, and then you have to be the pressure of chat and all that. It adds up. But I'm glad you guys, at least some of you, like it. I didn't think this would be a particularly big thing, and it's not at optimal hours, so I don't really know. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't the thing for everybody. Slutimus says, or no, I skipped Lapis. Or no, I skipped Ragnarok. Fuck. You guys I told you to use the Bickering bunch thing. Free! But you don't use it! I'm getting mad at you. The unit should keep their shape, says Ragnarok. I kind of agree. Because, like, that's why I think, like, the 2-inch movement rule or something. Otherwise, it could just, like, oh, my unit just envelops you. It's like, what?
See, with skirmishes, I could totally see that, let's say...
No, we don't want them to do that. Like, in terms of enveloping, because it's too weird. It's too weird, and it's kind of gamey.
Here's what I'd counter with. If the attacking unit has the advantage.
They already have one
no
advantage.
formation.
We're stacking it now.
Then the defending unit would also have the advantage of no formation. So that would cancel out, because the only time you would want to do that, based mechanically off what you're saying, is a unit in formation.
Yeah, no, against a formation, you can try to.
Which you wouldn't want to do with a small number of people in the first place.
Yeah. No, I was specifically talking about skirmisher versus skirmisher.
Although it's supposed to be loose anyway, so like I said.
Okay, let's see. So a mob throwing rocks. Oh fuck! God damn it! I skipped people again. Suggestion: limit the amount of units to fire to be those. Wait, let me read that. Suggestion: limit the amount of units to fire to be those in range for no formation. So a mob throwing rocks might be a huge, but not all fire. Simulates lack of command. That's true. Skirmisher units wouldn't know well how to fight in melee because they're normally not melee units.
Yep.
Now,
that's why I said
a skirmish unit idea I actually had for a unit that actually gets formation fighting for skirmishers is a heavier type of skirmisher, like a peltist unit. Peltist.
They're trained in it.
Yep, they specialize in it.
And they expect basically
they're also spear. Well, historically they were spear.
Yep. Peltists are.
It was always.
You can't say that on YouTube, Pete.
Also, what was with the peltist?
No!
The peltist was.
That's
okay.
what they did.
That's a slur, though.
Yeah, what was it? What was it with peltist? The peltist was okay. You skirmish until there's enemy, and then if it comes to it, you just start them as a proper formation or something like that. Right?
Peltists are basically like medium infantry, more or less. They're like, imagine the Velites, javelin men, right? But they're meant for melee combat. They have a couple javelins, but they have not nearly as many. But at the same time, they're also good, like not shock infantry, but they can get into a scuff if they need to.
Wouldn't it be more fitting to say they were basically, to stay with the Roman one, legionnaires that act like velites most of the time?
Kinda. They were mostly, I think, Grecoboos, if I remember right. Peltists. They were more.
Peltists were more of a Greek thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Velites were a Roman thing, and they honestly,
also
there's a reason it kind of fell out of fashion.
The Velites worked for a bit, but it also didn't make sense to use them for a very long time. In fact, they got replaced by bowmen.
Rome's, like, the core of Rome's doctrine was heavy infantry, and Velites don't really play that much in that ideal.
Well, they were good for skirmishing and getting ground, but the problem with Velites in the long run is that they were outmatched by cavalry and bowmen, or not bowmen, but auxiliary archers that they normally used.
Yep, so might as well fully switch to archers then.
They got replaced because they didn't have the range, and the enemy had better ranges as time went on.
Okay, so we continue with the clobbering.
Actually, I think they did carry on into 400 AD.
We should.
Dinkies, big dinkies. Actually, they stuck around, but I don't think they were like a mainstay. Okay, that's enough side tangent. What were we saying?
Should we continue with the clobbering?
Yes, but let me finish the reading these real quick. Suggestion, okay, and then unit. Slutterman says unit wraparound is cancer. Formations get attack bonuses when they have reach, and horde wraparound invalidates these mechanics. Yes, that's why I don't think they should really be able to wrap. Like, I think this is the most we should allow. Like that 2 units can attack on the flank at most for a horde unit. So that means at most they could have an additional 2 attacks. But
I mean, I guess
immediately doesn't like it.
If this one wouldn't have been shitty terrain, probably could have gotten another guy at range.
I think like this, like you couldn't go extreme. Maybe we'll have like a rule for that. So it's like only 2, because like yeah, sure they get like 2 additional attacks, but they can't stack higher. And don't worry about it, Chris. It's all right. It's all right. You're all right. I'm not actually mad at anybody in particular. I was having a bit of an if and up day. Like it's one of those days, you know, where you're just like, I'm almost done with reports, and it's relieving, but I'm frustrated because of just frustrated. I'll say that much. With things that are out of my control. Just how it is sometimes. All right, now next one I gotta read. But yeah, good suggestion. Laffa says, so a mob throwing rocks. I read that. Ronaldo said, nope, that's not related. The skirmisher should be that effective in melee. Should not. Okay, damn it. Yeah, I agree. I think skirmishers being hyper effective is absurd.
Yep.
Keeps on his period.
So, normally you probably wouldn't have charged the formation, but considering there's only 3 guys, might as well try to get rid of them.
The skirmishers should be okay, and then I'm on my phone. Says Lavis, thank you. I won't type so much. And then Navi Dick Sensei's, hey, listen, watch out. That's it. Chop off his dick, chat. He doesn't need it anymore. Now that we've removed his penis, I think we're on the right spot.
Kibs gonna get a snack tonight.
I am. I have cookie dough ice cream in my refrigerator.
I was more referencing something else, but it's okay.
I would like a snack. But see, every night I'm like, oh, I should really eat that. And then I'm like, yeah, but I should go to bed. Actually, I'm not going to bed after this. I need to finish my reports for good this time. For good! So I can wake up at least not having that level of stress.
Anyway, I got 3 hits.
God damn it, chat. See, these reports should have been done ages ago. But, like, the situation and all that, like, you just don't have the desire to do that.
So with this, I would get a roll because I do have a defense skill, and this is melee.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
you do
yeah,
get
I
your
got
defense
3
skill
hits.
roll. ADA. So that would be this roll, chat. So he gets his defense skill, because it's attack, defend, and attack, in terms of how the dice rolls work. There's a couple exceptions, like range
These
fighting.
were the ones you rolled, right?
These 3.
I'm not a troon, Sonic. I will fucking stab you in the jug.
Now,
Hi, Jimmy.
The defense skill is 4, so is it 4+?
Oh my god, they're broken. Better fix it. Oh my
Because
god,
if
why
that's
did
the
they do that?
case, then the defense skill for the Astrian infantry is messed up.
What's it? Let's see.
It's 5.
Oh god,
Which
they're really
means if you wanted to, like, actually roll...
good. Fixed.
What the fuck? Okay, I was just saying, what the fuck do you do?
Moved it down a number.
The sword infantry are on par with their defense skill than the rangers.
Yeah, I'm turning it down. Oh, the Rangers. Like,
Yeah.
they're a placeholder for a unit that... Okay, so... I didn't want to tell you guys this yet, chat, but I will. The Ranger unit that I'm working on is set to be like a bow infantry. They're actually... They don't use fucking...
No, you funded... You didn't fix what I was bringing up.
What?
The rangers, based on how I'm interpreting this, have a better defense skill
They don't.
than the infantry.
Oh,
no.
Rainbow, you changed it.
Yeah.
No,
Rangers are
no.
inferior.
So, what does the
3.
3 translate to? Is that a 3+?
3+. And the Astrian infantry is a 4+.
For their defense skill.
Yeah.
So, it's easier
Better.
to make a
Yeah.
roll for the rangers.
Oh my god, hands, reverse
Yes,
the
you-
numbers!
Unless you need, unless you need
bringing
to
up.
go underneath.
My brain,
That's why I said that. That's why I kept like asking you, it's like, are you sure? And you're like, yeah.
Yeah, you know, higher is better, right? It's like, Kib, no, not really. Why is everything...
That means one guy defended successfully.
Somehow one guy didn't get fucking bludgeoned to death.
I appreciate it, Chris, man. Head pats all around.
Wouldn't there be the armor now as well?
Also, good night, Jimmy. I think he said that.
I guess, yes, that was the defense skill. Now you have to actually roll to get through the armor.
What was the armor? Let's see.
Their armor
3.
value is...
3.
Okay.
And the penetration of the primary weapon
Okay, I did close this. We'll remove this.
is...
Now, for this, it would actually make sense for the rangers to be lower. Because
Yeah.
the way that I thought, when I was looking at this, is that the armor value is effectively the minimum roll.
Oh, fuck, I'm retarded. The Rangers' weapons... Oh, they have a stat right there. Alright, so we're gonna rename that to the ranged weapon. Because that is their primary weapon.
If you remember, I just called it primary because it's like we just wanted a basic template.
Yep, I'm moving that. Their sidearm, which is a sword. There we go. And that's their stat for that. Okay.
So 0
Fixed it.
penetration.
Wait. Should it be 0? Oh, it's 0 bonuses.
Probably max range. You probably should just make it like.
Well, no, Fairman, it's a
Like-
sidearm.
Yeah, no,
It's
but
optimal
because
and max is one.
yeah, but because it's a melee weapon, it probably shouldn't have a range. Probably should just.
Well,
have...
no, Fairman. Mechanically
No.
speaking, it needs to have a distance.
Okay.
Right, there are certain weapons that do.
Oh yeah, right.
They're
Oh,
pike
yeah, right.
infantry. The pike infantry is the only melee infantry we have that I have planned to have longer than regular range.
Whips.
With the second row can attack.
Whips, kids. Whip.
Yep, maybe whip infantry. I mean, Nephir Court have whips.
Yeah.
One of their officers for their slave unit gets whip.
People always say, "Oh, a whip can't do a whip." If you get hit by a proper
Fuck.
whip,
You're gonna be fucking sad. Like,
especially if it's one of those that has the little barbs on it,
Fair
it tears some part of your flesh.
So, Fairman, you need to roll a 3+.
That's 3+. Well, that's not gonna get through. Wow.
Italian
Alright, I
Kitty
got
says
one.
that he wants to be violated sexually by chat. Alright, chat. Form a line.
So that means I clobbered one guy to death.
Yes, which I guess, based on what we said, these guys aren't good in melee, so even though you outnumbered, it's like, you didn't really do that good a job.
That's
But then again,
good.
it was against guys that have the same skill level.
I mean, seeing is... Alright, well, this is the stats they have for now, but the Astrian Rangers are actually set to be more of like an elite skirmisher unit, but I didn't want the stats to be reflective here because you shouldn't be able to deploy 2 in the skirmishing phase. It should be expansive.
Well, so this now Kibs Hanse gets to get a rebuttal, yes?
Yeah. Rebuttal attack. Bonky,
So,
bonky.
we changed it so that the optimal range is 18 now?
Did we?
Or the max, not optimal.
Yep. Oh, you want to try shooting the melee? Well, now we got to make rules for that. But that's good. We need to do that
also-
eventually.
Honestly, I was
Also,
going to say,
rebuttal
it's like,
wouldn't-
since most of them are, like, I would be shooting from here over here, like, most of them are clustered, and they would have a very hard time hitting our guys.
I was more going, wouldn't these guys that are in melee get to make attacks now as well?
Oh yeah, they should. Right? Right, chat? Sure.
Maybe these guys probably should run. but-
Reactions are brace,
We have no
countercharge,
morale on. I don't want to
charge
work on the morale yet.
breaker, and prepared shot. There's no just return attack.
I mean,
You want to know why I don't want to work on morale? Because I didn't add an officer to the skirmisher, so I don't want to deal with it right now.
but yeah, I think if you get attacked in melee, that probably shouldn't require a special move
I think,
maneuver for you to just
Would you
to just
then, like,
defend yourself.
like with the range then, would I be attacking with 3? Because basically if we're doing damage at the same time, then...
Yep, you would get 3 attacks. Yep, because that would be the same applicable rule. Yes.
Yeah, because we don't have something like initiative, don't we?
5, 5, and 5.
That's really good, actually.
Oh, yeah, no, wouldn't be initiative something that maybe actually make sense
Or yeah.
for these kind of units?
Ragnaslut, you've been good at giving advice here. Call me Ragnaslut. Units in melee should be able to fight back. Yeah, true, they
we'll
should.
have to-
So they should actually get that role, I think.
Yeah. And again, but it shouldn't something
The
like,
reason, okay, the reason for it, why I see from a game design standpoint is, like, let's think about it from the attacked point of view, right? If you're being attacked and you're like, I lose dudes and I don't really get much, the satisfactory level of combat is not quite high because, well, it's just like you just didn't really get to, you didn't get to hit back, and you have to wait till your turn, granted, but it should be more punchy, I think. There should be more battering.
But again, shouldn't be something like initiative be a thing because in melee, okay, everyone acts at the same time. But
You
for
got your
example,
bonus out of charging.
Yeah, for this thing example, I came in swinging, which probably gives me a little bit of momentum, which probably should mean if you do a charge, you should have the advantage.
So when humans are
also in terms
stabbed,
of-
they don't die instantly. In fact, a
True.
fatal blow might not kill a person right away. They might keep
Takes a few
stabbing
minutes.
for a bit.
Turn your head, I stab at you.
Yep,
Well,
because
also, don't forget, in this situation, there's going to be adrenaline on both sides.
yep, and the reality is okay, death is nasty.
Humans are actually surprisingly durable.
I've watched way too many fucking live leak videos to kind of know how this sadly works. Thank you, Bubbles.
Well, Hanse made 3 hits, yes.
Like a person could be totally
Yeah.
fucking dead, but they'll keep going for a little bit.
Oh, yeah, no, their
Only-
body is still capable of going for minutes.
And considering a round is about 30 seconds, they'll be able to hit back maybe once or twice.
Well, if you don't want to do this.
Gremlin, I did roll.
Yeah, no. So now I have to roll on the. That was 3, right?
Yeah.
No, 4.
No, you roll 3. He only had 3 dudes to hit you with.
Yeah.
You need 4 plus.
4 plus. Yeah, no, that's not.
God damn.
But apparently I can only hit 3 p. Oh, okay, you did roll 3.
Yeah.
Alright.
You want me to roll again?
No, Fairman, I saw this.
Yeah.
Someone's like, I like
Fairman,
that roll better.
Fairman, I saw this die right here next to
Too
it.
late. Roll again.
No, I'm taking the first one because you didn't move the dice far enough.
Oh, fuck you.
See, I love how competitive we are as a friend group by nature, because you guys make this fucking hell to fucking balance.
It's like he could have just done it easy. It's like move them far away. Like, no, he rolled it next to another one, and it's like, Fairman, what do you think?
Anyway,
about
make you. Yes, you only go for the ones that got moved.
Oh god, help me, Chad.
Oh, anyway,
Fairman,
you
I'm
still
not
got.
looking at your die all the
You
time.
still got 3. You still got 3. So
I mean, you're
failing
still
that-
winning.
I need
fair,
to
Bear.
beat another 3 plus.
Yeah.
Yep, because you haven't gotten the kills yet.
Fuck this.
Fuck this.
So Fairman, it's like as soon as on the ranged volley, he's like, I killed most of your people, but now that my guys are beating the shit out of your guys,
I mean,
this is bullshit."
considering how bad these 5 guys did against 3, yes, a fucking win.
Fairman shoots them in the back. It's like,
Oh, honestly, I don't see how they could have killed the guys in the back.
oh no, you can remove.
Yeah.
Okay, so how? No, wait. How I have the
You
rule
would just
set.
assume the guys go down and the other guys move up.
Yep, they step in. But yeah, so the reason why I have it so that you can remove any corpse you want or person is so that the defender chooses which units they lose. If the aggressor does, then the aggressor's like, well, your officer dies. And that'd be fucking bullshit. Because if you lose your officer, that is such a huge fucking, like...
It's something else if in melee, for example, you get charged.
Oh
to the
my god,
side
it's
or
taken us
something,
4
yeah.
hours and 46 minutes to get this far. Now, to be fair, we are experimenting and developing the rules as we go. But that's normal. So, like, we're gonna have a small skirmish, guys. 5 hours later.
Also, I wish to point out if Hanse get 18 range, all of
Fucking
a sudden for
Fairman,
shooting
your
that-
army hasn't even shown the fuck up.
Yeah.
Fuck. I do agree, though. We should extend the skirmishing phase by 2 turns. I'm gonna add that into the rules now before I forget.
Also, if Hanse gets to
Doubling.
randomly shoot my guys, not gonna call bullshit.
Chat, look at chat. Look, you.
Well,
chubby
the thing
little
is,
chat. Where did I put it?
Fairman, we just changed it. That's all.
Yes, that's what I mean. You can't change it like that in the middle of
guys,
the game.
wait, hold
It's
on.
bullshit.
We got the wrong script. This is actually the script.
Fuck
We can
you,
shoot them
because in
now.
that situation, that would mean I would have gotten even more kills on the fucking shooting phase. When I shot the other squad. Because I shot you with 12, you get to shoot me with 18. That's unfair!
I didn't make the rules, Fairman.
Yes.
Help edit them.
Yeah, I demand this term stay with 12.
Now, I command Fairbear to kill Hanse, or Hanse
Well, the
kill
thing is,
Fairbear.
it's my turn because he used his turn to attack the.
Yeah. You know what? No. I would be fine with the 18 change,
Oh my God,
but then I want to get a turn now. Yes, fuck you. Fuck
Oh,
yeah.
Fairman, I'm sorry. Now it's ranged fire. 'Cause
Oh,
both
fuck
these guys
you.
are standing in front of each
No.
other.
Oh,
Fuck.
goddammit.
No, you did good.
Technically, they get a reaction fire, don't they?
Technically, Hanse isn't in range. This is why my guy's standing there, because I was going, you know what, he's not gonna get in range.
Oh no. Fairman, listen, I had to change the rules on the fly. He was like, your rules are fucking me. It's like, it just so happens to coincide with fucking you.
You know what? I'm fine, but you know what? I want to get the first shot. That would be fine.
Damage is done at the same time.
Yeah.
Eh.
And remember, you choose to also return fire.
Yeah,
You can choose
I mean,
not to.
I still get the advantage.
It's fair. I either shoot these guys.
Shoot these guys over here.
Hmm.
Because I say, if you shoot into melee, for example, here, from that angle, every shot that missed should have a chance of hitting your own guys.
Pew pew pew. I expect to see.
Because look at from where you're shooting the angle from there. There's a high chance you could potentially hit one of your guys.
Also, skirmisher units will actually be a lot larger than this, chat. I just realized that. Because
so what was it you hit on a?
This is actually a fairly below average sized unit right here.
18. That is still over optimum, so you get a -1. That means you get to hit on F4.
I think
And I got to
skirmishers
hit
are
on the
set to have
first
like
three.
at least 20 plus unit models, if I remember right.
Mm.
They're kind of chunky. Now the rangers are a bit smaller, but they're a more elite unit, so they get less.
My guys hit a lot better than yours.
Wow, look at Fairman being judgmental. And
Yeah.
Fairman's like,
Prepared position. If I wouldn't have
No,
prepared
Fairman,
position.
that wouldn't have been a prepared position because you didn't declare it.
They did the same thing as these guys.
I did.
Okay.
But if it would be prepared, ooh, it would have been a lot worse.
I'm scaring
No, not
Fairman with my
necessarily.
little arrows. What's wrong, Fairbear? Where's your little hand going?
I know. Okay, so
Get him, Fairman. Kill
So
him.
I got 4 hits.
yeah, I got 6.
Alright, now you get your armor save.
Uh,
Do they bounce off the hard breastplates?
I need to make those, right? You know, I'm gonna do this with hands rolls.
Yeah, that's how it
Yeah,
should do.
Yeah, basically, I would roll the dice that you got
You-
hits with.
Yeah, you. No, wait. You have to roll those, right? Yeah.
So,
So none of the armor holds.
Oh my god, there's a lot of dead bodies. There's
So-
I want to re-roll. No, wait. If I do
These
re-roll-
weapons are so painful though.
Let's see. Yeah. Oh yeah, if there would have been a reroll, yeah, no, I'm fine with no re-rolling.
Now I will say this, I do plan to make the matchlock units not have that many
Yeah, I'm fine with
dudes.
not re-rolling. But yeah, no, so none of the armor held. But then again, I guess Kibs, that's one of the strongest armor-piercing weapons against
Yes.
people that have literally no armor. So
The matchlock weapon is literally one of the strongest, like,
so,
ranged weapons in the game at the moment.
so that means you have 6 dead, I have 4 dead. Yes.
And before we had the
you
laser
actually-
rifles.
did,
I'm like,
you
what?
didn't reroll these die, did you?
No, I rolled those for.
No,
for those are the
you,
dice
you didn't reroll. Is what I'm saying.
No, I did, but you didn't have a single one, and I didn't have a single one.
Yes, this is looking quite squexy.
Because the armor for these guys was a.
They have the same as the other
3.
one, unless that one got changed as well. It was on a one.
Goes in there and types in just to fuck over
What?
Fairbear. He's like, weird.
And it was on a 1, the same thing it was at the last turn. It would have only been protected on a 1.
Yep, the armor's not very good.
And none of us
this.
rolled a 1.
No, Fairman. It would be.
Actually, one dice was the one
high,
out of 6.
high is good,
Nope.
low is bad.
You say nope to me, Fairbear? You just can't say nope to me.
You said only on a 1.
Yeah, there's one right here.
Yeah,
No,
that's
you
because I
re-rolled it.
re-rolled it.
That's why I was saying,
Guys,
Fairman,
in
I
between.
don't do that.
Oh, fucking don't
Yeah.
do that, you little
There
tard.
wasn't, but because
You
there
little
wasn't a
spastic
single,
German
there wasn't a
fuck.
single one at
No,
both of our
my
sides.
God, you're
No,
just
no,
making...
Fairman. You misunderstanding why I'm actually annoyed now. Because high is supposed to be good, not low.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it
isn't that
wouldn't be 1, it would be 6.
Oh, fuck, we fucked up the numbering. Fairbear, no!
Oh,
It's just backwards. Chat, why didn't you catch this? Ragnarok, you're really good at catching stuff. You fucked up. He's like, what? You can't do this to me. Now, where the fuck is that? The penetration
I mean,
number is backwards,
isn't it technically, if we say only
Wait,
on a
which
1, you'd...
which number is backwards on this card? Is it the
No,
penetration?
no. What I'm saying is, okay, the penetration is 2. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the armor value is 1. Right?
Oh, we just did the math wrong.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
means you have to roll a 6.
So the cards are fine. We were just doing it backwards.
Oh, this is, but honestly, this I can see being a problem because
God
oh yeah,
damn
if you have if you have an armor value of 1, you get to hit on a 6. You probably want to change this one somewhat because it's very counterintuitive. Oh yeah, the 1 means 6.
If that's the case, then that's just like saying this is how armor works.
So 6s are saves. Well,
Yeah, but
Because
shouldn't it just go-
as you said before, it's like if you want high to be good, then it's like, oh, it should always be that way. Yes.
all right, both of you re-roll your dice for the sake of my own autism. Now all of you get 6s.
Oh right, I
Oh,
wasn't
Fairman,
supposed to
oh my
roll.
God.
Yeah, I was supposed to roll these. I got no 6s.
Got
Of
to.
course, little bitch boy gets 2.
Fairman's mad.
Should have stayed with 1s.
Give me Oh my god, Fairman. You're so spiteful. It's great.
Oh shit.
Oh, I peed myself only. No, almost peed myself. That was close. Oh, goddamn shit.
No wait, wasn't that armor? No, that armor was the last roll, right? Yeah.
That was
armor was
way
the
too
highest.
funny. That had no right to be as funny as that was. Alright, look at those dead bodies. Now, where's all the dead Hanses?
Actually, Fairman, if anything, you shouldn't be as spiteful, because technically the armor would be for your units.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot that you were ruling for mine.
Oh my god, you guys are retarded.
Spiteful as shit.
Oh my god. Oh, you're confused. Is it
No, wait. So
Is
that
the-
means I lose those
Okay.
because those were got hold by your armor.
Yep.
Basically, yeah, the armor
Yeah,
save is
it's-
that
it's-
guy lives.
Fair. No wait, I got 6 hit on you. I got 6 hits on you, and you got 4 on me. So why do I have to roll the 6 hit for my guys not to die?
Oh,
What?
Oh,
thing-
No, that means. Wait a minute, let me just. It's late, and I'm good at math.
Yeah.
Oh my god, fucking help me. I'm not sure, is there something wrong with the rules, or is this just us doing this?
I think it's us, and
Honestly,
maybe
I'm
the
going
rule.
to say us, because it is getting late, and I
Yeah,
do have
because
a
I
thing
got
need to
I
do
got
tomorrow.
I got 6 hit on him.
Okay, you know
So
what?
2 of his.
You know what? We're concluding this session here. We got a fair ways done. I think we have the ability to actually complete a game.
Yeah, one of the,
It's just
wanna-
one, maybe do it when we're not all, like, looking at the time, and it's like, I need to go to bed soon.
Yeah, because his is gonna go to bed soon, and I don't
And in
want to
the
make him stay up
future-
later. And he has
in the
to.
future. Yeah, and in the future, probably when this happens, I'm just gonna grab my own dice to make the roll, and not the rolls you want because it's just gonna be additional confusion.
Maybe just use different colored dice for players.
Yeah, or just basically what I said. Oh, I'm gonna roll your hit dice because it's easier. No, shouldn't have done. I should have just grabbed 4 dice and then just rolled for that. That would have been easier because that would have meant I would have just said here. Okay. None of the armor holds, and then Hanse would have rolled on his. He would have rolled 6. Just roll 6 for completion's sake. Because it's a principal thing for me now. Yeah, see, and one of his guys would have survived. Yeah, that would mean if he would have 5 losses, I would have 4. Still have 4. As with the armor, we probably do want to look at it because if you having an armor value of 1 means you hold on a 6. That is just so counterintuitive. Because you just every time you have an armor value, you just invert it. That's just weird.
Well, the issue is, it's like when you're looking at the to hit values, it's like, okay, like a threshold that's like a 2, it's like, holy shit, your guy, like, he's like really good at hitting. So like low in that regard is like the closer you get to 1, like that's the worse the roll is. Yet when it comes to the armor, then it's like it's inverse then. So it's like no matter which way you're looking at it, it's inverse if you're going to be doing it like that.
That was always a problem I had with a little bit of this stuff because sometimes it just can get weird.
Yeah, I can't agree with myself. No free action, do you? We're moving free reaction points because I think they're bullshit for now. I'm just gonna leave that there because I have no idea what Carlo means by that. Alright, chat. What I'm going to do is we're going to release a public build version. This is not enough, I think, to play with or test. Because I think most people won't know, like, the nuances. But I'm hoping people will ask questions. And then I can yell at them and stab them with knives. Making a new public doc. Hold on, chat. Cheat! I'm not going to release the stat blocks just yet, because they're not ready. Technically, this isn't either, but people can start reading through it and start thinking about it. Okay, this will be called the public doc. Public test. Public test. Not pubic, public. There we go. Let me click a share link. Now, you guys cannot edit. And only people with the link can access an open link. Yep, sure, but I don't want these little retards editing it because that'll make me commit suicide. Editor can change permission. Yeah, but they're not editors, right? Google? Who's that? I don't know. Google, what do you mean you don't know? Google! Fuck! I swear to God. Anyone with this link can view. Yeah. View. Google. View. There we go. Google being retarded. Alright, so in the where's Discord? Oh, that's cool. You guys can see some stuff early for sticking around as bonuses. As a bonus. But that's it. Then you get punished arbitrarily. Alright, so in the little chat, look with your little chat eyes. In here, Tabletop, there's the public test doc. I am going to pin that for your little cheeseburgers for later. So that will be constantly updated because I'll just copy and paste the from the Terrestria War doc. This is the work doc, which you guys don't get access to because I'm mean and cruel like that. But yeah, in there is the public test. So if you want to look at it, it's just the current version of this. Organization, formatting, atrocious, but it's prototype, so I don't really give a shit. It's gonna be messy until it's all done. But I think we're on to something. Now, we've got a good, solid, like, core rule set here, but what we need to do now is really bring in the flavor, because the flavor is what's missing. And the Illumine casting is really gonna fucking spice things up quite a bit. Now, unfortunately, we're only gonna have two types of casters, so they're only gonna get, like, the same fucking... Or no, sorry, I lied to you. We only have one type of caster. It's a Celestial Templar, which is what Rhea is. We don't even have Aya in, so she would be a Celestial Priestess, which is a different type of caster under the same, basically, school of magic, because there's different schools and different types. Or different cultures. Like, the Nephir will have their own casters. They have 4 different types. Technically, that's a lie. They have 7, but there's 4 mechanical types, and the other 3 are just a little bit different. I'd argue that the 5th one is a little bit special, though. But we'll see. Now, for the thing you get to see early, because you've been a good little chat. Helpful, resourceful, big thinkies. You put in your little hearts, and you did your best. And I appreciate it. Here, look at this updated miniature. Well, this is the Astrian heavy infantry that is coming. Not even just like the regular infantry, the heavy boys. This is the art overhaul they got. This is specifically the officer. The regular infantry don't look exactly like him, but there'll be different custom head bits later. But he's looking quite nice. Very chonky, very cool. I think they're turning out good. I think Baphios did an amazing job. And also, this has been an early preview of the battle track. It's pretty fucking awesome. Robert, you outdid yourself as always, buddy. You did good. But yep, this is specifically House Vala. different houses will have different type of infantry. Or different aesthetics. Sub-factions. Sub-factions have unique specialist units, but they also have unique aesthetics. They have a couple of unique specialist units per sub-faction. This is just the base Astrian, like, professional heavy infantry. Some of the most tanky boys that we have in the game. And I plan for them to be the top tanks. And if not, they'll be second to maybe one, if there's anything tankier. Also, we do have more to show you, because I'm a kind person. I feel bad that we took 5 hours to do nothing, but we did make progress on the Phaseology, because I truly think we can actually complete it now. So you can see this, because you've been a good little chatoli. Too bad Squealy isn't here. Or maybe Squealy is here. Here's progress on the Nephier boys.
Well, Kibs, if Squealy would have been there, then chat would no longer be good, because Squealy would have been there.
He's just like a Nephier captain or a general idea. Or their warlord dude. Or a warlord. Not a caster, just a regular like lord or general. However we will end up calling them, I don't even know. But you'll start seeing the Nephier come to life. The Spearbeak stuff I'm going to save for later, because I don't want you guys to see it yet. Spearbeak cavalry units are going to be fucking cool as sin. But thanks again for all your support. Appreciate the Munmons, appreciate the help you guys have been given. It means a lot to me. And we'll see you guys in the next stream, so have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.